FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
This is what being on a roll is all about. When you are sitting at home, maybe you went to the ballpark just to get in a little cage work, but you get to sit around last night and watch whatever it is you watch if you're the Astros, other baseball teams, College World Series, Stanley Cup Finals, and you're just sitting around and you check your phone and you're like, hey, we didn't even do anything today, and we picked up a half a game in the standings. Seth, have you heard the good news? The Astros are only 5.5 back in the AL West right now, and they got there by doing absolutely nothing last night.
That's compounding interest is what that is. It's the way it works.
Yeah.
When you just sit back and let it compound. Mm-hmm. That's the way I understand it.
Yep.
That's do nothing at all and make money. It's
great.
That's the lesson I took from all my finance classes, and I just haven't checked anything in a long time.
Right. Now
I just trust that it's all going according to plan.
It's going fine. Yeah. Now when you're 38 and 40. And you're doing that, it's kind of like you're sitting in like a bit of a rundown apartment watching your interest compound. It'd be nicer if you had a better record and you're sitting in a big home.
Why are all these creditors calling?
Right.
I'm clearly compounding interest right here.
Right. All season long, the creditors are calling, and this is the one day you check your 401k, and you're like, hey, I'm up a couple thou, huh?
Listen, creditor, I don't know if you understand interest rate spreads. But you're charging me 20%, but I'm gaining a half ground a day in the standings on the other side of things, okay?
That's right.
Everything's going to be just fine.
We celebrate the little things, man. And the Astros, if you're just waking up this morning, they got a favor by an old friend, Seth. Philip Maton got the win last night. Came in and got 4 outs late in the game for the Rays, and they beat the Mariners last night 4-3.
Good. So the locker room is safe in there. No Phil Maton going to be breaking his hand on
No, not last night at least. Yeah, so their playoff chances remain the same at 44.2%, the Astros, which I think is what it was yesterday when we woke up. Mm-hmm. And their World Series chances have gone slightly down. So other things going on around baseball. But anyways, good luck continues. And the best part of this story is they have the Colorado Rockies coming to town for a couple games. So that's good.
Right now the Astros are in 6th in the AL, Sean, in terms of total overall record.
That can't be.
Seems like that was it is, according to the wild card standing. Oh, no.
You're missing the wild card standings. You're missing the first 3 teams.
The first 3 teams. Right, no, so in the wild card standings, they're 6th back in the wild card standings.
Okay.
They're 4.5 behind Baltimore at this point.
Okay. 4.5 behind Baltimore or 4.5 behind Baltimore's the top wild card team right now. I just want to make sure we're giving proper information out to the audience here. That's all. The Astros right now in the wild card standings are, let's see, they are they're 4.5 back of the Red Sox. So it goes Baltimore, who is Baltimore is 6.5 ahead of the Red Sox. Then the Twins, and then the Red Sox are the 6th place team right now. So they've got Kansas City, Tampa Bay, and those are the teams in between them and the wild card. So I'm
so unaccustomed to looking at wild card standings. I got to tell you, honestly, they got a whole plus-minus thing going here. This is where I'm like the rich girl who all of a sudden lost her daddy's support, and I'm trying to figure out how anybody pays for blueberries these days at these prices. Damn it! All right. 4.5 games back from the Red Sox.
From the Red Sox, that's cool. It's cool. Yeah, just. And 4 games back in the Mariners in the loss column. The bottom line is this is a good morning to be an Astros fan. They picked up a little ground last night.
Yeah, I think that I was trying to gain perspective on things yesterday, and I was thinking about just all of the things that in the moment are happening and there are valid reasons for why you're sucking, and yet it's just hard to keep the long-term perspective in mind. And the fact that the pitching was just so atrocious in the first month of the season, just god-awful, and has rectified itself despite losing multiple starters and having other guys like Verlander on the IL and everything else. There are a lot of reasons, aside from just being a prisoner of this moment, to be optimistic about the second part of the season coming up here.
Yeah, they've been, since that 7-19 start, they've been a decent baseball team. That's the biggest thing to me. Like, sometimes people chop the season into chunks for convenience sake. Like, oh, but look at this piece right here. Oh, and against these teams, they did this. And the fact of the matter is, like, if two things. Since the 7-19 start, and when they don't have Jose Abreu in the lineup as this gigantic meatball sitting there that doesn't allow Espada any sort of lineup flexibility, you got to play him at first base. You've got to bat him 7th or 8th in the lineup. And, oh, by the way, management is making you do this. Like, you have to – not only that, when he plays, he's this huge weight, but they're making you play him. That dynamic doesn't exist anymore. So that was the thing. To me, Seth, the lineups this weekend against the Orioles, kind of the cool thing, and I know Espada talked about that, about the lineups being a little more flexible and versatile, athletic, all those things, is when you've got Loperfido and Dubon in the lineup, they can play a bunch of different positions, and it allows you not only day-to-day, but in-game to do some things that allow you – it makes you a much more malleable and adaptable team when you've got guys like that in the lineup, as opposed to a guy who can't hit and can only play first base, you know?
Right, yeah. And then aside from that, too, just with the rules changes, small ball and athleticism and everything else is just more, it's more at a premium now again than it had been before. And you see with the athleticism out there and the ability they're able to create runs at times, they're just, I mean, Abreu's, aside from not getting on base, when he did get on base, he was an absolute zero. That's where Abreu was a double whammy in a lot of ways in terms of it being old school versus new school, and it was bad enough just in that, like, yeah, look at him mash RBIs. It was also that, but man, speed is at a higher demand now than it used to be. And he was just such a drain in so many ways on anything and everything that you would want to do with a lineup or a baseball team, that it frees Espada up to do things a little differently.
Okay, now the thing that I have like one eye on down the road that I'm concerned about, but I'm kind of treating it as this thing that I'm dreading, like 2 weeks, and I don't know what it would be, but maybe like doing my taxes, or which I've done already. I know it's June. Or, you know, just some meeting that you have in a few weeks, or a family reunion you don't want to go to, like in 2 weeks. That's kind of what the pitching staff is right now for me. I'm really enjoying this period where baseball seems to have given the Astros a day off every 3 days for like the last month. And it's like, what lack of depth in the rotation? They've got 2 days off this week. They're going to be just fine. They have a stretch coming up after this next day off. The next day off they have is Thursday. They play 2 games against the Rockies and then get to rest again on Thursday this week. And it is weird. Like, the Mariners have played 3 more games than the Astros right now, and I feel like it's because the Astros have had all these days off. It's not because of rainouts. So starting next week, they've got a stretch where they play like 2 weeks in a row without a day off. And Verlander still has a neck issue, which he hasn't even started throwing from yet.
Right.
Spencer Arrighetti has proven to be reliable at times, which I guess by definition doesn't make you reliable if it's only at times. And then you're asking, by definition, you're asking for Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Ronel Blanco to be almost perfect if you're going to hang in this race right now. So that's the part that has me a little bit concerned, is there's this patch of schedule coming up where they have a bunch of days in a row. And even a solution like Jake Bloss isn't available because he's on the IL right now. You know, like, I don't know. You're talking about, they're almost guaranteed, unless they make a trade, you're almost guaranteed at least a couple of games in there, if Verlander doesn't come back soon, of Sugarland guys.
And the problem is, and just remember, they actually chose to call up Jake Bloss over the Sugarland guys.
Right.
So you chose to bring a guy who's been a professional baseball player for less than a year and wasn't even in spring training up over the Sugarland guys, that shows you the severity of the situation, I guess. And I guess some of the alternatives that don't involve bringing guys in are basically bullpen days, which, you have Sean Dubin go 50, 60 pitches or what have you, as it's one of the things Dana Brown suggested.
Yeah.
I guess some of that just relies upon, can Framber and Blanco really stretch it out? You can't go into a game needing a complete game out of Framber in June, and yet it sure would be nice.
Yeah, fortunately the bullpen's been better. That's the other thing, like lurking around the corner. Like, think of the names we're using here. Like, these aren't tried and true MLB workhorses. You know?
Right, no, and again, the bullpen's been good, except you're talking about 2 weeks with no days off.
Yep.
So, to have a bullpen day, it can really.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of it's a risky move that can really go sideways on you. You might get some short-term results out of it. The one thing too is that the strength of schedule favors the Astros right now. Ooh. Well, in some respects, if you ignore the wild card race altogether or the other people in the division, the Astros have the 27th easiest remaining strength of schedule.
Okay.
The problem is the Mariners have the the Astros have the 27th hardest, so 4th easiest remaining strength of schedule. The Mariners have the 2nd easiest remaining strength.
Yeah, that's probably a function of them being in a really crappy division, like both those, because my guess is that the two of them are playing the A's and the Angels and the Rangers a lot.
Yankees and Baltimore and the Yankees only have the 20th and the 21st hardest schedules remaining.
Now, that's a little surprising because that division is actually decent. But, that's good news. That's good news. The Astros have actually feasted pretty decently on bad teams this year. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. A lot to get to on the show today. If you want to weigh in on the text page, 713-572-4610. Case Keenum had his camp this weekend. He is one guy that can vouch for Stephon Diggs with first-person experience with him. He did just that. You'll want to hear what Case Keenum has to say about Stephon Diggs. And the wide receiver drama amps up. You were worried about drama with Diggs? Be glad you're not this team right now. We'll tell you who that is coming up next. West Point Lincoln, Katie Freeway exit.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We get to Case Keenum. Hey, quick reminder, you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Twitch now, if you guys haven't heard. Download the Odyssey app. You can get all your Payne and Pendergast podcast. You can rewind. It's the app's humming right now, man. The app is really, really cool. It's a good way to listen. So appreciate you doing that. Case Keenum had his camp this past weekend, and here was Case Keenum. Aaron Wilson brought us this audio here on social media. This was Case Keenum, whose voice I would imagine weighed in prior to the Diggs trade, given his time in Buffalo with Stephon Diggs. Here's Case Keenum on being reunited with Stephon Diggs.
It's really cool to get back out there and to see Stephon on the practice field, really, and to watch him just absolutely do some dirty things with some routes that I haven't seen anybody else be able to do. He's a dynamic player, and he has not lost a step. If anything, he's got more savviness with some stuff that he could put some extra sauce in some routes when he needs to, but when there's not time to take patience, he's got to go right now. So he's done a great job of continuing to build his craft and work his tool set. So I'm excited to see what he can do in the fall.
Yeah, there wasn't anything out at OTAs or minicamp when Diggs was out there, Seth, that lined up with his stats in the second half of the season dipping. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't anything like, oh yeah, guy looks. Right. He looks like he's 35 years older. I know he's 31.
No, and there really wasn't. There really wasn't last year during the season either. Is the thing that it's a little bit frustrating when guys like Pete Prisco leave C.J. Stroud off of his even top 150 players list.
Diggs. Yeah.
What did I say? C.J.
C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
Dang it, no ding. So I think when the people just look at the box scores and look at the production, I think they just assume, he must have fallen off because he's old in the last third of the season. And that just really wasn't the case. They had a new offensive coordinator. It's frustrating because guys like Prisco should understand that, there was a very clear and defined moment in which they changed the offense. They tried to stop making it such a wide receiver dominant offense, because in a lot of ways that it made them too predictable versus good teams.
Yeah.
And it was a classic situation where sure, it was cool if Josh Allen had a security blanket and Stephon Diggs, but it was really keeping them from developing into a complete and total offense that could threaten you in multiple ways. So they started using him differently, but there were plenty of examples of when they did use him on deep routes or anything else that he would traditionally do, he was just fine. It was just that they were changing things around. And it was ultimately probably for the better for Josh Allen, just not good for Stephon Diggs' stats in the moment. And if Stephon Diggs were 30 years old and I was relying on him to come in and be the number one guy, hands down, no doubt about it, I would be nervous just because of age and because of everything else that's ever gone on with Stephon Diggs. If he was depended upon to be the guy, and then the Texans had like 6 nobodies at the other wide receiver position and a questionable quarterback, I'd be really, really nervous. That's the opposite of what this situation is. So I do understand. Thank you for showing me the light, Sean. I didn't understand why people were so wrapped up in like who's going to be the number one, who's going to be the number one. Because like in modern offenses, there's plenty of examples of offenses that don't really have a number one. It doesn't work that way anymore because you got so many wide receivers out there all the time. I get it that for fantasy and gambling purposes, people would like to know who's going to be leading this team in wide receiving. On the football side of things, it just flat out does not matter one little bit. And the fact of the matter is that you've got 3 guys that complement each other and a very capable quarterback throwing to him. So, there's no part of me that worries that Stephon Diggs is all of a sudden going to turn into Jose Abreu.
No. But I do think when it comes to who's the number one, and thank you for acknowledging my people, the degenerate gamblers and fantasy football players. That is a factor.
Yeah.
And I think schematically, you talking about there not necessarily being one is spot on. I do think that part of the concern over who's number one with this group is how Diggs has handled not being the number one in previous situations. Who's going to be the number one? If you're worried about harmony and cohesiveness in the locker room, you hope that the answer is maybe you hope the answer is Diggs. It sounds like Diggs has been a really good soldier since he's gotten here, and he's taken the young guys under his wing, and he's done all the right things and so forth. It's just we've, granted, late in his tenure in Minnesota and Buffalo, not early, but we've seen Diggs get upset before about not getting the football.
Right, and I think part of it, though, too, is always that, okay, are people genuinely worried that, if he's not the leading wide receiver after week one, that he's going to be all agitated about it? I
think some people are a little worried.
I guess. I mean, he steps in, like, he understands what the situation is in Houston, and I know that, look, obviously the Texans traded for him, but you don't trade for a guy like Stephon Diggs unless there's a conversation about whether or not he's going to be disgruntled about things.
Right.
It really does boil down to, as long as the offense is functioning well, receivers tend to get agitated more when they should be getting the ball and they're not getting the ball. I mean, the irrational types that just absolutely have to have their ego fed all the time, they'll find reasons to get disgruntled, even if they weren't supposed to get the ball. But if the offense is functioning properly, it's that there's times when you're the primary guy, there's times when you're the secondary guy, there's times when the quarterback misses a read, but is it something that happens consistently? Is the quarterback consistently missing reads or not going to when the reads should have taken you there? And I just don't see that being an issue with CJ this year. So, I guess I understand the concerns about him given his blow-ups in the past, but a lot of those were at least based on Josh Allen playing, frankly, like still a young quarterback in a lot of respects.
Yep.
He's like Josh Allen himself in his press conference this year started talking about how he needs to start doing things in a way that sounds a lot like the way C.J. Stroud already operates.
Yeah.
Adjusting to defensive shifts after the snap, understanding how things change as the game plan goes along or as the game unfolds. And that's frustrating for a wide receiver sometimes when you know how some quarterbacks operate and your quarterback isn't operating that way, and then things change where at the very least you were his security blanket and now you're no longer needed. You're the Velveteen Rabbit, basically. He became the Velveteen Rabbit, the poor, forsaken Velveteen Rabbit. Mm-hmm. Well, young Josh went on to play with the other toys that weren't really all that enticing either. Like, Gabe Davis, yeah.
Neat toy. Yeah, and I think, too, if you're trying to kind of figure out, what's Diggs' role going to be, who's going to be the number one, if those are things that matter to you, they didn't give up a haul that you would give up to be a guy that you're force-feeding the football to 160 times a year. You know what I mean? They gave up a second-round pick for him. The guys that are number ones are guys you're giving up 2 1s or a 1 and 5 other picks for or whatever, like Tyreek Hill and whatnot. So we'll see what happens.
I guess so. I got to be if we get what's the over-under? What's the over-under? Since we're taking this into fantasy and gambling routes, what's the over-under on week in which Stephon Diggs either has a negative cryptic tweet or an outburst?
If he's not one of the more highly targeted guys against Buffalo.
Just over-under. Oh, okay.
Against Buffalo. Gotcha. So, but I don't think that'll be the case. You know what? I think he's going to be.
I'm taking the over no matter what it is.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think he's going to be okay. It's a one-year thing. This is where.
So where would you put the over/under then? If you're
I would put it at week 17 and a half. you know.
No, that's what you would bet.
Yeah.
But if you're the handicapper, there's enough people out there that do think there will be an outburst at some point.
Okay. I would put it at. I would put it at probably somewhere in the middle of the season, like 9.5, something like that. Yeah, probably like 9.5.
Yeah, I'll take the over.
Yeah, I think
because he's also a free agent at the end of the year.
That's
too.
the thing,
even if
man.
He wants to have an outburst or a cryptic tweet.
That's what I was. Yeah,
he'd probably hold it in.
That's where making it a one-year deal, I think, factors in heavily. I think he's going to be fine this year, is my guess. Ocho, I know you're listening, and I know you disagree, but I just think he's going to be fine. At least he's not doing what Brandon Ayuk is doing. Brandon Ayuk meeting with the Niners on Monday. I've not heard anything about how it went. He reportedly called the meeting. Have you ever seen that before, where a wide receiver who's in a contract year, agitating for a top-of-market contract, said, I want to come meet with you. I mean, she's just short of holding a boombox over his head outside the Niners facility, like, say anything.
Yeah, I approve of him acting like a diva because we've got too few diva receivers in the NFL anymore. Where I feel like Stephon Diggs, I know that diva is a pejorative. I actually like divas, within reason. He might be a diva. I don't know. But as far as Brandon Ayuk, I've told you, Sean, this is the huge advantage that teams have over players is that teams are juggling, thinking about, calculating 70 different contracts at any given time, and also looking at everybody else who's available out there. And no matter how big a player you are just a little smidgen in like the pie that they're thinking about. Whereas the player himself, that's all he's thinking about in the offseason, is he's obsessed with this contract or this potential extension. And, I guess calling a meeting when you've already shown that you're agitated or that you feel like they don't want me anymore.
He said that.
Yeah, feels desperate.
Yeah.
Feels desperate.
I agree.
If I'm John Lynch, I'm kind of like, all right, come to Papa. Come to Papa, you desperate hoe.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. I would actually DM that to him.
That'd go well. So Brandon Ayuk wants a new deal. I guess he went on the Pivot podcast. I've not seen this episode yet, so maybe in the Pivot podcast is Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, and Fred Taylor. We played a little of it yesterday. They, I guess, sat down with Jaden Daniels, and when they recorded, Jaden Daniels had with Brandon Ayuk. And spoiler alert, he had Jaden Daniels with him.
Now, we'll tell you this. When he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
Okay, so Brandon Ayuk was doing the Pivot podcast, and he had Jaden Daniels in tow with him. They were former teammates, or they are former teammates, at Arizona State. Jaden Daniels was at Arizona State before he transferred to LSU. So they've played together before. They're friends. That's who Brandon Ayuk was FaceTiming. We played the audio of it last week when Brandon Ayuk is FaceTiming with Jaden Daniels, telling him that, boy, they don't want me, bro. It's the Niners Day. They just don't want me.
The whole thing about Brandon Ayuk that really gets on my nerves is two things, really. One would be, using Jaden Daniels as a prop of some sort. And two, the fact that his girlfriend chimes in so much and so frequently and that she's involved with it. Because, man, that just adds on a whole... Like, if there's one thing, I don't want to deal with a dude that's a pain in the butt all the time, even though I admire divas. But I don't... It comes out like, okay, how much diva do I want in my life? But am I adding two divas to this situation?
Right.
I got to deal with not just Brandon Ayuk. And remember, what you're always worried about with players is, all right, we can send a message out in the meeting room as much as we want. Some of these guys are going to go home and they've got somebody else in their ear telling them how they're being mistreated or how they need to handle things and everything. And I feel like, man, Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend just gets on my nerves. There's just too much agitation from both of those. They might be too much diva.
She's not good for the situation, that's for sure. Hey, speaking of Jaden Daniels, I saw this cut on Twitter earlier this week. Jeremy Fowler does his piece every week where things that he's hearing around the league. And with Jeremy Fowler, a lot of them is, I'm hearing this from people who aren't at all involved in the situation. Here's Jeremy Fowler, as long as we're talking about Jaden Daniels. I guess this qualifies as a report. Here's Jeremy Fowler on what people are feeling about Jaden Daniels around the league.
Jaden Daniels, not only did he have a very strong spring by all accounts, but there's definitely buzz league-wide as I talk to people this time of year about different players, big picture items. I've talked to multiple scouts and execs that have brought up Daniels unprompted, like, hey, it's kind of scary what Washington could be with Daniels because he's got the running ability, but he's more polished as a passer than a lot of running quarterbacks coming out of college. Really, the only knock on them right now is the offensive line. If they can get that shored up, Daniels could very well take off in year one. That's the expectation among a lot of people around the league.
This is where, when you got reporters that are working for ESPN, because ESPN then takes that and parcels it out like it's a report that Jaden Daniels is going to have a big year. You know, like
that people are just convinced that that's it. This guy's
like it's a fact. Like he's gonna have a big year.
There's a lot of people who think that this number two overall quarterback could have an impact on this team this year.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
He's the number 2 overall pick. Hey, What happened with the number 2 overall pick last year? Oh, that's right. He was amazing. His name was C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
Listen, Jeremy Fowler, I got a hot tip for you. The number 2 overall quarterback, the number 2 overall player in the draft, the quarterback, might end up being good for the team that drafted him.
Right.
Number 2 overall.
Yeah. Scouts and executives. Yeah.
I do think Jaden Daniels, I think some of that might, though, speak to a lot of the improvements that Jaden Daniels made in his last season at LSU were on the mental side of things. Like, he became a much more polished, crisp, decisive quarterback. And a lot of that's been tied to this brand new simulator that LSU was using, that they actually, LSU worked with the German developers of this simulation software, or this VR program. They had done it, these Germans had done it for soccer already. They presented it to LSU, and LSU was like, okay, we're on board. And they started just working together all off season, and really, compared to other simulators that are out there, this is apparently just way more lifelike. There's not the glitchiness or anything. It feels like you're sitting in the middle of a really good video game. And it allows quarterbacks to, and they made it specific to the opponent they were playing, the defensive back tendencies, all that stuff. So Jaden Daniels 3 times a week would go through the entire game plan versus various looks without knowing which defense was coming, and react to it in real time, which is where everything's headed. It's just, and people have known it's headed that way for a long time. It's just the technology isn't quite there. You get a headache after you use some of the old stuff too long because of the lag. This is Jaden Daniels got him, he upped his football IQ by 50 by using that last year, and I think a lot of people didn't quite know how to process that. Yeah. Sometimes a quarterback has a better season than they usually have, and you wonder, okay, is this a one-off? Is this real? I think there was a lot of people out there that maybe were more bullish on Jaden Daniels than whatever the status quo was.
I like him
because of the mental side of things.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I think he could end up being the best quarterback out of this class. Which I know, again, he's the number 2 overall pick. I know I just ragged. I'm not asking for a headline out of this. This is my opinion. By the way, Caleb Williams is the number 1 pick in this draft, so it is a slightly hot take, I would say.
But Caleb Williams would be the difference, though, too, where, okay, the physical skills are undeniable, and it's crazy, and not to mention, the play that he had on the field. Yeah. But it's just the mental stuff is harder to assess. Yeah. That's why people never wanted to give Tom Brady the credit he deserved, because his highlight reel, for a long time, because his highlight reel wasn't as good as Aaron Rodgers. People used to get into debates over who the better quarterback was. Yeah. It was absurd.
Yep. Also, I know when I think of cutting edge, I think of the state of Louisiana, man, for sure. Cutting edge technology.
They did it with the same. It's weird. It wasn't with the technology, but Joe Burrow. I mean, there's so many similarities there for a guy that went to LSU as a transfer, and with a couple of stud receivers, transformed himself, because that's the other dynamic with Jaden Daniels. It's he also had Neighbors and Thomas, and so what? There were a lot of counterbalances potentially, just like there were with Burrow.
It's wild. There's receivers drafted in almost the same slots. Chase was 5th, and Jefferson was 22nd, and Neighbors is 6th, and Thomas was 23rd. It's wild. All right, headlines. Astros pick up some ground. Update on the All-Star voting, College World Series, Stanley Cup Final. We got it all for you in headlines next.
Kirk Holmes is a third-generation custom home builder who builds you the home of your dreams. And by that, they don't want that just to be the cliche, oh, yeah, the home of your dreams. No. Unlike a lot of other builders, they focus all of their energy on listening to you and really understanding what your dreams are, and then putting it on the blueprint with their design staff and their engineers. So from the very beginning, they have the same vision you do, because they are listening to your vision. You end up with your home, the home of your dreams. That's why they're the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year. Check it out online at kirkhomes.com, spelled K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. The Astros, they pick up a half a game last night, thanks to old friend Philip Maton. Got a few outs towards the end of the game against the Seattle Mariners. The Rays had a nice comeback win, 3 in the 8th. They win 4-3. So the Astros are 5.5 back in the division, 4.5 back in the wild card, and they've got a very manageable week coming up with 2 home games against the Rockies, another off day. They were off yesterday, another off day on Thursday, and then a 3-game set in New York against the Mets this weekend. So things are good in the standings right now, better than they've been. I mean, it'll be better when they're leading the division, obviously. Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Kyle Tucker all still leading at their positions in the All-Star game. That was the other update from yesterday. Yeah. For a team that's 38-40, they have the most leaders at their position in the All-Star game right now.
Wait, is Kyle Tucker leading?
Well, he would start now. He's
third in the outfielder.
Yeah,
voting,
sorry.
right?
He's among the 3 leaders for the outfield.
So I guess the big thing there with Kyle Tucker is where he is in the MVP race. He's stuck behind those same 2 guys with Aaron Judge and Juan Soto. It'll be interesting to see when he comes back. I don't anticipate that it would take him a while to get going, except now that he's been gone so long. It's not like a normal injury where, he might not be feeling. It feels like it's a contusion, and then it won't be a contusion.
Yeah.
I don't know. The longer it goes on, the more I worry that could the Astros of all teams possibly be misleading us about the severity of the injury?
Yeah. I mean, for a foul ball off the shin. I mean, I was joking last week. I'm like, okay, are they going to remove the leg? It's been 3 weeks since he bruised his shin. Now I feel bad about joking about it. I'm not too worried about him kind of getting his swing back when they'll probably send him down to Sugar Land for a rehab assignment to get his timing back, whatever.
Yeah.
His MVP candidacy is over, obviously. I mean, he's going to wind up missing. He's missed almost a month now. He's missed 3 weeks because it was 3 weeks ago yesterday that you and I were at that game.
Yeah, he's still not doing baseball activities, and he's been limited to running on a treadmill.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was so confident he was going to play that very next game.
He was
like, yeah, he'll be fine. It's a bruise. What?
He was trying to stay in the game that night, remember? He actually picked the bat back up and started to go back to the batter's box, which is crazy. I mean, obviously the adrenaline's still running at that point, and it probably hurts worse the next day than it did in the moment. But he was ready to get back in the batter's box, and then he tried to give it a go to run. He's like, oh, okay, I can't really
There's a lesson for that kid.
Yeah.
See, if he had played through it, he probably wouldn't have lost his position like he has now.
Right.
But now he'll never make it back, all because he wasn't tough enough to proceed in the moment.
He's the new Wally Pipp. He got chazzed.
Yeah, that's hey, Chaz had a good weekend. All right, so yeah. Well, Chaz had a good enough week. Good enough to replace Kyle Tucker? Possibly not.
Yeah,
possibly not. But a good weekend.
Good weekend nonetheless. Yeah. College World Series last night. Seth, your Aggies lost. I know that that was the tremor you felt in the force last night.
That's why I was so grumpy this morning and why I screwed up the AL wildcard standings.
Because of the Aggies.
I was distracted by the Aggies.
By the Aggies. Yes. Yeah, Tennessee 6-5 over the Aggies. The big story after this game, unless you're an Aggie fan or a Vols fan probably, was the fact that UT has fired UT being Texas, not Tennessee, fired their coach earlier this week, and their brass was in Omaha apparently last night with all sorts of rumors swirling around head coach Schlossnagle of the Aggies. And after the game last night, very indignant when asked about whether or not he was in the running for the UT job.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
I thought that was an awesome answer, and yet through no fault of Schlossnagle himself, we've just got such a long history of adamant denials from the likes of Tom Herman and whomever else, especially concerning taking a job at Texas.
Yes.
no matter how 100% honest Schlossnagle might have been in that moment, I find it impossible, through no fault of his own. There's not one bit his fault, but it's every coach who came before him. I can't take that as a confirmation that he's definitely not going to leave Texas A&M. Things sometimes change after that. I could never ask that question. I couldn't ask that question. Not immediately after a loss like that and yet, I do feel like it's a relevant question given the circumstances. I just couldn't ask it.
You know who could ask it? The hero we need, Rich Lord. Remember, he basically asked Les Miles that back.
It wasn't after he'd lost the national championship.
It wasn't. No, you're right. It was
like it's asking a coach immediately after they lose. You know what? No, I take it back. I don't think it's a question that does need to be asked. And especially like after a loss. If it was after a victory, then so be it. But after a loss, I don't know, man. That's just it's kicking a guy in the ribs when he's down.
The most
and potentially about to accept millions of dollars.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the most famous one was Roy Williams when he lost to Syracuse in the 2003 finals when he was at Kansas. And Bonnie Bernstein asked him right after the game. And Roy Williams, I'd never heard cuss before in my life, dropped like a couple S-bombs on her, and then was the North Carolina coach like 48 hours later.
Yeah.
So, or might have been the next year, whatever. He eventually became the North Carolina coach. Can I tell you, I retweeted that last night, that clip.
Yeah.
And I said, man, I hope Texas money whips this guy because I just want to see him go back on his word. I want to see him
You're such a bastard.
be brought to justice. Yeah. Well, guess what? Guess what happened? Tyler Milner.
Schlossnagle come back?
No, that would have been great.
Okay.
That would have been ideal. That would have been good for the show. No, Sterling Milner, brother of Tyler Milner.
Oh yeah.
Replies to my tweet last night at 10:27 p.m. There's not a bidding war, past, present, or future, that TU could win against the Aggies. Maroon money isn't just a made-up play on words, my guy.
He might guide you.
He might guide me.
He might guide you.
He might guide me. I texted Tyler right after. I said, I am gonna destroy your brother on the air tomorrow. He might guide me.
Is TU that's like the upside down horns online?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I've never caught on to it. Every time I've ever seen it, I was like, this guy's an idiot.
That could very well be with Sterling. My guy.
Hey, Sterling, my guy.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something. Yeah, that is true, though, as far as the bidding war and everything else goes. I feel like some people sleep on the Aggies for how much money they're willing to spend.
Yeah.
They ain't nobody's little brother no more.
They will spend. Stanley Cup final last night. The Oilers not able to pull off the historic comeback against the Florida Panthers. Panthers win Game 7 at home 2-1. I watched this game last night. I love hockey. We just don't have a team here, so I'm not invested in it. Man, every time I sit down and watch, and it probably helped that there was no Astros game last night. Every time I sit down and watch, I'm like, God, this sport is awesome. My three takeaways, Seth, that have nothing to do with X's and O's of hockey. Definitely the one sport whose playoff is easiest to watch when you don't give a crap about either of the teams. Hockey's just awesome in that respect.
Yeah.
Like a Game 7 in the hockey playoffs is just high drama. Number 2, Mark Messier, who's part of the studio broadcast team on ABC, needs to put some muscle back on. His head is way too big for his body. Go find the video. His head is gigantic. It's huge.
He's been that way for a long time, though.
Yeah, but he's thinned out now.
But you know what? They're all those guys are super, super lean.
Yeah,
even the big guys. Yeah. I interviewed him like 15 years ago, and I had that same thought at the time. So it's not like he's gotten sick or anything.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
He just looks like a bobblehead. That's all.
Yeah.
Number 3, Sean McDonough is the best play-by-play guy in the business right now, in my opinion. He is my favorite play-by-play guy to listen to, and he does college football. He pinch hits on NFL sometimes, and he does baseball. He does hockey, which is one of the harder sports to play-by-play for. Like it's really different than those other sports in terms of
you got all those
speed.
line changes all the time. So like the personnel is constantly changing. With the shifts.
The speed. To me, it's Sean McDonough and Ian Eagle is second, which I think is interesting because neither of them are the A1 guy at either of their networks, and yet those are the two guys. I know it's an opinion, like everybody's got their. Those are the two guys who I enjoy the most on a broadcast right now.
Yeah.
I think McDonough's excellent. He's really good. So he was great last night. He was the play-by-play guy last night for Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. All right, those are your headlines for the day. All right, up next, if the Astros end up missing the playoffs by just a game or two, are we allowed to retroactively go back and place blame? I will explain that coming up next.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You ever watch cricket, Seth? I'm just curious. I'm asking for a reason. They're playing the top 10 on SportsCenter right now, and two of the plays have been plays from a cricket game. And they were amazing plays. I just don't know any of the rules of cricket. But it looks, in these two plays, in a segment that captures exciting plays, it looks like a very exciting sport.
There's a good all-rounder up there with the anchor and the going around the wicket.
It sounds like a yes, yeah.
Yes,
like you're a big fan of the sport.
I saw that attacking shot and the backspin on that.
Okay, I'll take this
on
as
that
a no.
Peggy Green. I'm just going through a list of cricket terms now.
Yeah.
I am always impressed by it, but it looks like it would be way too hard to understand and pick up. It's kind of like probably what it's like learning American football or baseball. It's probably, some sports I could see, like, oh, okay, soccer. I know, like, it take years to understand the nuances, but I can understand the basic game.
Yeah.
Cricket, I just don't have the bandwidth to take that on right now.
I don't think I do either. Maybe I have to gamble on it just to see, then I'll be invested in it,
The U.S. won a game or something in the World Cup a few weeks ago. I saw that was a big deal.
Of cricket?
I don't know.
The World Cup?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And people were making a big deal out of it, and then telling the Americans that you shouldn't make a big deal out of it. And I don't care. I just don't care.
Okay.
I know it's a massive sport worldwide. I don't care.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Hey, did you know that soccer is actually more popular? Yes, I do. Did you know there's many things more popular worldwide that I don't give a single damn about?
You answered my question. I don't need you to alienate the world. I'm just curious if you've taken in cricket before.
I'm not talking to you. No, I'm not attacking you. I'm talking about all the people that get all damn up stuffy about, like, well, you Yanks think that you rule everything. No, I just don't care about your stupid sport.
We don't care to rule cricket.
I don't care about cricket.
I got you. So the Astros, I'll credit Larry the GM on Twitter with this. I stole this data from his tweet that he put up. Before Abreu went to Florida, Jose Abreu, the Astros were 9-19. Jose Abreu goes to Florida. The Astros, they go 15-10. Comes back from Florida. The Astros go 7-9. Since cutting Abreu, 7-2. And I will point out, while I haven't dug into the strength of schedule of those other three tiers of the Abreu experience, 3 of those 7 wins are against the Baltimore Orioles, who are one of the 3 or 4 best teams in baseball. So it's not an empty 7-2 since Jose, or 2 of the wins against the White Sox, sure, but it's not an empty 7-2 that they've put up. 3 of those wins are against the Orioles. So you sum it all up, and with Abreu, the Astros played at a 59-win pace, 16-28. Without Abreu, without him around the team, 22-12, which is a 105-win pace, that's Astro heyday type baseball right there, 22-12. So my question is this. If the Astros end up missing the playoffs by a game or 2, who do you think people are going to most point the finger at when it comes to it was your fault they didn't make the playoffs? Because this Jose Abreu insistence here is a pretty big sample size. It would seem to indicate that in a potential playoff race, it could be decided by a game or 2, that you might have flushed unnecessarily some games down the toilet by trying to get this guy going.
I think if you look at the manner in which they won some of those games, or at least where they had, those were some pretty damn good victories this weekend. But some of the things that happened in those games where you look at, okay, well, because you got Loperfido, because he can fit on the roster now, and because you got Mauricio Dubon playing first base, it puts you in a situation where Dubon can be driven home by a sacrifice bunt, or Dubon, like, aside from Dubon at the plate compared to Jose Abreu at the plate, Dubon and what he can do athletically, I'm not talking about defensively at first base either, just on the base pass, there's a huge difference in the way you play the game. And small ball is more of a factor now with the rules changes over the last couple years. We've seen Espada do it, utilize it, way more than in recent memory, it seems. Mm-hmm. And you can't do that stuff with Abreu. So I think especially when the Astros are in a position where at times they've got to be scrappy and at times they've got to manufacture runs, that was a big drain on what you could do when you're trying to debate whether should we pinch hit Abreu for Singleton or Singleton for Abreu.
Yeah, well, right, and Singleton's not much better. Like Singleton he's a first baseman exclusively who doesn't run very well, and he's not a great defensive player. I think he's better than Abreu. I know people will throw advanced stats at me. It doesn't really matter at this point. I don't know that either of them are going to be on the. Abreu's already gone. I don't know that when September rolls around that Singleton's still going to be on this team. If you want to know the truth, so that was the big feel for me. People are going to be like, you're still harping on Abreu. Boy, you went after Abreu for a year and a half. He's gone. Why are you saying this? Because I think the series this past weekend against the Orioles, I think, pulled the onion back on some other reasons why Abreu was just such a drain. And it's not just because you're putting a guy who's a bad hitter in the 7 or 8 hole. It's that all he can do is play first base. His legs don't work. He's bad at defense. It goes well beyond a 124 batting average and a 378 OPS or whatever the numbers were. You look at the lineups a Spot is putting out there this weekend, and granted they were in wins, so it feels better with these lineups. They worked, but just use your eyes. Okay, wow, Loperfito's out there, and he can play 3 or 4 different positions for you. Dubon can play every position on the diamond for you. There's a versatility to the lineup.
The most unsettling thing for me about the Jose Abreu situation was first and foremost, it's not railing against Abreu himself. He's a great baseball player who was a hell of a guy who got old. And it just became increasingly evident that he'd gotten old and he couldn't recover the way he once did. And so be it. But it was the question of how much pride and ego was wrapped up in the salvage effort. How much pride and ego was what was driving them trying to salvage something that was a pretty obvious situation, was that he had just gotten old. And I was okay. I at least understood trying to see if he could play his way out of it early in the season and just see if it could come around like it did last year. I mean, it took an entire year, and you almost didn't make the playoffs partly because of it. But he did come along in September and October.
Yeah.
The part for me was that after the West Palm Beach experiment clearly hadn't done anything for him, and that they clearly didn't even actually want to see how he did in AAA, that they were just going to give him a few token at-bats and elevate him no matter what. That's when it became more about pride and ego and trying to justify a bad decision instead of the very obvious, which is that he'd gotten old and his body wasn't working the same way. And maybe if there was any hope, it wasn't going to be found at the major league level. Why conduct the West Palm Beach experiment if you're not actually going to give the West Palm Beach experiment a chance by seeing what he does in AAA?
Yeah.
So the whole part of it, that's what angers me, is just the obstinate insistence on trying to make a bad decision right.
Yeah, because you can point to, look, the bullpen has blown their fair share of leads. That's somebody to point the finger at. But, that happens in baseball, blown leads. We've never seen anything, at least with the Astros, like this Abreu thing this year, where they're DFAing a guy and sending him to the rookie complex to try to get his swing back, as you were just pointing out.
Well, and then just lying to us about how good he looked when he got back. That was the most insult. Honestly, I don't think it would have been as bad in the minds of a lot of people if you didn't. They were pulling a Jack Easterby, where the organization is telling you things, and you're like, am I an idiot? What? I must be an idiot because this guy's a smart person. I'd like to think they're not lying to me, but they're telling me things I don't understand.
Yeah.
So I must be an idiot, or they're lying, and it's insulting.
Yeah, it could very well be that the month plus that Jose Abreu had in September in the playoffs last year, in a weird way, winds up costing you a playoff spot this year if it comes down to a game here or a game there. You miss out on the wild card by 2 games at the end of the year. I think the only reason that they were doing the Florida thing and the Sugarland thing and then let's give him 3 more weeks to suck is because there had been some morsel of evidence that there was still something there. I think if he was the same in September and October that he had been all season long last year, I think he comes to spring training. I think he doesn't hit for a little bit, and I don't think the Florida thing ever happens. I think they either release him after spring training or they give it 2 or 3 weeks of the regular season, and they're like, he's lost. If that September last year doesn't happen, then all he's been is really bad here.
Right, right, and that is the problem, though. That's the temptation in evaluating an aging player, is that they're gonna have stretches where you see a flash of that old I'm not as good as I once was, but I can do it once as well as I ever did. That's the problem. I mean, that was Kobe in his last couple of years of the Lakers, was that they kept deluding themselves into thinking, well, yeah, look at this stretch where he played really well. Oh, yeah, but he got injured. Yeah, because that's what old guys do.
Yep.
That's aging. It's unfortunate, but it's a harsh reality of life.
Yep.
I feel like, if anything, we had to live through Bagwell's midlife crisis or something, where he had to come to terms with the fact that people do get old. Everybody dies, everybody gets old, everybody gets wrinkles. It's just,
it happens.
That's a fact of life, man.
It happens. Text message: Singleton can't be on this roster chasing titles. That's such horrible roster management by Dana. That said, he's been a master at dealing with the injuries. Yeah, it is interesting. You and I talked about this yesterday, later in the show, so I want to bring it back up here a little earlier. But you know what? Okay, if we're about halfway through the season now, and Dana Brown, if we're taking a look at what he did or didn't do to get the Astros prepared to try to make another deep run in the postseason, I do think that's probably a valid criticism, thinking that John Singleton could be your depth at first base when your frontline guy at first base was on his last legs like that. I think that's a valid criticism. The one criticism that I see with Dana Brown, both in the media and with fans, is that he didn't go get more starting pitching before the season started. And that one is still, I get it now that the Astros are in the situation they're in. This is just such an unprecedented situation. Like, if you start to manage a roster that's already over the competitive balance tax, or before the Hader signing up near the competitive balance tax, and you start managing it for the worst possible scenario,
right,
you're going to wind up spending so deep into the tax,
can Dana Brown go into an offseason in which, now part of the reason they have that competitive balance tax was, Josh Hader, a signing that he made, which was a pretty lucrative signing. Yeah. Jose Abreu is not his fault, but having three backup starting pitchers is not out of the standard playbook of what a GM should do in the offseason.
Right.
And I guess the question there, though, is you also have to look at is, okay, we like Hunter Brown. We're a lot more sure about Hunter Brown right this moment than we would have been or should have been in the offseason.
Maybe.
So that part of it is a little bit of a dynamic. The JP France side of it, too. I mean, so you went into the season thinking, like, okay, do you have something with Hunter Brown and JP France? And you realistically shouldn't have been 100% confident in those guys. And yet even then, you've still got Urquidy and Javier. You've got Luis Garcia coming back at the end of July, which is not, that's not aggressive or anything. That's what they planned on. It still did not feel like you got to go out and get starting pitching.
No, well, this is where, if we're making it a Dana Brown.
Well, Blanco as well.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. I was just going to say, if we're making it a Dana Brown thing, like Dana didn't do this. Well, Dana is the one that recommended they make Blanco a starter, that they stretch him out and make him a starter. Like that. If I'm Dana, I'm going, that was kind of my acquisition right there. That was the equivalent of my acquisition, was recommending Blanco, because we know they were in on Snell, and Jordan Montgomery was out there, and both those guys wound up signing short-term deals. Mm-hmm. And Snell's been banged up. He's 0-3 with a nearly 10 ERA, and Montgomery's got an ERA of nearly 6. So that would be the other thing. Like, what were the solutions you wanted Dana to go get out there to build depth in the starting rotation? And what have those guys done? Sometimes the best moves are the ones you don't make. Those two teams, San Francisco's paying Blake Snell $30+ million a year to be 0-3 with a 10 ERA, and Jordan Montgomery is getting paid by Arizona $25 million this year to have a 6 ERA right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's like discretion being the better part of valor is sometimes like the better way to go. And then I think also you can't hit Dana Brown with a double whammy of saying, well, you should have known that you were going to need more starting pitching, because you couldn't have, at the time, you couldn't rely on Hunter Brown or Blanco to be good starting pitchers. Well, wait a second then, but can't you then give him credit for having trust that JP France, Blanco, and Brown, one or two of those guys might emerge?
Right.
I feel like on that side of things, you can't blame him for the injuries to the pitching staff.
Yeah.
I don't think that was an off-season blunder. I think first base, and I think a lot of the criticisms from early in the season about what they should have done with the pitching staff, I think some of those have kind of just hung around residually because the pitching was so bad in the first month of the season that I think some people forget that there were just underperformances by guys who should have been better in the first.
That's a good point. Yeah, the only guy performing was the guy Dana Brown recommended become a starter, Ronel Blanco. He's the He's the only one pitching good earlier in the season. This may be, with as many guys as are leaving with arm trouble in season now around baseball. The Astros had 2 with Urquidy and with Christian Javier. Maybe that's a thing now around baseball. Is like, teams just need to have 7 guys ready to go to start baseball games. If not stretched out, at least in the bullpen.
Yeah,
the guys that are stretch outable, to become starters at some point.
I do wonder, because we've seen how masterfully the Astros have used platoons of pitchers in the playoffs and piggyback approaches and what have you. Lance McCullers has always resisted any even suggestion that he might one day become a reliever. I wonder when he comes back, in the effort to just, because he's also at the same time, aside from that, he's the ultimate team player. He'll play through injuries to an alarming degree, way more than modern pitchers do. And that's probably been to his detriment in the long term. Most modern pitchers feel a little twinge of somebody tickled me on my elbow yesterday. I don't think I'm ready to go, Skip. Whereas Lance is out there pitching with a torn UCL, a partially torn UCL. And I just wonder if now at this stage in his career, given how battered down and beleaguered he's been by injuries, if he can be a guy that hey, we're just going to only take you through the first 2 times in the rotation, or hey, you're long relief. We want to get you through this season and be part of a World Series run, and the best way and the best chance we have to do that is to use you for long relief or as a closer, or just something like that. I feel like his temperament, I know his pitching style isn't classic closer, but his temperament is damn sure closer.
Oh, yeah.
Just come in there and throw nothing but curves. He'll be the first closer to never throw anything but a curveball. Every single pitch.
There's an article, I sent it to you yesterday. I don't know if
I read it, Sean.
Did you read it? It's super.
I perused it.
Yeah, well, I was going to tell people, it's in The Athletic. It's when I say it's a long form article, it's super long. And if you're an Astros fan, you don't need to read the whole thing. I would say read the first section of it and then go find the section about the Astros back in the early Luno years.
Control F, everybody.
Yeah, Control F. But it's about the phenomenon in baseball over the last 10 years where swing and miss has become the thing. Whereas baseball for years was trying to encourage soft contact and get out of innings with just a few pitches. Now it's about swing and miss. Hey, you can't get victimized by unlucky play if they don't put the ball in play at all. Which makes a lot of sense, which also could be a reason why a lot of pitchers are having arm trouble. They're throwing more pitches to get guys out. They're throwing harder to get guys out. And the Astro part of it was really interesting. It was also sad to read because it made me nostalgic for just how cutting edge they were back then. It was like reading about the behind-the-scenes stuff with the Astros in the early Luno years. You're like, oh, it's this.
With Luno, because Luno understood the most important thing about finding an edge is that the league will catch up.
Yeah.
So, when Luno was in St. Louis, they did a lot of things with scouting that was cutting edge, and then the rest of the league caught up to it, and they started realizing, okay, every other team, when he went to the Astros, he's like, yeah, every other team all of a sudden has the same evaluations on the players as the Cardinals have on the players. Mm-hmm. And Luno focused it more on player development at that point, not to mention the way the 2 huge edges he had was in scouting Latin American and signing older Latin Americans when the other teams idiotically just thought they were over the hill at age 19. And then also Cuban players. So the Latin American players was huge. But then the player development side is where they really sunk a lot of energy and resources. They were one of the first teams to really utilize the high-speed cameras and everything. Yeah. And then their analytics with their pitch selection. And just over time, though, everybody else has started to catch up to that, and spin rates are all looking more and more like the Astros and everything else. So that's always the question is, okay, where do you find that next edge, and do you trust that Dana Brown is the guy to do it?
Yeah, and you bringing up McCullers is what made me think of this article, because the Astros, one of the big things they were about early on in the Luno years was an insistence on adding velocity to off-speed pitches. They didn't care about the shape of the break. They didn't care about how deep, how vertical the curve was on a curveball. They cared about how much velocity. They'd rather you have a little less break but more velocity than vice versa. And Colin McHugh is talked about in here quite a bit, like how they kind of saved his career with that. They talk about McCullers throwing the 24 straight, breaking, like, nearly 88-mile-an-hour curveballs against the Yankees in Game 7 of the ALCS stemmed from that philosophy. This was the most interesting part to me. The insistence on adding velocity to off-speed pitches stemmed from an organizational failure. In March of 2014, something you bring up a lot, Seth, the same spring in which the Astros welcomed McHugh to the team, Houston released an unremarkable outfielder named J.D. Martinez. When Martinez broke out later that season with the Tigers, Luna wondered where his team had gone wrong. In reviewing the decision, Astros officials realized they'd ignored data gleaned from their very own TrackMan radar systems, which demonstrated Martinez had actually begun to hit the ball much harder. The Astros hadn't heeded the data's insight. One former Astro official says it created this idea in our minds that this data is valuable and that we've been ignoring it. And then they're off to the races after that.
And that's another thing, too, with, there's no way to know how Luna would have managed a team through success because that's the hardest thing to do. In a lot of ways, that's, theoretically, that could be a harder challenge than creating the success in the first place. They're both really hard, but they're different challenges. I think Luno's ability to learn from their own mistakes with a growth mindset was very, very good.
Not to glorify this guy, but it's in the article here that when the TrackMan system that kind of yielded that data that should have had them keeping J.D. Martinez, when people in the organization said, man, we need to implement this everywhere in our organization, in Corpus, in back then Round Rock probably, all the different venues, one of the main presenters of that idea to Jim Crane and Jeff Luhnow, Brandon Taubman.
Old B-Tobs.
Old B-Tobs.
B-Tobs, man.
Those were better days for old B-Tobs.
B-Tobs.
Yeah.
He reconciled with the woman that he had kind of verbally accosted in the clubhouse and everything. Yeah, I can't remember if it was described as a friendship now, but they're they've had a lot of deep conversations about it.
That's good to hear.
Taubman was an up-and-coming guy.
Dude.
And
he'd be a GM right now if that hadn't happened, probably.
You know what? Everybody needs to sit down and have an honest conversation with your friends. I'm not sure if this was the situation or not with that particular situation. Everybody listening right now should sit down and just ask your friends totally and honestly, hey, am I a good drunk or a bad drunk? Because there are a lot of people who think they're good drunks who don't realize that they're actually horrendous drunks. And some of the decisions that you make, it's never good. If you want to make a life of more good than bad decisions, just be a complete teetotaler, okay?
Yeah.
That's the safest route. But some people in particular, you can sabotage an entire career because of one moment of drunkenness.
Yeah.
So just be careful.
Be careful. It's very true. It's very true. Good advice. Man,
some of us have gotten away with it multiple times, and it's actually maybe fueled our success at times. But still,
nevertheless,
yes.
If you're playing the odds,
yes. If you're playing with the odds, just stay away from alcohol.
Playing the odds, yeah.
Yes.
And if you're going to go that direction, if you're going to drink alcohol, Yellow Rose whiskey, I would recommend. YellowRoseDistilling.com.
Well, moderation, obviously.
Moderation, of course.
Yes,
drink responsibly.
Yes.
I always say that.
I would say, honestly, though, kids, one thing you will learn as you get older, sometimes it takes longer than less, is the benefits of being drunk are, they pale so far in comparison to the benefits of, to the damage that it can cause in your life. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. So anyways, I recommend that article. If you're a subscriber to The Athletic, good article, but just go find the Astro part if you don't have time. The Astro part is really, really insightful, makes you a little nostalgic and slightly sad, I would say.
What was the part in there about Lance McCullers throwing the 24 straight curves?
Oh.
Was that in a different article?
No, that was that article. That was that article. Well, they cite McCullers, when McHugh, they're encouraging Colin McHugh to throw his curveball with more velocity, right?
Yeah.
And the fastest he can get it up to the curveball is like 75 miles an hour. And they're like, you're going to need to throw it harder. And McHugh's like, I just can't, okay? and then up comes this phenom Lance McCullers in 2015. And boy, can he put a whip on his curveball. So some of it was like, yeah, there needs to be some God-given talent with all this.
Wait, what was Lance's speed?
He was in that Yankees Game 7. Yeah. He threw 24 straight curveballs that were approaching 88 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's really if you average 88 more Joan Duran was he's got the highest average on a curveball ever at 88 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's
a career average.
Yeah.
I think but the other part of that though too, Sean, is also once that's another thing that the league catches up to, and then everybody starts throwing the same pitches, and then all of a sudden, hey, I think the experiment the Astros have had this year is, all right, I think, you know what? A lot of people are adjusting to the speed. We need to start throwing more changeups because a huge disparity between your changeup and your fastball or whatever your tunnel the same as can be really, really big.
Yep.
That's why Framber the other day was throwing like a 92 mile per hour changeup. It was like
Framber throws like a 97 mile an hour sinker.
I know. Well, and I wonder too because the sinker's not a breaking ball, but it's not technically a breaking ball. But one of the things they talked about with him was that they need him to throw the sinker slower. That he sped it up last year.
Yep, that's right. The last ad on this. Here's the part about McCullers. The final 24 pitches McCullers threw were knuckle curveballs, hammers that approached 88 miles per hour. The research from years before had suggested the pitch was further weaponized by added velocity. McHugh said, I remember watching it thinking, this is unbelievable. They cannot hit this.
And he just kept doing it.
Kept throwing it.
He just kept throwing
The Yankee lineup was not attempting to string together singles. No team had homered more in 2017 than the Bronx Bombers. The lineup had joined the launch angle revolution, a movement spurred by the improvements in pitching and started years earlier in Tampa Bay. McCullers wielded the sort of weapon capable of putting down a rebellion, min-maxing in the most pressurized moment of his career. You know what? I'm glad we dug into this article a little bit because there's so many of you out there that like to go after Lance McCullers these days because he can't stay healthy. And I know I get the frustration with it. I understand it. It's not Lance's fault that he keeps getting injured. Hell, you could maybe say it's his fault that he kept throwing 88-mile-an-hour curveballs back in the day. Maybe that had something to do with his first Tommy John surgery. I have no idea. But I just want to remind people that there were really good times, and there could be good times ahead with Lance McCullers.
Right.
Game 7 ALCS, if he had never pitched again, that is pay-for-your-drink territory right there.
It's one of those things that it's almost like we got so spoiled with so much success that I feel like at times there's almost like some people almost like I don't feel like Dallas Keuchel gets the respect he deserves or that he deserves.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Dallas Keuchel is almost a forgotten footnote in being the original Yankees killer and a huge part of a World Series run because his career tailed off so quickly. And because maybe, he might have had some comments about the Astros after he left or something. I don't know. But, man, you got to remember just how important Dallas Keuchel was at a time when the Astros were just emerging as an actual baseball team. That, when you were struggling and grasping for anything to think was respectable on the Astros, he was one of the original dudes.
Oh, yeah. No, he was their first great pitcher of this era.
Yeah.
Cy Young, 2015.
And he was another guy that, they took advantage of just a lot of peculiarities with his pitching style and everything.
Yeah.
That they were ahead of the curve on that. When they started, they raised the strike zone a couple of inches, and that's what screwed Dallas Keuchel ultimately.
Yeah. Well, and to me, Keuchel will always be remembered for being the salesman to bring Justin Verlander here. Honestly, that was as big as anything for sustaining this era of success. Like, if you go back and read the articles about it, Dallas Keuchel was the one doing the final sales pitch to Justin Verlander.
At the first trade deadline, back when there used to be 2 trade deadlines, he was the one that just got up and just flat out said, yeah, we are disappointed. They didn't go out and make a move. Like, we thought we've done enough that we should be trying to – he flat out did it.
Yep, absolutely. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. J.J. Redick was introduced to the media yesterday in L.A. He, of course, J.J. Redick coming from the broadcast booth in the podcasting world to being the head coach of one of the most famous franchises in all of sport, the Los Angeles Lakers. J.J. Redick on why he wants to coach.
I have never coached in the NBA before. I don't know if you guys have heard that. My motivations for doing this, it starts with a very simple foundation of service. I think about the greatest moments, especially towards the end of my career, was about helping players. And so it starts with the desire to serve players, to serve the Lakers organization, to serve our fans. It's also about competition and performance, collaboration, leadership. These are the things that drive me.
Okay, J.J. Redick had an answer to a question that got a lot more traction than that we're going to get to in a second. That answer was puzzling to me, Seth. It's a great answer. And you know why I think it's a great answer? It's the exact same answer D'Amico Ryans had in his first question at his press conference with the Texans, which is, I like teaching players. I like helping guys grow. Yeah. Service was brought up with D'Amico, all those things. And yet with J.J. Redick, I'm like, boy, you wanted to do it so badly you got into podcasting. Boy, that
I
itch.
To serve the people through podcasting.
That itch to serve others.
True.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I think D'Amico was always, D'Amico was very much considering whether he wanted to coach and everything while he was a player.
Yeah.
And then thought about it I think he only sat out a year after he was done playing. He was living in Houston. And before he went back into it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it doesn't ring as true with J.J. Redick.
And this is not me.
Nothing rings true from a Duke guard.
No.
Still.
I watch it. I'm watching. This is a great answer, and yet I want to punch him in the face right now.
He's a guard from Duke.
Yeah.
You can't overcome that.
Yeah.
In terms of public perception, you'll never be able to overcome that.
Yeah. Well, make no mistake, J.J. Redick, he's in on coaching now. He said he's done with podcasting.
I am, for the time being, and hopefully it's a very, very long time, I am excommunicated from the content space, so there would be no podcast. We'll do something when I have a breather from what we have coming up. I'm going to be drinking out of a fire hose for the next month, but at some point we'll just do something for all the people that listened, and we'll have a small little video. But I'm done with podcasting.
Okay.
What's he drinking out of that fire hose? I chose to believe that he's drinking whiskey out of a fire hose. He's ignoring all my warnings about excessive drinking, and he's just celebrating for the next month out of whiskey from a fire hose.
His new salary, yeah. He and LeBron, I think, sip wine on that podcast they do together.
Oh,
I think that's a big thing. Yeah. So the Sipping with LeBron podcast is no more, at least for now. Here was the answer to a question that got a lot of run yesterday. He was asked about how you dispel some of the misconceptions about you, J.J. Redick.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Ooh, 2 F-bombs.
Yeah, he doubled down on the F-bombs. Yeah.
Ooh, it's a big, the local fan base loves that, man. When you remember, it's the time when Bill O'Brien went after, that fan in the stands. We were kind of into it, They went out and won the next week. They went out and won the next week, if I recall properly. First of all, I believe that was Tanya Ganguly, former Texans beat reporter, who asked that question because she covers the Lakers now. I think that's the right answer as far as dispelling criticism isn't something that really should be your concern. The best way to dispel criticism is to go out and win, but even then you're still going to have your critics. Criticism is always going to be out there no matter what you do. So it's the proper answer. I was kind of hoping he was going to say something about I was actually a better defender than people want to give me credit for. I could actually create on my own a little bit as a player. Yeah.
Yeah. JJ? Dude, you were a one-trick pony.
Just dispelling criticism.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, should the Texans have gone harder in the offseason after a position that I think they've actually improved? Should they have gone harder after this position? That is next.
Hey, when you are
professional.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know that running back was a big focal point for the Texans, it would appear, this offseason. They went and got Joe Mixon in a trade with the Bengals. Bengals were about to cut him. Texans traded for him. Texans tacked a couple years onto his deal, 2 years at $19.75 million. They added to the 1 year that he still had left on his deal. So he's making about $9 or $10 million a year, and a bunch of that guaranteed. So there was a top 20 list. I guess CBSSports.com, Seth, is doing they're ranking the top 20 or top 40 at different positions, top 20 running backs for the upcoming season. And Garrett Podell is the writer who does this. And he points out that, man, there are a ton of running backs who signed new deals this offseason. You know, Saquon Barkley got a deal with the Eagles, and Josh Jacobs signs a deal with the Packers, Derrick Henry with the Ravens. Some guys signed
McCaffrey, new deal.
Yeah, I was going to say, some guys sign extensions with their own teams, like McCaffrey, like Ramondre Stevenson. Joe Mixon comes to the Texans in a trade and then immediately signs an extension. So he's ranking the top 20 backs in football, and I'm looking. It starts with honorable mention, and I'm going, okay, Alvin Kamara, James Cook, David Montgomery, Najee Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, Rashad White. I'm like, oh, okay, well, Joe Mixon must be in the top 20 then. He's not in the honorable mention with these 5 or 6 guys who I think he's probably as good as. And then I start to page into the top 20 here. And you know how when you're expecting to see somebody, maybe not at the top of a top 20 list, but somewhere in the middle, maybe the back end.
Yeah.
And you get to a certain point on the list where you're like, oh, wow, he probably didn't make this list at all. Like I get to 12 is Raheem Mostert, who scored 18 touchdowns last year. I get to 11, Travis Etienne. I get to 10, Aaron Jones, and I'm like, man, I'm starting to think, because then I get to Josh Jacobs at 9, and I'm like, man, I don't think Joe Mixon made this list. He didn't make the top 20. He didn't make the honorable mention. I don't know what it is with CBS Sports, but Prisco did the same thing to Stephon Diggs in his top 100. He's not even one of the 150 best players. This Podell character doesn't think Mixon is one of the 27 best running backs in football.
This, you know where it really irked me, though, is when I saw Tony Pollard. I thought, well, surely, at the very least, you have to have Joe Mixon, who is better than Tony Pollard in almost every category last year, even as Tony Pollard was on a much more functional and non-injured quarterback offense. Like, I don't quite get where you put Tony Pollard above Joe Mixon in that. And I'm not even yes, there are other running backs that I would have had before I would have chosen to trade for Joe Mixon. It's not like me, like I'm the biggest Joe Mixon honk in the world. But Tony Pollard?
Right.
Come on.
Right.
What the hell are we doing here?
Yeah.
How the hell are you putting Tony Pollard there, above several other guys that Tony Pollard shouldn't be above?
I agree.
And now that he's in the division, I hope Tony Pollard sucks this year.
I'm with you on that. I guess, so when I started to look at this list, I mean, Pollard is one of the guys, obviously, that was out there in free agency. If the Texans wanted him, they could have gone after him. But particularly, you look at number 2, number 7, and number 9 on this list. Number 1 is Christian McCaffrey, obviously. But number 2 on this list is Derrick Henry, who got 2 years and $16 million from the Ravens. Number 7 is Saquon Barkley, 3 years, nearly $38 million from the Eagles, and that is somebody that a lot of Texan fans wanted badly, and who reportedly the Texans were in on, but not in on to the level of the Eagles. And then I'll throw Josh Jacobs in there because I think Josh Jacobs is really good. He was a free agent. He got 4 years, $48 million. I'm not sad they didn't do a 4-year deal with a running back, for $48 million. But I think Jacobs is a better player than Mixon right now. Should the Texans, in retrospect now, Seth, have gone harder after any of those? Do you wish they had gone harder after Henry, Barkley, or Jacobs instead of settling on Mixon?
Well, this is where, because Derrick Henry's got a 2-year, $16 million contract.
Yeah.
Which is very affordable. My Jeff Bagwell moment this offseason was in really wanting Derrick Henry more than Saquon Barkley, mostly because Derrick Henry does things way more consistently than Saquon Barkley. The part where the modern NFL eludes me and I'm a dinosaur is that Like, I have to grudgingly admit, though, that Saquon Barkley threatens more areas of the field.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're an offensive coordinator and you want a receiver who can be a real scary receiving threat, because Derrick Henry he's adequate as a receiver, but he's not a scary receiving threat the same way Saquon Barkley can be. That's where the difference would be. So I understand the taste difference. But, yeah, Derrick Henry, in terms of a guy that, in terms of just steadily churning out yardage, and it's hard for Texans fans when I talk about this sometimes because they saw Derrick Henry at his very worst because the Texans were just awesome versus Derrick Henry last year. But Derrick Henry did it behind a worse offensive line than Saquon Barkley. People make excuses for Saquon Barkley up and down and in and out about their offensive line. But then we'll say that, well, yeah, he's better than Derrick Henry because of his offensive line. No. Derrick Henry had a worse offensive line. What Derrick Henry doesn't do as nearly often as Saquon Barkley is have negative plays where he gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage. His success rate consistently is way, way, way higher than Saquon Barkley, and Derrick Henry stays healthy too. So Derrick Henry is the guy that I wanted. I understand why they went after Saquon Barkley. At the contracts they got, if I had to choose Saquon Barkley for 4 years, $48 million, a guy that can't stay healthy and has actually never really been consistent as a running back, I would still prefer Derrick Henry at 2 years, $16 million.
Yeah, Barkley is 3 for 37. Jacobs is 4 for 48.
Who's I reading? Oh, 3 years, $37 million.
Yeah. Jacobs, but still, I think your point holds up, right? I mean,
yeah, for the bang for your buck, I think Derrick Henry is a way better deal than Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, Henry is starting to feel more and more, especially considering he got 2 years, $16 million. I'm guessing there were other teams that were offering more than that to Derrick Henry, maybe. Especially because he's still widely considered. I mean, this list is not an outlier. Derrick Henry is still considered one of the best running backs in football. Yeah. He's not considered run down or anything like that. This feels like something where Henry wanted to be a Raven.
I think that especially if you, he's, as a running back too, he's seen what it's like behind a bad offensive line. And I think he looks at that offense and just how ready-made it is for him to come in and play his style of football.
Yeah.
And to have an athletic quarterback who helps out a running back a lot by having the threat of a running quarterback. It just opens up so many more things offensively for the running back. I think that it might have been as simple as that.
Yeah.
He might have taken a discount over what the Texans would have given him anyway.
Right. Yeah, nobody ever had a chance with Henry.
The Texans still have to prove that they can run the ball.
Absolutely.
It's great. And if I were Derrick Henry looking at the Texans, I'd think, well, yeah, I love C.J. Stroud. And I had conversations with him at the Pro Bowl. Derrick Henry talked about how impressed he was with C.J. Stroud and his conversations with him at the Pro Bowl. But it's still you're still taking a gamble as to whether they actually know how to put together a rushing attack.
Text, this is from our friend Ocho. I posed this Mixon question to Ron and Clint. Are we sure Mixon is an upgrade over Singletary? Does Mixon have the shake and bake ability of Singletary to make something out of nothing? What are your thoughts on Mixon versus Singletary?
This is the biggest thing about Singletary is that Devin Singletary is not a guy that you want to give the ball consistently to 20 times per game the entire season long. He's not a workhorse back, So I think that, in the spells and the stretches in which Singletary played well, it's tempting to think he's the same guy as Derrick Henry, and he's just not. He doesn't command the same attention or the same sphincter tightening. The Texans could not have had that performance versus Derrick Henry that they did if Will Levis was any kind of a quarterback.
Right.
There were opportunities, and we saw them. The Texans had some near misses on play action versus the Titans that could have been disastrous if the Titans had fielded a quarterback who could actually make those throws.
That's true.
And Will Levis just wasn't that guy last year. Maybe he develops into it this year. But no, it's not even a comparison. They're different. The potential workload for Singletary just isn't the same as it is for Henry.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, the Texans would like to be in a lot of games this year where they're ahead by 10 or 14 points in the fourth quarter, and they lean on the running game to bleed clock and get the hell out of there with a win and not have to rely on C.J. Stroud to drop back 40 times. Mixon is much more capable of doing that than Devin Singletary is, of being a guy you can lean on in the fourth quarter of a game, I think, like that. This guy does not like him some Joe Mixon. Mentions his salary, but doesn't put him anywhere on the radar as far as rankings go. Crazy.
I guess the other question would just be, all right, well, the Zach Moss versus Joe Mixon dynamic too. if Zach Moss was a guy you could have gone out and gotten if the Bengals got rid of Joe Mixon because they went out and actively got Zach Moss. So if Zach Moss ends up being really good this year for the Bengals, you got to wonder, well, should they have just gone after Zach Moss instead?
That's true. And Zach Moss sat down at our table on Radio Row with the afternoon show, and I went over to him after the interview because they asked him, he was going to be a free agent. They asked him, what do you think about Houston? And he was kind of keen on it, and I walked over and reminded him as he was walking away, I'm like, hey, no state income tax. He was like, really? I said, yeah. I felt like I was this close to getting Zach Moss here. All
Zach
we needed.
Moss wasn't on the list either, by the way.
Yeah, he didn't make it either. Yeah. Or honorable mention even. Disrespect.
The big thing, I think, with the Bengals last year was that they kind of transitioned into being such a shotgun heavy team, and that's not necessarily where Joe Mixon's forte is. That's how they used him at times, and he was good in it. But I think him with a quarterback under center, that's where he's at his element. That where he can hit the hole at 100 miles an hour, and gain ground after contact and everything else like that. I think that's where Joe Mixon is at his best. So it just became more of for where the Bengals were headed offensively, it was a little bit of a scheme misfit.
Got a few good questions coming in off this. We'll hit them on the other side of the break on the text page, 713-572-4610. If you want to text in, odds are out on players getting moved at the MLB trade deadline. I said it yesterday. I know there's some of you out there that want to move some of these guys on the Astros, even now with them getting back in the race. But are you cool with them sending a player anywhere, or are there certain teams that you wouldn't want to see your favorites end up with? The odds board is out on one of them, and I'm telling you, I don't like the visuals of this thing, man, at all. We will get to that coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp. AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know that there's much less of an appetite for the Astros selling than buying. I truly think most of the Astro fans, I know the poll I put up said 30% of you were saying give it some more time. I think that's where a majority of the people are right now. I think we all know that this is it's a slippery slope right now with this starting rotation. Teams starting to hit again, so that's good. The guys that need to hit are hitting. That's good. That said, that has not stopped the odds makers from encouraging teams to grease up their mitts, to put their greasy mitts on some of our Houston Astros.
Ew,
yeah,
gross.
Greasy
Predators.
Now the good news is the Astros that they're listed as one of the favorites to get their own greasy mitts on somebody else. We'll get to that in a second.
According to which grooming site? What the hell is this?
Sportsbetting.ag. Home of the greasy mitt, they call it. Yes. Yeah. Alex Bregman's next team. And I'm assuming that they mean if he were to get traded this season, but it could mean after the season's over. June would seem an odd time to do that. But at any rate, Alex Bregman's next team. Here are the leaders in the clubhouse. And you tell me if you could stomach seeing Alex Bregman in the following uniforms.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, some of these near the top, I'd have to quit watching. Milwaukee Brewers, 3-1.
Okay, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
They're in the NL. At one point, you and I had considered, in the dark early days of this season, you and I had considered making the Brewers our adopted team for the season. Yeah. We did it. We did it like a week before the Astros were playing the Brewers.
We did.
Which felt a little bit dirty.
Did.
There's something about the Brewers. I don't know if it's Laverne and Shirley or what, but I've got a soft spot in my heart for Milwaukee, and I'd be okay with him going to the Brewers.
I'm telling you,
I wouldn't be not the way he's playing right now, and there's the Astros trajectory. But if they had to, I wouldn't be like, they traded him to the Brewers.
No, that's a good way to put it. If they had to, the Brewers would be okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, like Wisconsin as a state. I'm gonna die in Texas. Like I'm Texas forever. I want to be here forever. Wisconsin's a nice state, man. The people are nice.
You've succumbed to the J.J. Watt propaganda.
A little bit, maybe.
With his humble cabin in the woods up there.
Dude,
yeah.
Maybe it is. I'm going to admit, J.J. Watt may have something to do with that, but I've been there a few times, and, especially now that Aaron Rodgers is gone from Green Bay, none of their teams piss me off, really. Like, Giannis.
He was rarely there anyway, too.
Yeah, but he was on their team,
Yeah.
He's on their team. I've been to Green Bay for a game. It's a great place to see a game, so I say all that to say, Milwaukee. Look, I want Bregman to be an Astro, but if that's where he goes, okay. 4-1. So Brewers are 3-1. They're the leader. 4-1. New York Yankees.
No.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a package they could send the Astros where I would feel good seeing Bregman in a Yankee uniform. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if the Yankees get Bregman starting in July, they're going to get a version of Bregman that they're going to fall in love with because he hits in August and September, and he's a good playoff player. He's up there. A lot of it's just sheer volume of games they played in, but a lot of these guys that have been part of this golden run here, Altuve and Bregman, and even Yuli Gurriel when he was with the Astros, Springer, Correa, they're all way up the list of all-time this, all-time that at their position for the postseason because they played in so many games. The Yankees are going to get a version of Bregman that they're going to love and want to re-sign, and then we're going to have to watch Bregman in a Yankee uniform for the next however many years.
So Birdie is on the 60-day IL. The current DJ LeMahieu for the Yankees is batting 185.
Yeah, he's been playing third base for them. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're with the Birdie injury, they're in dire straits, I guess, for a team that's playing as well as the
Yankees. With a 15% chance of winning the World Series. Yeah.
The Yankees know all too well, though, what it's like to collapse in the back half of the season or in the playoffs, and it's an understandable move.
I would hate this. I would absolutely hate it. Next one on the list for Bregman, Dodgers 6-1. Dodgers 6-1 for Alex Bregman.
I don't think the Dodgers would do it, right? Now they've signed some former Astros from that era, but Bregman is so much a part of whatever the Dodgers fans choose to believe.
They'll forget.
Whatever they choose to believe about what happened in 2017.
Dodgers fans are way more in their feelings about all that than Yankee fans are.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Way more in their feelings about it than Yankee fans. Now, that said, I think if they needed Bregman and had a chance to pick him up, I think they're like baseball fans everywhere where they would be like, oh, yeah.
Which is the more amoral fan base, the Yankees or the Dodgers?
Dodgers.
Okay.
Dodgers, yeah. There's
no, you know what? The Dodgers fans are way more on social media. They are way more bloodthirsty.
Yeah,
like they are all about teaching their children to hit Jose Altuve in the head, like all those things. Now both fan bases have their lunatic fringe.
They do.
It feels like the Dodgers split though is like 40% lunatic fringe, whereas the Yankees might be 10 or 20%.
I think you're more likely to get beat up at a Dodger game than you are an Astro game. And people,
yes.
Yeah.
Astro, you mean Yankee?
I mean Yankee game. Sorry. Yankee game. Yeah, definitely more than an Astro game. No, a Dodger, you're more likely to get beat up at Chavez Ravine than you are Yankees. I've been to both.
Beat up?
Yes.
Stabbed?
Yes.
Right, stabbed. Beat up, you're lucky. If you go to a Dodgers game and you only get beat up, consider yourself one of the blessed few.
That's right.
That doesn't get stabbed at a Dodgers game. 97% of opposing team fans have been stabbed at a Dodgers game.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
That's just Seth's done the research.
Don't community notes me on this. That is fact.
It's fact. Just take that as fact. Dude, Dodgers worse. Way worse. I won't do all of these. We'll just do one more. Seattle 7-1 to land Alex. I don't think they trade him to Seattle. I don't know. Maybe.
Would they trade him? Yeah, we don't really have a track record now of, okay, what would he and wouldn't he do?
Yeah.
You do, look, when you've had as much success as the Astros have had, coupled with as much vitriol as there is for the Astros, you start to, if you start to ban trades to every team that hates you, it starts to get a little bit, or that every team that you hate, because we've had so many run-ins with so many teams in the playoffs and whatnot. Yeah. It's hard. You don't want to minimize your list too much. I can't cross the Mariners completely off.
No,
I hate Scott Service more so than I hate the Mariners. I kind of like the Mariners players. Yeah. I despise Scott Service.
Yeah. They play Seattle second to last series of the year. Look, I think merely having this list, sportsbetting.ag, home of the greasy mitt, is more aggressive than how aggressive Dana Brown will actually try to trade Alex Bregman. Bregman's going to be an Astro.
Yeah. Right, this conversation now compared to a month ago. Yeah, but a month ago too. Yeah. Bregman's been on a streak now. It's a way different. It's a month ago we were having the conversation like, okay, if the Astros continue to be so. You're right. A week ago, it was 10 games back, but at least Bregman was playing well.
Yeah.
That might have been the sweet spot when they were 10 games back, and Bregman was playing well, but you still were pretty pessimistic about a lot of things. Then it felt like, all right, this might be the dirty deed we need to do.
Yeah.
Now, in our current state of mind, it feels like, okay, neither of those boxes are checked.
Yeah, I don't think when we go, are the Astros a buyer or a seller? Like, I don't think it's just a yes or a no. Like, I think they can be within a certain shouting distance where they're going to hang on to Bregman, but they'll do other things that are little on the margins things. But
that's true.
You know
what? I think that's where we are right now. Now, as much as we're admittedly a prisoner of the moment, it's hard to envision now where they are right now. The Astros would have to play bad baseball for the next month to feel like they've got to be sellers.
Right.
And okay, you got to part ways with somebody that you otherwise would never part ways with.
Yep.
Even if he's on an expiring contract.
That's right. Now, this one I like, because this isn't people getting their greasy mitts on our local hero, Alex Bregman. Paul Goldschmidt, first baseman for the and first base makes a lot of sense right now as a position of need for the Astros. Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals. The Astros right now, Seth, are second on the odds board to land Paul Goldschmidt behind the Seattle Mariners. So a little hot AL West action right here. Seattle 3-1, and the Astros at 4-1 to land Goldschmidt. This would be, I'll tell you what, this would be on brand for the Jim Crane era for them to go after Paul Goldschmidt at the trade deadline. More often than not, they do stuff like this than not do stuff like this.
When I look at now that I'm just hooked on this new age baseball, which is a lot more like old age baseball, when athleticism on the base paths matters a lot. I'm looking at Goldschmidt's sprint speed, 35th percentile. Compared to Mauricio Dubon, I don't know, man. I've gotten a taste of Mauricio Dubon at first base, and I'm starting to think, I don't want anybody at first base that, regardless of what they do at the plate itself, I don't want anybody at first base who's not a demon on the base path. Sean.
Maybe Goldschmidt at least looks like a first baseman. Dubon looks like a little league first baseman.
I know, he's
so tiny. Goldschmidt's not having a good year.
Yeah.
OPS plus, which I know is the stat that you like a lot, 87 right now. So He is below the average big leaguer, adjusted for all the gaga. He is below the average big leaguer in OPS.
I just, for right now, for things that get me excited, Goldschmidt doesn't. Goldschmidt got me a lot more excited when Jose Abreu was on the team.
Okay.
Because at that point, it was like, yes, you got to do something to get him off the team somehow.
Yeah.
And if it takes bringing in Goldschmidt to jostle them into it, then so be it. But Goldschmidt playing the way he has at the plate this year, I don't look at him as like, oh yeah, that's what's going to help push the Astros over the top in this.
Yeah. And yet it would be fun. It would be like if they get Paul Goldschmidt, I think that's a shot in the arm to some Astro fans. I think in some ways, depending on what they gave up for Goldschmidt, it would probably tell you who's in charge right now over there. If they gave up a good prospect or two to get him, it would still show you maybe
that's not a Dana Brown move.
Yeah, it would show you that the Jim Crane 4 are still in charge over there. Jim himself and then the 3 Hall of Famers. Text message. This goes back to our running back conversation in the previous segment. Is there any reason why, well, this isn't really a running back thing, but is there any reason why Brevin Jordan couldn't play the Deebo Samuel role in this offense?
Yes.
I would start with he's not Deebo Samuel.
I would start, with it. It's, he can play that role. Can he do it as well as Deebo Samuel? I would say no, because I think that Deebo Samuel's a wide receiver. It's just no. Yeah. The biggest reason is that Brevin Jordan isn't Deebo Samuel.
Right.
So you don't. If you want to split Brevin Jordan out wide every now and then as a gimmick, then sure, by all means do it. But that's kind of asking, can Troy Hairston be like Juszczyk or something?
Yeah.
It's not the same guy.
Not the same guy. Text message, I'm thinking Dameon Pierce figures it out and we have a badass 1-2 punch. I think that's the ideal. I think that's what the Texans are hoping for.
I don't want to be a jerk to the guy that asked the question. It's a valid question. I think that they can use Brevin Jordan as they did last year. They can use him in multiple different positions and everything. But it's not realistic to think he's going to have the same impact on the team because he's not a wide receiver.
Right.
Deebo Samuel is not the perfect wide receiver, but he is perfect at doing what the 49ers want him to do, which is be able to still be a very, very valid wide receiver, but also a guy that can play out of the backfield.
Yep. Again, text message, I'm thinking DP figures it out. We have a badass 1-2 punch. I would agree with that. I think that's what the Texans want. I know the Texans are paying Mixon up near the top of running backs. Yeah. I think ideally they'd like that carrying the carry volume to be pretty well split between those two guys, between Dameon and Joe Mixon.
Yeah, that's probably one of the bigger underlying question marks about this season that maybe we don't talk about enough is Dameon Pierce is a huge X factor in a league where you've got to have 2 contributing running backs. Right now, it's Joe Mixon, and then based on last year's results, not much else, and they might have to think about acquiring somebody. Mm-hmm. So I think that's something that within the team, as hard as it is to make decisions based on training camp play anymore, they got to really watch and look and see how Dameon Pierce is reading the blocks, whether he's going one cut and go. If you think go back to your Gary Kubiak days and think about, remember that's when everybody got indoctrinated on how Arian Foster, why he's so good, is it's one cut and then get vertical.
Yep.
Last year on a lot of those plays on zone runs, Dameon Pierce was 3 stutter steps and then get vertical on some of these zone runs. So early in camp, he's got to show that he's got the confidence to read the blocking, see what the defense is doing, make one cut and go. And they can probably, they can't waste time with it. They're going to have to make that decision pretty early into camp.
Yes.
Because it's not something you can, literally tiptoe into or stutter step into. It's got to be decisive. It's got to be, boom, go. There's the cutback lane, go. and Dameon just took way too much time to make those decisions.
Do you think we see a lot of Dameon Pierce in the Hall of Fame game? I think we see hardly any starters in the Hall of Fame game, but he might get a lot of run in that game.
Yeah, and a lot of it's going to be, it won't be based on results necessarily, but the actual process of how he's processing the plays. Because now, that doesn't mean that he'll be off the team, because he does have value. Just last year, he had value when they ran gap scheme stuff, when he could have a fullback. You know, you go back and watch the Dameon Pierce highlights from last year, of which there were more than I think you probably would realize. A lot of times they were with a fullback in the game. Like old school football, Dameon Pierce excels in that manner. But your backup guy, your number one backup guy, you don't want it to be a guy that you have to change the scheme entirely for, because then it becomes very predictable. So, and it's harder for this offense, it's reps. Like, you want your offensive line to really get into a flow and to have everything set, everything else up. So the way Dameon Pierce ran last year, he has value as a guy who's a rhythm changer, but not necessarily a guy that you feel comfortable about in this offense until he shows that he can do it.
A few people reminded me on the text page that Jeffrey Dahmer was from Wisconsin, before I go saying how awesome Wisconsin is.
Well, was he from? Yeah.
He was from Wisconsin.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of serial killers from all over the country.
All over, yeah. I feel like they cancel each other out. And so do I have to say, aside from the serial killers to you, Texter? Is that what I have to do? Do I have to do a caveat?
Yeah, I mean, are there no good football players from the state of Texas?
Right.
The one thing about Wisconsin got a lot of bad PR from Making a Murderer. Remember the Netflix series about the guy that may or may not have gotten framed for a murder? Like, every time they showed anything of Wisconsin itself, it was like a depressing winter day at a junkyard. Yeah. And I think a lot of people's perception of Wisconsin is based on that.
Yeah, images are a big deal. You're right. Text message, this is a move Jake Myers type deadline for the Astros. I actually like that categorization. I don't know that I want to move Myers. I'd probably be, but like, look, one of the deadline deals the Astros made a couple of years ago was trading their starting center fielder, Miles Straw, for relief help, because they thought Chas McCormick was ready to play center field for them, that kind of thing, so, yeah, I wouldn't discount it, the possibility of that.
Texas actually does, as good as the state of Texas is at many things, they're not that prolific when it comes to producing prolific serial killers.
Really? Okay.
Carl Eugene Watts is the most infamous.
Oh, my God.
And he only had 100 victims.
Oh, okay.
You get down to like third or fourth on the power rankings here, and we're looking at like 46 confirmed kills, 29 confirmed kills. Yeah, we're lagging in that regard.
A little bit. I wish you hadn't said anything, because I continually see people draft Texas in my fantasy serial killer league, and I laugh at them every year when they do that. I'm like, are so stupid.
You're up there. You know what, though, Sean? Don't fall prey to the same thing that people were doing with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Well, there's never been a good quarterback from Ohio State. There's never been a good serial killer from Texas.
You never know.
You never know when that number 2 overall pick in the serial killer draft ends up being one of the best who ever played the game.
That's a really good point, Seth. Really good
point. It might
point.
also be the Texas serial killers are just better at getting away with it.
Now there you go. Okay.
Maybe the best serial killer ever is out there right now from the state of Texas, but people don't even realize it's the same guy.
My fantasy league has been thrown into complete upheaval right now with this segment. All right, one player to root for each AFC team. NFL.com did this. Is this the guy that you're rooting for? The one guy you're rooting for if you're a Houston Texan fan? I'll be honest, I'm surprised he's still with the Texans. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Somehow, some way,
details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to the Rockets and draft night tomorrow in the next segment. A lot of smoke swirling around the Rockets right now for draft night tomorrow. They hold a lot of the cards with how things could unfold tomorrow night in round one of the draft. NFL.com had one player to root for each AFC team, and I thought the Texans one was interesting, Seth. This is obviously one man's opinion, and that man is Tom Blair, the columnist for NFL.com. Names one guy to root for on each team and why. I like his reasoning behind the one on the Texans, but I have a question. To dovetail off of this, but his is Laramie Tunsil. And I said, okay, I don't know that Laramie's one of the most popular guys on the team. I think he's popular. I think when your team's good, a lot of guys get popular. But he cites the fact that, hey, Laramie's been there since 2019, so he's seen a lot of stuff. He's been through, he didn't see a lot of success in Miami at a team level. He's a good player, obviously, since he got to the Texans. He said, unlike many of the younger, less experienced principals involved in the Texans' jump up last year, Tunsil's gone through plenty of hard times in his NFL career, both in Miami and Houston. For a while, he looked out of place with the Texans, a luxury item on a roster that was not really capable of competing, which was true in part because of the trade for Laramie Tunsil. They traded 2 first-round picks for Laramie Tunsil. Tunsil re-upped last year, and soon became clear that the rest of the team was ready to play up to his level. Good for him. Are you surprised? Like, if someone had asked you in 2021, do you think Laramie Tunsil will be a Texan in 2024?
No, he seemed like a guy that just could not wait to get out of that situation. Yeah. Right? I mean, he had a mysterious injury that was supposed to be a few weeks. He ended up not playing the entire year because of it. Something that was like it was supposed to be a 4 to 6 week injury, if I recall properly.
Yep.
And I think the way I've always treated that part of it is kind of the same way I am with Justin Reed or some of the guys who were there in that era that may have had issues with either the head football coach or management or whatever it might be. It's that you can never forget that in a dysfunctional situation, everybody acts dysfunctionally. It's just you don't get the number one version of somebody. You could be a saint thrown into that situation, and like if you rebel against the dysfunctional situation, for instance, then are you the bad one? Like, no, it's the people that are causing the dysfunction that are to blame. And I think that with Laramie Tunsil, there was all that diciness early on. But at the same time, I can't give him credit for being here through all of the adversity because the Texans have twice made him the highest paid player in football or highest paid offensive tackle in football. That's true. It's like, all right, it's not like what's his name there for the Atlanta Braves, Freeman. It's not like Freddie Freeman, where Freddie Freeman kind of just flat out planted his flag and said, hey, I'm here, I'm on board for the rebuild and everything. It was with Laramie, it's been a little more nuanced. And then I think the biggest thing that people outside of Houston wouldn't understand, like just how frustrating it is that yes, Laramie Tunsil is an awesome player, but during that time, you never saw the fruits of that labor. You didn't see a magnificent passing attack. You still haven't seen a good rushing attack. And it's hard for people to really embrace a guy that's supposed to be one of the elements providing that awesome rushing attack, or at the very least, not false starting at the worst possible moments in games.
Yeah.
And I think the false starts, they are outsized because, they're your best offensive player, and he's been the best offensive player since 2019, if you count all the guys on this team. But he's also the guy that has just single-handedly destroyed drives by false starting. And I got bad news. They've got a rookie center this year, and the timing of that snap is very big. Laramie tries to be really, really good at timing the snap so it's simultaneous, but he sometimes jumps the gun and is not always all that bashful about, making it look like it wasn't his fault, which is when the center, perhaps the timing wasn't perfect. He doesn't have the right route. We need to know how Juice Scruggs' sense of rhythm is. If he does not have a good sense of rhythm or time, if this guy can't hold the beat through an entire pop song, then there's going to be some trouble. There's going to be some trouble with Laramie Tunsil's false starts.
Oh, man, I don't know. Yeah, Juice Scruggs doesn't strike me as a keep the beat through a pop song guy.
I know. Does he have the time?
So, yeah, Laramie Tunsil, the one Texan to root for.
I think with Laramie Tunsil, amongst the fan base, it feels like there's a whole lot of like, well, yeah, that's what you're paid to do.
Right.
Now show me a rushing game. Show me a rushing attack. Show me a rushing attack.
Yeah, I think some of these picks that the guy has in this article probably has his finger on the pulse of the fan base. Like that one I think is – I'm not saying people don't like Laramie Tunsil. I just don't think he's high up on the list for some people that they're rooting for. Win it for Laramie, like that kind of thing.
It's he's not amongst the most beloved. Like when it comes to, he's not disliked, but he's not beloved yet.
No.
Maybe if the Astros can get a good rushing attack and he's part of it, that's. I mean, you look at. I think that's any fan base. Like no matter how much you love the passing game and everything, when you've got a team that can run the ball like the San Francisco 49ers, that's something you can feel like pride about.
Yeah.
And that's the Texans have not figured that part of it out yet.
Did you think it was I'm totally shifting gears here, but this article just popped up. Did you think it was really stupid when you saw this story? I mean, DWI, let me just preface, DWI is stupid all the time. You should never drive drunk. Nobody should. Mm. But especially when it's a pop superstar. Driving drunk on Long Island where there's really not much other stuff to arrest people for. I'm looking at you, Justin Timberlake.
Well, the super fancy part of Long Island, though, too, like out there in the Hamptons.
Sag Harbor, yeah.
Yeah, like that's where the super elite hang out in the summer. That's where they summer. And the fancy folks, you get the sense that out there in the summer, it's nothing but a bunch of rich people driving around buzzed all day long.
Right.
That's where I was surprised. I was like, I kind of always figured that was the kind of place where, kind of like in the Leonardo DiCaprio movie where he plays the stock market.
Wolf of Wall Street, yeah.
Where you could be crashing your Lamborghini on Ludes and just get not even a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
Just let me hold you by the wrist as we get you home safely. Yeah, I was surprised to see that's where he got pulled over.
Well, not on office.
Or arrested. I wouldn't be surprised he got pulled over. I was surprised that it was made public and an arrest was made.
Yeah.
I always feel like that's it feels like the kind of place where they're like, sir, let me drive you home.
Yeah, well, Justin Timberlake made the mistake of doing this on the watch of Officer Michael Arkinson, who is a 24-year-old rookie cop who apparently, according to all the riches that live in the Hamptons, that live in Sag Harbor in the Hamptons, they call him... Okay, they call him the Sag Harbor Nazi.
That's one of his nicknames.
That's one of his nicknames. Yeah. The
other one is the red-headed little
bleep.
Guy.
Yeah.
Dip bleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a 24-year-old rookie cop who has been pulling people over for like illegal U-turns and all these other various things.
Yeah.
I guess at a pace almost never seen before in Sag Harbor.
Well, he was like now this kid has been groomed from the get-go. He is a child of two blue-collar parents. Like his dad's a plumber and his mom's a teacher or something like that. So he may, maybe he has a vendetta against the multi-millionaires. Who knows? He was a part-time traffic control officer back in high school. So he's been being groomed for law enforcement for a long, long time.
Part-time what?
Part-time traffic control officer.
I didn't know that was a thing. In high school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, back in high school. Made $15 an hour doing it. Yeah. Not bad. I don't know what that is, but not bad. So the Sag Harbor... See, I feel like Sag Harbor Nazi is not super creative, but it's it's fitting here, I guess. The redheaded little dip bleep as a nickname feels like something that maybe Ron Hughley would have made up.
We used to call him Mr. Defensive Holding Waiting to Happen.
Yeah, I mean, like redheaded little dip bleep isn't all that creative.
That's less of a nickname than just
it's more of a descriptor.
Accurate description.
Yeah, it's more of a descriptor.
The funniest thing about this was this will make you feel old. This 24-year-old had no idea who Justin Timberlake was.
Right. That's so because he was like probably 1 year old when NSYNC was at their peak, right? He's 24.
Well, even as a solo artist too now, like when he was at his heyday, Justin Timberlake. It's been a few years now since he's been like the guy.
I just love that all the stars that live in Sag Harbor are mad that they can't violate all these traffic laws anymore.
Yeah, we've got some guy. I know that's where where I saw this. The person that tweeted this or posted this was they were like, I'm so conflicted about this. On the one hand, yeah, screw the cops, but on the other hand, yeah, screw rich people. But yeah, on the other hand, screw Justin Timberlake.
Right.
So nobody knows how to feel about this.
Oh.
This has something for everybody, and being confused about how you feel about it.
Okay, someone is pointing out here on the text page, multiple people actually pointing out on the text page, traffic control officer is really just a glorified name for a crossing guard.
Yeah, okay, so he was a crossing guard. He's a crossing guard,
yeah. Like they're being serious. They're not, yeah.
He probably didn't have the authority to arrest people. So
yes.
He could call something in, but he couldn't arrest
Got
somebody.
a lot of pent-up arrest angst going on. So he's like, man, dude, when I go full-time, I am pulling over every celebrity. The ones I know, the ones I don't know, U-turns, blowing through a stop sign, breathalyzers.
I was on the safety patrol when I was in 4th grade, and I was miserable. Man, I was not ready to be the man. I was not ready to be out there cracking skulls and enforcing justice. I was like, man, I let a lot of people off the hook, man.
Narc.
I don't tell you. I'm not afraid to tell you. I might have been. Some people, depending on which perspective, they might have thought I was a dirty safety patrol officer because I was not. But I wasn't. I wasn't taking handouts or anything. I was just letting people off.
Are you sure? Like a Reese's cup or something like that?
I might have gained some favor. Maybe some people were happy that I let them off.
Dude,
but still,
I could see one of those gigantic Snicker bars giving me freedom to jaywalk the rest of the school year with you. If I just gave you one of those, like the big Kit Kats. Give that to you? Yeah, like Seth, give me some jaywalking immunity, bro.
I remember that day in 4th grade when I had to tell Farragher, listen, man, I know we've got a past, we've got a history, but my job's my job, all right? If I got to take you down, I'm gonna do it.
Seth was, I got a job to do, crossing guard.
Safety patrol.
Safety patrol. Sorry, safety patrol.
They didn't. I would have had to have been. If I had been gung ho about it, they might have elevated me to crossing guard by 5th grade. But I was just safety patrol. To be sure, kids weren't running on the sidewalk.
Okay, so
that's all I can remember of it. Yeah.
Did you have license to tackle kids if you wanted to? Like if they were, could you have gotten physical if you?
Not officially. The vice principal, I think he winked. I at least imagine that he winked when he told me. Now, Seth, it's not like we need you out there tackling people, but we need you to get the job done.
That's right. Farragher, I got a job to do.
Listen, I can't have this come back to me, Seth.
Oh, I got a job to do. Just tickles me. All right.
Farragher was like, listen, I've got a go bag. But anytime I need to leave 30 minutes, I can do it. You don't scare me, Payne.
I gotta go. Farragher, the only 4th grader on the lam. All right. Hey, tomorrow's draft day for the Rockets. They've got the 3rd pick in the draft. They got a lot of options available to them. What do you want them to do? We've got opinions from various experts here that we're going to play for you. What could the Rockets look like come Thursday morning, come a week from now? Could they look a lot different than they do right now? We will have that for you coming up next.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver this year. Can he?
I'm not being facetious. I'm really not. It's on the table for a guy like that if he stays healthy and continues to improve. 3 dudes had 1,500 yards last year. That's some lofty company. But you can do it.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Bell Prices Traffic Center, this one brought to you by RonCraftChevrolet.com. 45 North, northbound at FM 525, Aldine, Bender, Fallbrook. It is the left lane that's blocked, and the Cordell crash cam showing 146 northbound at Barber's Cut. Right lane blocked there, 95 this afternoon. And go pick out your Silverado at Ron Craft Chevrolet. Buy in June, and you'll drive payment-free until September. RonCraftChevrolet.com. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. If you're a business owner, navigating through divorce presents unique challenges. You're thrust into a world where every
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Tomorrow's draft night, man. The Rockets picking third. It's not their pick. It's Brooklyn's pick. And Brian Windhorst of ESPN tells you Rocket fans out there, don't get too comfy with them having this third overall pick right now.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that anything is guaranteed. That said, McMahon, the Rockets are being active, and it looks in the conversations that I've heard about that they're looking to move out of 3 and maybe even stay in the lottery. But no matter what they do, they are looking to acquire a veteran player that is going to immediately help them now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they're a young team. They picked 2 guys in the first round of each of the last 3 drafts. Now, that said, I really like this Reed Shepherd from Kentucky. He's actually one of these guys he's one of the few guys near the top of this draft that I've watched a lot of this year because so many of them are overseas guys or don't play for marquee teams, whatever the case may be. But the Rockets moving off of the 3rd pick, and we've heard stuff, Seth, that there are a lot of teams looking to move up to 3 just to get in front of San Antonio at 4. And not because San Antonio's picking 4th and 8th in this draft, so there's a lot of maneuvering there. People wanting to, even though the Spurs aren't a good team, I think they're a respected front office still. So the Rockets moving off the 3rd pick to perhaps get a star player or at least get a little older as a team. Marcus Smart, the one deal that I've heard Memphis moving up, Marcus Smart and the 9th pick to move up to 3. Kind of fun having Marcus Smart on the Rockets. That would be good.
Yeah, that would be. Look, I think. How do you trust Rafael Stone at this point when it comes to draft dating maneuvering and his draft picks in general?
I think it's hard not to trust him. We just talked a couple days ago, or yesterday, I think it was, about the Rockets. But just by value, by sheer value, they've drafted better than every other NBA team over the last 3, 4, 5 years.
I think one of the bigger things, I think, when it comes to the Rafael Stone and Udoka combo is the fact that they were able to, like what they saw with Dillon Brooks and, maybe some of what we might have feared in the public or what other people might have had their doubts about Dillon Brooks coming. Like I feel like they've got a good pulse for finding the right balance on the types of guys you want to have on a team.
Yeah.
Because it's like if you got a team full of Dillon Brooks, that could be a bit of a mess. If Dillon Brooks doesn't have the right attitude coming in, that could be a bit of a mess. I mean, that was a point where his previous employer just flat out said they didn't want him on that team no more after all the drama that had unfolded in the playoffs the year before. So I think it takes the right coach and the right situation, and not all teams could have gotten the same type of the same blend of either just play and attitude out of Dillon Brooks. There's kind of a sweet spot.
Yeah.
There's a Draymond Green effect when Draymond Green might not have been the best place for a lot of teams in the NBA, but because Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and everybody else it was the right mix for them. I think that's how the Rockets ended up being with Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, this team needed some of what Dillon Brooks brought to the table. I don't think it's a coincidence that this is a Rocket team that for a period of time in the second half of the season seemed to get into scrapes every single game, and I'm fine with it. They showed some toughness
Udoka was all about it.
Yeah.
Udoka was like an old school coach that wants his guys to fight every now and then.
D'Amico's like that too. D'Amico, they're very similar. They're the different personality types. D'Amico, I think, is a little more extroverted than Udoka is very subdued, it seems. A little quieter.
D'Amico does a really good job of it's a combination of coaching platitudes and chuckling that keep people from realizing that he actually wants his defense to be assassins.
Yes.
He's got D'Amico has a bloodlust about him that nobody would ever pick up on because he's just so pleasant all the time.
That's right.
Udoka, it's a little bit more obvious, from the glare and the menacing scowl and stuff like that. It fits a little bit better. D'Amico does a good job of playing both sides of it. It's not hypocritical. He'll tell you about it directly.
Mm-hmm.
It's just because he does it with that pleasant smile and that chuckle that people don't pick up on it.
That's right.
It's very cool. I shouldn't even be talking about it.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody else to pick up on it.
You're giving away all his tricks. Tim McMahon, ESPN. This was interesting yesterday. He was on with Windhorst, and said he's not so sure that the Rockets' two young stars, Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, will both be here long-term.
I don't think both of those guys are going to be long-term fits. In other words, I don't think they will have the two of them. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe it's neither. I don't think both will be there. And Şengün is another fascinating case because great numbers, borderline all-star case. They did play their best basketball when after he got hurt. I don't think it's fair just to call that cause and effect, but there are some fit things. Like if he's on the floor,
it's something to consider if he comes to the table and says, "I'd like a max contract, please."
Right. If he's on the floor, you have to run the offense through him and build the defense to protect him.
This is the more interesting storyline to me, Seth, with this team than what do they do with the third pick. Is how do they feel as an organization about these two guys, Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün? Because there's a lot of truth available to the Rockets this summer because both guys are eligible for contract extensions. And so if they're not extending one of them or both of them, then clearly they're still in a wait-and-see mode, or they haven't seen what they need in order to max the guy out or give him a big contract. If they only do one and not the other, boy, that gets really, really interesting, especially if it's Jalen Green, who to me hasn't done as much as Alperen Şengün to warrant giving a big contract. I mean, McMahon outlined it right there. Şengün was a borderline all-star this year. Jalen Green had one good month.
Right, and it becomes okay. What's the upside and the ceiling on Jalen Green, and then also the developmental side. And these are some of these things I think only Udoka knows probably is really okay. And I know nobody really wants to be talking about the developmental side when those guys get to where they are in their career, and yet I think it's still valid.
They're only 21.
What's that? I know, but right, exactly. But because the contracts don't match up with the ages anymore,
right.
And you start thinking after a guy's been in the league for a few years, well, he's shown what he is. But they've only been with Udoka for a year, and I don't want to give them a complete pass on the first couple of years of their career, but in some respects, in terms of, just learning how to be a more complete NBA player and how to make it work with different styles and everything, I do feel like, they're still on the developmental side there. I think the organization, given the way that Udoka did a lot of the things in the right way last year where you had to, walk before you can run in terms of some of the things he was asking his team to do. I think that they're still more bullish on the developmental side of those guys in that it doesn't have to be, we're shoving a square peg into a round hole.
Yeah.
It's a matter of just getting more full team basketball out of both these guys.
To your point, Toronto, the big story yesterday, the Toronto Raptors, are getting ready to give Scotty Barnes a max deal. He's their best player. And he was in the same draft class, if I'm not mistaken, as Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün. They're getting ready to give him 5 years, $250 million. They won 25 games last year, Toronto. Do we really know how good the guy is? If he's the best player on a 25-win team, you're right.
Scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, the ages don't line up with the contracts. That's a great point. Here's Kelly Iko on the Athletic Basketball Podcast saying along those lines, the Rockets don't feel like they have an A1 star on their team right now.
They don't feel like they have a star. Yeah, they have good players, but they're still looking to see if either of these guys, either Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green, can be that guy. And up until this point, they haven't really.
Wait, they don't feel that way about Şengün? He was crazy.
No, in terms of like an A1 player, like they don't have that yet. They don't think they have that A1. He can still be a B2.
He's maybe like a Sabonis, like a number 2 guy, whatever.
Right, someone who's going to be a really good player, but can he be a guy that can take you from 41 to 50 wins? That's what I'm saying. So, and that's why you kind of see them wanted to stockpile assets to go and get that kind of guy to help these kind of players because they're still young.
Yeah, I don't know that guy exists. It's available to the Rockets. I saw some Paul George rumors yesterday. Does Paul George all of a sudden make this team a 4 or 5 seed in the Western Conference and put you in the mix? At this age, I mean, Paul George got drafted in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Like he's an old player. I don't know, man. Like they may not feel they have an A1 star, but you got 6 guys. 6 young guys that you've drafted in the first round the last few years.
Tell me yes or no. likely based on likelihood and would you want them.
Okay.
Kevin Durant.
Sure.
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and all this depends on what they cost, but yes. Yes.
Mikal Bridges.
They've toyed with that before. Sure. I mean, if it doesn't cost too much, yeah. I don't want them swapping all their draft capital for Mikal Bridges. No.
Brandon Ingram.
No, I'm not a Brandon Ingram guy. I don't think Brandon Ingram is an A1 star in the NBA. He's not even the best player on his own team in New Orleans right now.
Well, as we all remember, Kevin Durant did once proclaim Houston his city, and can they bring him back to his old stomping grounds?
His old stomping grounds, man. Yeah. All right, draft tomorrow. Draft tomorrow and Thursday. Boy, round 2 on Thursday. That should be a humdinger, the NBA draft on ESPN. All right, up next, CJ Stroud. Who did he do this interview with, Seth? Who was this with?
Ballogy, which is it's a app it's some new social media app for youth athletes that CJ Stroud is doing some work with.
What makes Houston better than LA? Straight from CJ Stroud. That is next. But first, Leaf Filter. And I'm talking to you.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. CJ Stroud making the rounds again here. Little dead time on the calendar. He's in Morocco this weekend. Is he still in Morocco right now, Seth? Is this your week to watch him?
This interview that I saw this morning, he's doing this interview with, it was in Houston. I don't know when they did it, but it popped up on YouTube last night, 15 hours ago. It's with Ballology, which is a skills development and assessment app for athletes and their coaches.
Okay.
So CJ's doing some work with this. So it's basically some app that kids can use to like keep track of their own progress, compare themselves to others, build a development plan, gamify training. So it's an app that you can use to help organize your training for all athletes, but I think it seems to be focused more towards youth athletes.
Yeah, that feels like something.
Or high school athletes.
That feels like something CJ would be into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially considering he didn't have a lot of stuff like that when he was an athlete. Like, he's looking at it like, man, if I had was it Ballology?
Ballology.
Ballology?
Balllogy.
Yeah. I might have won
every day.
If I had that, I might have won the Rookie of the Year unanimously in 2023 instead of Puka Nacua stealing 2 of my votes.
CJ didn't have it until now, though.
Yeah.
So he talks a little bit about it, like kind of how he used to you can keep track of goals on this app, I'm guessing, because one of the questions was how did you used to keep track of your goals before Ballology?
Yeah.
But gotcha. I might get this app now.
Okay.
Not for my athletic performance, but just my life.
That's fine.
In general.
Goal setting's good at all ages, man. All right, so what did CJ have to say in this interview?
All right, so the first question was, and the guy who's interviewing him, who is from Ballology, just to clarify, he's from Klein Forest originally. He's asking this question jokingly, but I did think it was funny because he lumps himself in with CJ. But he was asked about just, what does make Houston, the city of Houston, special amongst athletes?
Why is it you think Houston just attracts and produces such awesome people and athletes like you and me?
I would say, I've been here for a year now, and, I've really enjoyed it. Being from California, it's so fast. And, when I got here, it was like, man, people actually genuinely, stop their day to take care of, another person. And I'm not really used to that, So I feel like the hospitality, just the camaraderie, the togetherness, even though it's a big city, people still look out for one another, and I can appreciate that,
So
good.
I think it's pretty clear why Texas lags so badly in the serial killer rankings.
Right. This all circles back to serial killers, yes.
A lot of other people in California that become serial killers and had never had anybody stop and be like, hey, buddy, why are you about to stab that person?
Dude.
Maybe don't, okay?
I just, as I've mentioned a few times, I just finished 7 seasons of Sons of Anarchy, in which there's at least 50 kills an episode.
Yeah.
What state does that take place in? Hello?
Yeah.
California.
Nobody ever thought to say, hey, buddy, why don't you sell these arms legally instead of illegally?
Yeah. Hey, pal.
Why don't you be a legal arms dealer?
That's a good point.
Not sure if you saw, but we're pretty big spenders when it comes to the military spending, Just get yourself a contract. Let me teach you how to develop an app. That's the guy who was asking, and he was asking that in a funny way when he said great athletes like you and me.
Right.
It's Todd Young. He's the CEO of Ballology.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so that's good. I like, and man, anything where I hear CJ loving on the city of Houston, I am here for it. I like that.
Slower pace of life.
Yep.
Hey, look, people actually stop and help somebody else. It helps when if CJ Stroud gets a flat tire, probably a better chance than you or I and somebody pulling over to help him just out of the blue. But still, he's had a good experience here. He goes to California, I can guarantee you. He'd rather mow you down and serial kill you more than help you change your tire.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, he actually did that recently after the big storm here. He stopped in one of the neighborhoods that got hit hard by the big storm a month or so ago and was helping pick up branches and trees and things like that.
He was afraid he was going to get called out by Steven Nelson, though, probably.
Oh, that's
just
right.
I don't need that milk dud head treatment that Steven Nelson was dishing out.
Fair. All right, what else did he have to say here?
Okay, so because this app has a lot to do with tracking goals and everything, but the questions were geared a lot towards kids and, advice for the youth. So he basically just asked, Todd Young asked C.J. Stroud about how he tracked his goals back in the day.
What I used to do was kind of old school. I would just get an Expo marker and I would write goals on my mirror, and I would write them on my mirror and I would see them every morning.
Try to achieve them.
Try to achieve them.
Check them off.
Yes, and
Awesome.
so like when I became a Heisman finalist, I checked it off. When I got my first scholarship, I checked it off. When I got just little goals like that, and they weren't always like just lofty, like superhero goals. They were just, I had become a captain on there. That was a goal that I had in college. I had that come true. And, it was just little stuff like that, really big stuff. I always say the little things add up to the big things. Yeah. Like the little successes become big successes.
Exactly, good habits.
Yes, sir.
I think it's awesome. I think it's.
I do like that, going old school Rocky style with your motivational goals on the mirror. I like that.
I love it.
It's way better to write your goals on the mirror than, hey, had a good time. By the way, I've got herpes. It's a much better thing to write on
a mirror?
Somebody's mirror in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye in big letters. Yeah. On the mirror.
Don't lose my number, BTW.
Right.
I've got the herpes.
Right. So does this app allow you? Is this app a place now? Does this replace the mirror?
To track sexual partners? No, Sean, no.
To track, is there an STD portion of this app? No, but this app, I'm assuming, serves the purpose of tracking these goals now? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's kind of like an all-in-one, just keeping track of all your plans and everything and plotting out your development.
I think it's cool. My ex-wife found something like that. My daughter, when she was her junior and senior year in high school, when she was running, she wrote down 6 things she wanted to accomplish her senior year. She didn't tell anybody. She just wrote them down.
Yeah.
Because it helps to write them down.
Yeah.
And my ex-wife stumbled across them one day after she had accomplished most of them, and she looked at them. She said, it's one of those things as a parent you look at, you're like, oh wow, that's really cool. I didn't tell her to do that. She thought to do it herself. That's why hearing that as a parent myself makes me feel good about CJ.
That's a big one. You see that in just about every book on goal setting or anything. It's just writing them down. Some people say make them public. Other people say don't make them public. But writing anything down. Especially in this day and age where it's just, it's so hard to find a pen at any given time. Write it down on your mirror or on paper or whatever, if you can find any of that either. God.
Amen. Amen.
And then the other thing too, he's talked about this before, but I always like hearing it because this is actually good for people to hear and understand, is that not everybody just comes out of the womb with a boatload of confidence. So Todd asked CJ, when did he know that he could do it, that he could become who he is right now?
Well, honestly, I kind of suffered from lack of self-confidence for a long time, really, honestly, until college. But, I always kind of knew I had a talent. Even though I was getting recruited by some of the best schools towards the end, it didn't start like that. So, I always thought it was maybe, foreseen, it was maybe too far away to get to. But, I had the mentality, what I call now is just, I got it from Will Anderson, is just chop wood and carry water, and that's the best mentality to have, is keep your head down, work, and do the right things to get to the right spots, and it'll happen naturally, if that's in God's will. So, around the time was college, my second year, when I was like, okay, I can make this a profession. And that's another thing, I feel like a lot of people, they jump the gun and want to be a professional at 8 years old, that was never my goal at that age. I had steps, that was, of course, a maybe, but it was just, I wanted to have fun, and compete. And that was the main thing for me. So when I got to college, I was like, man, I can do this for real.
That's really cool, man. It's really cool.
Chop wood, carry water.
Did he say Will Anderson shared that with you?
Yeah. Which is an old, very common in Buddhist circles. No, it is. It's from an old Chinese philosopher from the 8th century BC or something.
I believe you. I'm just saying, in my mind, I'm going, noted Buddhist, Will Anderson.
Yeah. Well, there's things about Buddhism that are as much philosophical as they are spiritual, that can help out in your life, whether no matter what denomination you are.
Yeah.
CJ lacking confidence, and always, I think, remembering that has always been intriguing to me, that because it's different than just a chip on the shoulder necessarily. I think it's more of it's a constant reminder that to people that didn't have it, the gilded path laid out in front of them. I do think there's a certain level of scrappiness there that a guy like Bryce Young might have to learn and acquire when he's 24 years old.
Yeah.
More so than having it in you when you've got a little bit of either a chip on your shoulder, an inferiority complex, or just a feeling that you got to prove yourself. Like that, not a lot of guys, there are a lot of athletes, because we all know them, the kids that were gifted athletes, like when they're freshmen in high school, but can't take criticism, and as other kids start to catch up, it's almost like they're befuddled as to how could this be happening? Yeah. I'm the dominant one. Wait, how is this guy possibly competing for my job? It's good sometimes to have a rocky path at the beginning. It really sets you on a different path than some of the kids that have it easier.
It's one of the reasons why I skew more than most towards being skeptical about Caleb Williams. Yeah. Caleb Williams is one of those kids you're describing. He had all the great, he and I think it's awesome. Like he had all this loser had all the parental support. He had all the resources. It sucks because at least I am downgrading a kid because he had what most of us would strive to have for our kids, which is both parents supporting them, all the resources you need to go be successful. It's my thing with Caleb Williams, not to turn a CJ segment into a Caleb segment, but I think this is an interesting part of the dichotomy between kids who grew up in the private coach culture versus kids who grew up like CJ watching Drew Brees on YouTube, which is we've seen evidence of it that Caleb doesn't necessarily handle adversity super, super well. Adversity to him was not starting in week 1 at Oklahoma. Adversity to CJ was living above a storage unit facility in a single parent household. And I'm not even putting words in Caleb Williams' mouth. Caleb Williams went on Twitter to go after his haters and said, "You don't think I've come back from adversity? How about when I wasn't starting as the quarterback at Oklahoma my freshman year? Like, oh man, that must have been horrible for you." So that's.
And you can find examples of everybody that's done it every different way.
Sure.
Peyton Manning, it's not like Peyton Manning didn't overcome a hard scrabble life to become such a super, super competitive guy. Like, obviously, he had a lot of advantages. I do think that it's in the day and age of private coaches and everything else, I do start to take a side-eyed glance at kids that have had all this private coaching and yet still have glaring mechanical flaws.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, wow, how am I to believe that all of a sudden when you're 23 or 24, that's when you're going to start taking it seriously and fix a lot of those mechanical flaws?
Yep.
Versus guys like CJ mechanically was the best guy in the group. And in a lot of respects, like he and Anthony Richardson were similar in that they hadn't had all of the extra coaching and all the extra attention compared to a lot of the other the quarterback prospects were really Will Levis and Bryce Young. And yet he was head and shoulders above them because he had taken it upon himself to learn all of that.
Yep.
So that part of it is it's a better story. It's a better story ultimately when it ends up working out for the kid that had it kind of tough growing up.
There was an article I saw yesterday that had dark horse MVP candidates, and CJ was one of them. And I'm like, man, I don't know that he's a dark horse MVP candidate. I think he's an MVP candidate. Like a legit MVP candidate. Like CJ, they basically said in the article, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and maybe Joe Burrow. That's the 4, and everybody else is a dark horse candidate.
CJ Stroud is the third favored to win the MVP this year. So they by Vegas. So dark horse cannot be the guy who's got he's behind. Well, like everybody's a dark horse behind Pat Mahomes in any given year. Yeah. But basically, he and Josh Allen are even odds. They're both plus 850 to win the MVP.
Yeah.
So that's not dark horse. I would say for dark horse, Brock Purdy is a guy that's in the conversation, but I don't know if anybody realistically expects it. Even if the 49ers do really well, it feels like the ball's against him in terms of actually getting credit for it because he's got so many vast offensive weapons.
Yeah, he might not even be the best candidate on his own team. When I think of dark horse, I think like you're looking at the odds right now. I'm not.
Yeah.
But I put a barrier. Like you've got to be at least 25-1 to be. What's Kyler Murray to be the MVP?
Kyler Murray is not on this board.
Okay. Give me.
So I would, like the guys at the back end of this.
Yeah.
Tell me if this sounds dark horse-ish enough for you or not.
Okay.
Tua.
Okay. Keep going.
Anthony Richardson.
Definite dark horse.
Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
I would say, given his team situation and his age, I'd say dark horse.
Yep.
And then Trevor Lawrence. Those guys are all plus 3,000.
Yeah, 30-1. Those are dark horses for sure. Yeah. Tua, I don't know. I mean, Tua is set up to put MVP numbers. I mean, with all those weapons and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess that's probably those last three guys. Tua was above them.
Yeah.
The last three guys were all 30-1.
Definite dark horse.
So yeah, that qualifies.
100% dark horse. CJ not a dark horse, man. CJ, and that's fine. That's good. It's a MVP.
Okay.
We want our guy to be up there.
Kyler Murray is 50-1.
Yeah, that is a super dark horse right there. Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey 50-1.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put him as a dark horse just because of notoriety.
No, and he's the favorite.
It wouldn't be a surprise. Like at the end of the season, you wouldn't be like, well, nobody saw this coming.
Well, especially because he'll probably win Offensive Player of the Year again. I mean, you know, that's like the non-QB award is what it's turned into, the Offensive Player of the Year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A Texas institution, I'm telling you, if CJ was listing reasons why he should love Houston ahead of LA, this probably should have been a really big one. And this particular institution is letting you, the Texan, weigh in on what product they're going to put out there. We will tell you what this is coming up next.
1, 2, 3. Texans training camp is
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so C.J. Stroud just got done in the previous segment saying why he loved Houston so much. The hospitality of the people, laid-back lifestyle.
Relatively few notorious serial killers.
He didn't say that in those exact words, but it's implied based on our topics on the show today. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the things I would sell.
Yeah.
No state income tax.
Yep.
Don't ask me about property tax.
Yep.
And very few notable or notorious serial killers.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So it's a good sales pitch. I would also throw in there Bluebell ice cream. Bluebell ice cream, based in the heart of Brenham, Texas, right up there near the hill country up there, up 290. And Seth, I love Bluebell ice cream. We've always got a couple gallons of Bluebell in our freezer ready to go. My wife's a big mint chocolate chip. I tend to just pick whichever one has whichever candy bar or cookie I'm feeling at the time in it. Like I like the kind that have like the butter cake that has the cake mixed into it, the ice cream. Like I'm more like the fancy stuff than I am just the hardcore. There's a lot of people just like vanilla Bluebell, like Bluebell vanilla.
My
man,
wife's one of those.
Is she?
Weird.
Yeah,
Ugh.
yeah. Where are you? Do you have a favorite in the Bluebell realm?
Mint chocolate chip.
Mint chocolate chip. Okay, you and Amy are mint chocolate chip people.
I like it if the chips are actual like little flat chips.
Yeah,
too, you know?
yeah, little squares. So there's a lot of flavors of Bluebell. I think it's a very relatable thing for people listening right now because people love Bluebell. There's a lot of flavors that are there one day, gone the next. And you're like, where did my blueberry cheesecake go? It was here last week, and now it's gone. And the simple fact of the matter
like
is,
the McRib.
Yeah, yes,
They got rid of their McRib ice cream way too quickly.
Way too quickly. You and I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tasty. The little morsels of fake rib in it with the barbecue sauce swirl. It was so tasty.
Can you make it look like a rib at least?
So Bluebell is doing a thing now where they're taking the most popular discontinued flavors, and they're doing what you do in our format. When you try to pick something, you throw it into a bracket and let people choose it. So they're bringing back one of the flavors. One of the discontinued are getting brought back here, and they've got them in bracket matchups, and they're putting them. The first round matchups are kind of like how I wish the NCAA tournament did it, where they take matchups of things that are pretty similar. You know what I mean? And like, whereas we wish, like in the NCAA tournament, boy, I wish they'd put that coach against the team he used to play for or coach for.
Right.
They need to do that more. They're doing that here. They've got 8 matchups in round 1 of this flavor matchup bracket. And, boy, I'm getting hungry looking at this. They've got the 2 cheesecakes going against each other, strawberry or blueberry cheesecake.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a preference on those? Are you all about cheese? Do you like cheesecake flavored ice cream?
I like cheesecake a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
Blueberry cheesecake for me.
Me too.
Strawberry, and only because I feel like I've overdone it on like actual strawberry cheesecake in my life, and that's the more common and prevalent one. So any kind of blueberry cheesecake, I get excited about that, whether it's in an ice cream or under a dessert glass.
Yeah. Who do we think wins that one, by the way? Strawberry or blue? Are you and I outliers?
Strawberry.
Yeah.
There's no accounting for the poor taste of the masses, Sean.
Yeah,
the masses like their strawberry. It's the most popular for a reason.
You know who hates blueberry? And I found this out because he sent me the link to this bracket yesterday.
Yeah.
Our boss. I've said, blueberry cheesecake for the win. Blueberry, the most overrated of flavors, he said.
Oh, really?
Oh, you bastard.
Well,
yes.
Good. I'm glad he hates antioxidants. I hope he dies.
He's listening right now.
Go die. Everyone. Strawberries have plenty of antioxidants too, but they don't have the gumption to have the Blueberry Council go fund studies that make everybody think that there's a little trick for the food industry people, kids out there. All you have to do is fund a study, and then all the magazines will write about that study that show that, like, wow, look at all the antioxidants in blueberries. And you'll be like, well, do the other fruits not have them? Right. Oh, no, they totally do, but there wasn't a study done right now that we can write about.
We don't have lobbyists, Groom's cake versus red velvet cake.
I don't know what a groom's cake is, and I don't trust it. Red velvet.
Red velvet for you, okay. Red velvet.
I'm leaving the groom's cake at the altar.
Okay, so blueberry. Seth wants blueberry in the first matchup. He's rooting for red velvet.
What the hell's a groom's cake?
Isn't it just a wedding cake?
It's just a wedding cake, I think. Yeah, I think it's just a wedding cake.
But with like a hockey stick on it instead of a pretty lady, right? Yeah, okay.
Hockey stick.
Yeah, wedding cake overrated.
Yep. Hot fudge brownie versus raspberry fudge brownie.
Raspberry can go get bent
I'm with you
with
on
its
that.
lack of antioxidant ass.
I'm with you on that. Hot fudge brownie for the win. Yeah. Yeah,
Hey, raspberry. I don't like raspberry. I love raspberries, but I don't know of a single thing that I like it added to. I like raspberry chocolate. Oh, I'd rather choke my mother-in-law with it. There's no.
But
raspberry. You don't need to add raspberry to anything. It ruins things.
But yet you like to just pop raspberries like they're M&Ms, like you eat raspberries? Okay.
Yeah, I like raspberries by themselves.
I think I've only ever had raspberries as a flavoring for something. I've never had.
Big shock.
I've never.
You never had a raspberry fruit.
This turned into taking shots at me. All right, next one. Gingerbread House versus Cherry Amaretto Cordial. Can I pick no winners in that one?
I'll go the same with cherry and anything else.
Yeah.
I typically don't like things that are flavored unless it's Coke.
Yeah.
I don't like anything. I don't like cherry infused in anything.
Yeah. I'm drinking a cherry Zevia right now as we speak.
I've got any liqueur in general. I've just got too many bad memories of back when you'll drink whatever's available because that's all you can get.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to drink too much liqueur.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Tiramisu versus Mocha Madness.
Never had Mocha Madness.
I haven't
but
either.
It intrigues me.
It intrigues me. I like chocolate, but I don't like mocha chocolate. It tastes.
I always feel like tiramisu I feel like it's putting on airs. I don't need that. I'm just a blue collar guy, Sean, who likes my Mocha Madness. Okay.
Blue collar guy. The only time I ever put mocha in my body is at a Starbucks when I'm spending $7
I'm just
on a drink.
Blue collar guy who likes a mocha chocolate latte.
Chino, mocha choco chappuccino. Key lime pie versus Creole cream cheese. Creole cream cheese. Yeah.
I'm
not wild about
cream
either.
Cheese sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
It sounds like cream cheese that hasn't taken a shower in a while. I'll take like it's just been basking in the humidity of New Orleans out in the sun at a cafe. Yeah. So I'll take the key lime pie. That feels fresh and clean, like an ocean breeze over the Keys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. Someone says on the text page, groom's cake is almost always chocolate to contrast the traditional vanilla wedding cake. I think that's true because I've been a groom twice now, and both times my cake was chocolate. This time, the most recent wedding I had with my old lady, Amy, I'm calling her my old lady because I just got done watching Sons of Anarchy. She's cool with it. It was a WWE championship belt made out of chocolate.
Oh,
that was
wow.
my groom's cake, yeah.
I like the fact that in your two marriages, you couldn't even be bothered with the minor detail of what flavor the groom's cake was, Sean. Ever wonder why maybe that first marriage went south?
Plenty of reasons. Yeah, plenty of reasons.
And no, don't worry. I was such a grumpy bastard about wedding planning. I was just like, you can deal with it.
No. I to your point, I definitely learned from my mistakes the first time around in terms of how involved and enthusiastic.
You pretended to care.
I feigned being,
yes. That's the whole thing. It's like don't actually care about the decision, but at least look like you care about the decision.
Don't spoil it for the people that do care. Which I think I may have done a little of that the first time.
No,
I was
26.
a jerk.
I was a jerk.
Yeah. Lemon Bliss versus cookie cake ice cream.
I don't know what flavor cookie it is, but I like it more than Lemon Bliss.
Yeah.
Yes.
My guess is it's probably like cookie cake if it's got M&Ms in it. Ooh.
Yeah. If it's a sugar cookie, I don't want that.
No, usually it's chocolate chip or something with chocolate, a cookie cake.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, last one. Triple chocolate versus triple caramel.
Triple caramel.
Triple caramel. All right.
I don't like too much chocolate. I don't like it when it's overdone. I'm not a huge I need the right amount of chocolate.
I'm a huge caramel enthusiast. I go triple caramel on that as well. Not surprisingly, a lot of people are into this Blue Bell bracket.
Oh no, Sean! When Nick Wright was leaving for Fox Sports, and he had what's it called when a contract is expiring for a coach? That last year, the
lame duck year?
Yeah, when he was in his lame duck month when he was leaving. Nick and Lopez did like half their show was just phoning it in, doing brackets and stuff, and their ratings were never
It was the best they had.
They never had more complaints, but their ratings were never better. Yeah.
All right.
We want hardcore sports talk, but since you're going to talk about this, yes, I like.
I have strong
My
feelings.
favorite Eastern European player is by far. Yeah.
I have strong feelings. Groom's cake sounds like something you find at the bachelor party being done with the entertainment, maybe.
A groom's cake is a 7-foot-tall fake cake that a stripper pops out of.
That's right.
That's my ice cream.
Oh, my God. Look at Payne taking on Big Blueberry.
No, I admire their tactics.
No, you did. You weren't taking
I'm not
him on.
even taking him on. I'm admiring
You were
it.
backing
I love it,
him.
and I love me blueberries.
Yeah. You were.
Tell you what, that's one of the things I've discovered about the Pacific Northwest is being out there during the produce out there in the summer months is incredible.
It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. Do you like raspberry lemonade?
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess I do. So I lied about not liking raspberry.
That's a text asking you that.
You found me out. You've uncovered my big search. Okay. Congratulations on your expose. Next, you're going to ask me if I'm going to leave for the Texas baseball head coach job? You son of a bitch.
I am rooting for blueberry cheesecake in this whole thing. I am rooting for blueberry cheesecake. Go blueberry.
Who are the odds-on favorite?
I don't know.
Who's the odds-on favorite here?
You know what? I would say, if I'm just looking at the list here, I would say blueberry cheesecake. I would say anything with a brownie in it, like hot fudge brownie, feels like chocolate is a safe bet on anything like this, like hardcore chocolate. I would say either of the cheesecakes, hot fudge brownie, gingerbread house, no chance. No, I don't like gingerbread house. I'm not. But the public might.
No, I think gingerbread is probably polarizing. Likewise with key lime, it's probably polarizing because it's got a little sour hint to it too. A lot of people might not like a dairy product.
I'm going hot fudge brownie. I got to pick one. I'm going hot fudge brownie is going to be the winner. That'll be my pick. Yep.
Or the triple chocolate.
Yeah. There's a triple chocolate at the end. Even though you and I went triple caramel on their ass. Mint chocolate chip used to be my favorite until my best friend at the time told me it tasted like toothpaste. It was never the same after that.
No, toothpaste tastes like mint chocolate chip.
Right,
That's how you got to reframe that in your brain. You're welcome.
Which is why you got to start.
Welcome back to the mint chocolate chip club.
Yeah, and so start eating toothpaste is what we're saying. Okay?
Yeah, maybe brush your teeth every now and then.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, toothpaste tastes so bad.
Sorry, guy who cannot stomach the taste of. Sorry that you like Tom's of Maine. Yeah. All right.
Someone says blueberry cheesecake has 33% of the votes against strawberry cheesecake, but you called that one, Seth.
Yeah, I called that one. Yeah,
you said strawberries.
We knew that we were probably going to lose that battle.
That's right. Us and Big Blueberry are going to lose that battle. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Is this how you preemptively turn down a job? We will have that. Is this how you accept a job? We will have that for you as well coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. This is how you accept the fact that
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So last night, kind of glad the Astros didn't play last night. I ended up watching a couple things I probably would have normally paid less attention to. The Stanley Cup Finals Game 7, which was outstanding, and the College World Series final game between Tennessee and A&M. Not as good a game. The Aggies made a run at it. Sorry, Seth, your Aggies made a run at it at the end. They fell behind 6-1 about midway through the game, and once they fell behind 6-1, the Bats woke up a little bit. They left a ton of guys on base. Final score ended up being 6-5, and after the game, the big story, because the University of Texas has fired. They fired their coach, their baseball coach, a couple of weeks ago. So not a couple of weeks ago, a few days ago. And reportedly, Texas A&M folks, as you can imagine, Texas folks, as you can imagine, were at the College World Series, keeping an eye on things. Thought being that they're possibly going after Jim Schlossnagle, the A&M head baseball coach. After the game, Coach Schlossnagle was asked about the UT job.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Write that. Wow. This I know, Seth, before I get your thoughts. I don't know who Montgomery is. I'm guessing he's
Braden Montgomery, I think.
Okay, on A&M. He's a player on A&M who's got an opportunity to come back or go to the league or whatever, go to MLB. I would definitely be asking Montgomery that question in the very next.
I think it's a fair question to ask Braden Montgomery. It's the hard part of it is though, where I can totally empathize with him is that in that moment, man, you've just had a heartbreaking loss, and I would say like for Braden Montgomery, it might be the furthest thing on his mind, but for Schlossnagle, it's something that people are going to have questions about. I don't think that. I mean, we can get into a debate about how every act is a selfish act, whatever. But there's a legitimate journalistic reason for that person to ask that question. That it's probably a concern in the minds of people, or if only to vigorously deny that there's any chance he would ever leave. So. I get his emotion and I understand the emotion. I think I would feel the same way he does in that moment after a heartbreaking loss like that, or after you've come so close. It's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah.
But I also think, as it is with any college coaching job, you got to be prepared for those questions. But I'm not raking him over the coals for having that response. I think I probably, even knowing all the things I just said, I would probably have the same response.
Yeah, lash out a little bit. I get that. Now I do hope that Texas or some other school, or maybe even Major League Baseball, comes in with a big pile of cash for this guy, so he gets exposed for being a little too sanctimonious with the reporters. Now, I was also reminded by Tyler Milner's brother, Sterling Milner, that when I said I hope Texas money whips this guy into taking the UT job, that the Aggies do like to spend a lot of money. There's not a bidding war, past, present, or future, this is Tyler's brother, that TU could win against the Aggies. Maroon money, air quotes, isn't just a made-up play on words, my guy. I'm getting,
my guy, Jew. You my guy, Jew.
I'm getting angrier and angrier every time I read my guy in that tweet, man. You my guyed me. Tyler's brother, Judas.
That's on you. What number is that on your list of things that annoy you?
It's third on my list of things that annoy me. It's third. I wrote them down as I thought of them. Number one, meh. People use meh in response to an idea that you have. Or nah. I hate or nah. Texans going to the playoffs or nah? Yeah, screw you. And then my guy is third. Fourth is expressing a point like this in the written word, where you put a period after every word.
Yeah.
I hate that. calling a title a chip. I could go on and on. I've got 50 things on this list right here, but my guy is very high up the list.
When it comes to football coaches, Elko at A&M is making $7 million a year, where Steve Sarkisian makes about $10 or $11 million a year.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. I mean, Elko's...
It's not like there was as much of a... I mean, Sarkisian, I honestly, he's still... Boy, what an example of resurrecting yourself by way of choosing the right job.
Yeah.
He chose the right jobs after his departure from USC and rebranded himself and got a hell of a deal. But it's not like A&M is bashful about spending money.
No. Sark did a really good interview with Joel Klatt recently where he talked about things he took from Saban and things he took from Pete Carroll, like in terms of molding himself. It was a really good interview. I'd recommend it if you're, especially if you're a UT fan. If probably already seen it if you're a UT fan, but it was really good. I'm not a huge Sark guy, but I came away from that interview liking him more. JJ Redick. It's going to be hard for me to come away with anything involving JJ Redick and make me like him more. As you pointed out, Seth, he is a former Duke guard. It's just the world we live in. He's now the LA Lakers head coach. Here is JJ Redick with what I think is a really good answer on why he wants to coach.
I have never coached in the NBA before. I don't know if you guys have heard that. My motivations for doing this, it starts with a very simple foundation of service. I think about the greatest moments, especially towards the end of my career, was about helping players. And so it starts with the desire to serve players, to serve the Lakers organization, to serve our fans. It's also about competition and performance, collaboration, leadership. These are the things that drive me.
Yes, those are things that drove him to immediately when he came out of the NBA and his desire to serve. He took a job on what he already knew was a platform of just engagement farming, hot takes, everything else like that, and then acted surprised and disgusted that he was being asked to be a whore when he had taken on the job of being a whore.
Right.
It was as if a prostitute had joined a brothel and be like, wait a minute, you want me to sleep with men for money? And he started a podcast network. But now he knows that, no, his life's goal is to serve.
Yeah.
Yes.
Serve.
But not the podcasting community or Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Other than when he serves, when Stephen A. Smith gets served by his hot take.
Gets served.
Yeah.
I mean, his answer there, other than the little snarky joke at the beginning about never being an NBA head coach, his answer is almost identical to D'Amico Ryan's answer at the beginning of his introductory press conference, which is why I like the answer. But the fact that you're so passionate about this and you decided to become a podcaster and a reluctant hot taker is a little disingenuous to me. I'm already rooting against you, JJ Redick, and now you pull this crap in your opening press conference.
Yeah, like taking the job. That's the thing about him whining about like the actual duties of his job or the environment that he was working in. It'd be one thing if it wasn't like just some kid who stepped off the bus in Hollywood and got duped by a porn producer or something. You know, he took that job and then acted continually amazed at the environment on a show that is seen all over the place and has been for decades. Yeah.
Picturing Jimmy Pitaro, the head of ESPN, pulling dishwasher JJ Redick into the booth with him at the club, like Burt Reynolds pulled Dirk Diggler into the booth with him, like, hello, young man, how are you?
Yeah. Hey, how would you like to come on ESPN? We're going to have in-depth discussions about basketball strategy and human psychology and nothing more. It'll be a delightful intellectual plunge into the baths of the higher level NBA thinking and sports talk.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Quit it. Don't play the knave with me, you son of a
Yep. So we rate Schlossnagle, we rate him. I give him a B or a B+ for handling that question. Like, that's a tough question to handle. One more from JJ Redick. He got a little blue. Ben, let's go to the F-bomb one here with JJ Redick. He was asked about dispelling misconceptions.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a like, honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Ooh,
yeah, he hears everything.
Yeah.
Like he just said, that's the thing. I don't believe him at all. It's like when somebody on social media says that they don't care about the hate that they're getting or what have you, and yet they know every little shred of hate that's out there. It'd be like Kevin Durant when Kevin Durant claims that he doesn't care. He cares. He cares. He cares a lot about it.
I want the Lakers to be so bad this year. Oh, I want them to be so bad.
His first in his opening statement there that we listened to, he said, I don't know if you guys have heard that I've never coached in the NBA. Yeah, he's keenly aware of everything everybody's saying.
Hey,
it's going to be awesome to watch.
It is.
Because J.J. Redick, whether he's a good coach or he's a bad coach, can't overcome Jeannie Buss and everything else that's wrong with the Lakers.
Amen.
Yeah. And an aging LeBron James who's going to play for 7 more years.
And Anthony Davis, who's made of paper mache. Exactly. So I just voted in the Bluebell bracket for all the different matchups. The Bluebell website has a description of some of these that we were wondering on.
Yeah.
The description of Groom's Cake. Say I do to this blissful flavor. Luscious chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces and chocolate-coated strawberry hearts surrounded by swirls of strawberry sauce and chocolate icing.
Oh, no, too much
It's a lot of chocolate. I think I'd go with red velvet. Yeah, just keep it simple with red velvet and cream cheese icing there. That's the matchup. John Lopez is here.
I'd like to amend my vote that I gave you earlier off air.
Okay.
I'm going to go with triple chocolate.
Triple chocolate at the end here. Okay.
Yeah, that's a winner.
A blend of Dutch chocolate, milk chocolate, and vanilla ice cream.
Come on now.
Mixed with a rich chocolate sundae. That it's got. Okay.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's the kind. Yeah. Back in the day when you were at the cafeteria and you had the choice between the vanilla with strawberry swirl sundae cup or the chocolate with strawberry swirl. That sounds like a deluxe version of that.
Yeah.
You had those options in your high school cafeteria?
Yeah, at the snack bar. Yeah.
Yeah, we had straight vanilla chocolate.
Chocolate cake Wednesdays, man. Every day, every Wednesday. Chocolate cake.
I still I grew up on the hard side of the tracks, in the hard scrabble streets. But we did have strawberry swirl sundaes, and
I've heard about those Connecticut kids.
Chocolate swirl sundaes. I had to buy them. They didn't give them to us. They were 50 cents.
Did they break 100?
They were 50 cents. Touche.
Could they break 100?
Touche. Carrying around Benjamins in junior high. Get out of here.
Sean yelling at the poor cafeteria lady.
No, they love the cafeteria.
I don't want 10s. Give me 20s.
Meanwhile, I was in 4th grade before I ever even discovered strawberry as a flavor. Didn't even know that was an option. Like, what is this?
As you can hear, B. Scott is in with John Lopez today. How we doing, gentlemen?
Awesome.
Congratulations on your Aggies making it as far as they did.
Yeah, I said yesterday I thought their chance was Sunday, but they surprised me, man. I mean, best hitter out, one of the best hitters in the country, and their second best number 2 pitcher was out.
Why is your
wait? What are we doing here? Are we doing moral victories around here?
Sounds
no.
Wait a second.
No. I just said
lowering the standard around here.
I appreciate it, and they surprised me.
Why is your coach lying to everybody about taking another job? Right
he's not lying. Bite your tongue.
I'm just kidding.
That's kind of, what did he say? That's kind of insulting.
He was mad. He did not like that. He did not like that.
It is a downgrading job. Like, why would he go backwards?
No, he's not money. But as Tyler's brother pointed out to me on Twitter,
do the Aggies not have money all of a sudden?
My guy,
they want to keep the dude.
Reminded me how much money.
I've never thought about that as like a kind of a passive aggressive. Backhanded. Until you pointed it out, and I'm like, you know what it is?
It's awful.
Yes.
Wait, what was
Tyler's brother like Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend? Is Tyler's brother
Tyler's hype man
trying to create drama between the members of the Sports Radio 610?
Maybe that's a good analogy. No, I'll read you the tweet, B. Scott.
All right.
Because I I retweeted the video of Schlossnagel, the coach, getting indignant about even having his Aggie-ness questioned.
Yeah.
And I said, man, I really hope Texas money whips this guy. To which Sterling Milner replies, there's not a bidding war, past, present, or future. TU could win against the Aggies. Maroon money isn't just a made-up play on words, my guy.
My guy, yeah.
Oh, he my guy.
Yeah, he my guy.
He my guyed me.
But he took it personally, so he really meant that. That I don't know how passive aggressive as much as aggressive he was being with
that's
my
just
guy.
aggressive.
Yeah,
my guy.
I texted Tyler after it because it happened at like 11 o'clock at night. I texted Tyler and I warned him. I said, look, I'm tempted to destroy your brother on the air tomorrow.
He probably said,
over
go
this.
for it.
He said, I stopped texting with him a while ago. He's really drunk right now. So, yeah. So that's – so
you can't try to –
He hypothetically said he's probably drunk right now.
It's impossible to win a war of wits with anybody, any college fan of anything. When it starts – when you get into college – it's all id, man. The people are just like, it doesn't. There's no winning that fight.
Well, my theory on that is college football fans, especially, but college fans in this country are the reason that we don't have soccer hooligans in England because they are them.
That's a good point.
If college football ever goes away, look out, England.
Yes.
We're coming for you.
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, have a great show. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and raspberry and none of your other desserts to you.
Oh, come on. Can I get the hot fudge brownie ice cream with the antibodies, please?
For harlots and pimps, Sean.
Exactly.
Your raspberry chocolate nonsense.
Precisely. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
So, Lopez, I don't want to kill the vibes. I want the vibes to continue to be good.
I appreciate that.
Continue to be high, and for us to still be really excited about what's going on with the Astros.
Yeah, man.
But I value honesty. I value transparency. And I value just like being reasonable and logical. And to me, I've got to pump the brakes.
All right.
I'm starting the show, and this is going to be a theme throughout, not just throughout the show, but throughout the day for me, and really until they finish this series against the Rockies with the Astros. I'm pumping the brakes on this bandwagon thing with the Astros, how things are all of a sudden just rosy with the Astros. They're absolutely playing better baseball, but I'm pumping the brakes on any kind of bandwagon or absolutely being all in until they do the thing that I said they needed to do before I took them serious as a baseball team. The Astros, and I've said this for weeks now, are not a serious operation. They are not a serious baseball team until they get back to 500. Now, that's why these next couple of days are really important.
The good news is, now that I got that all out of the way, now that I got the vibe killing out of the way, the good news is, and this is not to contradict myself, this is just truly the good news.
Yeah.
I think they're going to get to 500.
I think they are.
I like their chances. I think things are looking up.
Yes.
And I think by the time we talk on Thursday, today's Tuesday, by the time we come in here on Thursday, I think we'll be talking about a 500 baseball team. And then I can finally buy in. But I would hate it, Lopez, if I get on here with the pom-poms, singing their praises, talking about how great they've been. And they have been really good lately. I said that. But it would make me feel like crap if I came in here tomorrow and they done lost some game to the Rockies that they're not supposed to, or God forbid that they don't win either one of these games. Like, I need it to actually happen. I need to see it through before I go all the way in on this bandwagon or just deciding that the Astros are officially back.
I think that's a better way of saying what I said yesterday. I said yesterday that this was the season started on June 24th or 22nd, technically.
Yeah, you did say that.
That's the first time I recognized them. That's not the squad I've seen, and that's why I was like, I don't think so. I think they're done. I recognize them, but in the next breath, I said, all that said, they got to take care of these two, man. They got, and actually, I still say what I told you on Friday. I think they got to go 14-7 on that 21 game stretch. Well, they're 3-0 so far.
Yeah,
so that's a good start. No, I don't think that's putting a bucket of cold water on anything. Because let me ask you this: as much as we see the Astros now, as much as we recognize this team, I wouldn't be totally surprised to see them lose one, if not both of these games.
Well,
based on what they've done.
When we talked about it last week, my whole point and my whole issue with the Astros was not that they're so bad. It's just that they were decidedly mediocre.
Yeah.
Like the issue I had with them was that I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm still kind of here, even though I was impressed with how they performed against the Orioles over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they were the win every other game / lose every other game type of team.
Yeah.
Like they still give me those vibes. And I'll say this, man. It was 6 days ago when I came in here and said that it felt like an inflection point when they lost that first game to the White Sox, that first of the 3-game set.
Mm-hmm.
They have not lost since.
Mm-hmm.
They have not lost since. And so I do think it's interesting of whether that was an inflection point just in a different way from the way that I described it. Like, I thought it was indicative. I thought it was saying, hey, these are just not the Astros that we used to know, and this is obvious or evidence of it. But maybe it turns out that it was an inflection point more so because it was a wake-up call. Maybe the Jose Abreu thing has a little bit to do with it.
Altuve throwing a little fit?
Yeah, I mean, and I know we made fun of Joe Espada for his less than inspiring ejection.
Yeah.
But I do think it goes not that Espada didn't have any kind of equity built up with this roster or with this locker room or with the clubhouse because he's been there.
Yeah.
But kind of having that moment, like I say, an inflection point. Hey, we're losing, we're bad, we're underachieving. When are we going to turn around? If not now, then when?
I still point to that Altuve thing, too. It's kind of like maybe one of your parents is the disciplinarian and the other one is like always sort of calm and reasoning with you. But when the calm and reasoning one goes off, you're like, oh, crap. We got mom mad now. I mean, I thought that was the Altuve thing. I thought as well it was an inflection point in terms, and we talked about it, in terms of this ain't going to happen. But it could have turned the other way. Now, at the same time, win these 2 games. Not obviously for the obvious reasons of you get to 500, but the other one, let's back it up again, Hunter Brown. Let's put something together, Spencer Arrighetti. Those are the next 2 pitchers. And if you get that, all of a sudden you got that confidence roll. You got this team 500, and all of a sudden, oh, by the way, Mariners lost last night. You're down 4.5 games.
Yeah, and we'll get into Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti later on in the show. But you just mentioned it. The Mariners should have even started with this. Can we shout out the Rays last night?
How about that?
For handling business against the Mariners. The Mariners had them 3-1 late in the game, and then a 3-run inning led by Yandy Diaz puts them ahead and does you a favor, hands you the assist. So shout out to the Rays for the assist last night, making this thing a 5.5 game difference. But it still really comes down to the Astros handling business. I want to point out how good they were, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I did just say how I wasn't buying in just yet. But I think they deserve some recognition for like how truly impressive they were against the Orioles. They had 27 runs on 35 hits in 3 games. That's the Astros that you're used to seeing. Okay, they had all of this without Kyle Tucker.
Yes.
I think that's important to note that they're making all of this stuff happen without arguably one of the American League MVP candidates, their best player this year, and they're kind of making it happen with a committee against a team, by the way, that was one of the hottest in the American League and one of the best in the American League in the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
So they did that. They also had 17 extra base hits. So it's not just the singles, but it's extra base hits. You got the doubles and 5 of the home runs. 5 of those extra base hits were home runs. And then on Sunday, 7 different players got hits.
Yeah.
So they're doing it by committee. They're getting extra base hits. And I think that that's something that, honestly, like yesterday, I didn't want them to have a day off because I feel like it's literally something that they can carry over into these series that they absolutely have to win.
Yeah. And I think the familiarity of the people who were making it happen was key. You know, Altuve, leadoff home run.
Yeah.
Was it 6th of the year, 38th of his
38th of his career.
Of his career.
First, not just leadoff, first pitch.
Yes.
Period.
We've seen that before.
Yes.
We recognize that. Alex Bregman, 4 hits. Oh, I've seen that before. You know, I recognize that. The way they just piled on and were able to do it in every game, piling on, We've seen that. They just suck the life out of a really good team and make that team sort of look around in the clubhouse and go, man, can we beat these guys? That was what I'm saying is I recognize that team. Obviously the pitching and the way they got it. It was very important for them to look that way. And I think the fact that they can look themselves in the mirror and feel like that it's themselves again is the biggest thing of all.
All right, so you mentioned Alex Bregman. Mm-hmm. Time to have a necessary but awkward conversation.
Okay.
Expiring contract. Mm-hmm. A team fighting to get back to 500. We think they're going to do it by the end of the week. Hopefully even before that. Yeah. Hopefully by the end of Wednesday.
Yeah. By tomorrow night.
But the Alex Bregman thing, like we've talked about him being a trade piece, a trade candidate, the idea that the Astros have not been bad enough to be for sure sellers, but good enough to be buyers in like this in-between space in the market.
Yeah.
But they're on this run, okay? They've been doing really well. Alex Bregman has been a big part of that quietly. Now, I don't know how quiet it is, but I think we got so used to the idea of Alex Bregman being the obvious trade piece because of where they are.
Yeah.
But Alex Bregman has been really good over the last 30 games. Here's his slash line. 301, so his batting average is 301, on base 353, slugging 496. And I'm not just trying to read stats out there. I want y'all to hear how good he is or how good he's been. Last 7 games, hitting 400.
Yeah.
On base percentage 438, slugging 500, and really playing his best stretch of baseball of the season. Are you still comfortable with the idea? And I was there just 6 days ago when they were losing unnecessarily, or a week ago when they were losing unnecessarily to the Chicago White Sox. Like, we got to really start having some real hard conversations about where this team is, not just with Bregman, but even with other guys. I may not be on the bandwagon yet, but I am, I think, on the Alex Bregman bandwagon of let's just play this thing out. Let's see how this thing goes with him on the team for the rest of the year. And that's an awkward place to be in considering where the Astros are.
I'm thinking, my thought on it is let's look at this clearly at the All-Star break. Because even if he stays hot, and they both go together, what they're doing on the field and making this run, perhaps in air quotes, and whether or not they are buyers or sellers. Because they will know. I'll put it this way. If you don't know by the All-Star break if you're in it or not, then you're not in it. So they have to make this run right now. They can't slide back. Ain't no more like it's a long season, all this other stuff. Because if you know by the All-Star break, oh, we're in it, then obviously you keep Bregman. You maybe even add a piece or two if you can, and you try to make that little run. If you're out, then you're a seller. And Alex Bregman is at the top of the list.
Astros have the Colorado Rockies tonight at 7:10. Hunter Brown is on the mound for the Astros. We'll talk about Hunter Brown a little bit later on in the show. John Lopez, Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. You see J.J. Redick get introduced yesterday?
Oh, man, I've got plenty to say on J.J. Redick.
We'll talk about that later on in the hits. But J.J. Redick, man, I thought it was funny how he said he didn't give a F. He didn't give a F about the outside noise.
Well, apparently he does because he knows everything that's been said.
Yeah. It's funny. Whenever somebody says that they don't give a F, is that like one of the main indicators that perhaps maybe
I give the biggest F.
That they do?
I give the biggest F.
Like what is a more of an indicator of caring than saying that you don't care? And not only saying that you don't care, but being animated about it and like cussing unnecessarily about it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. By the way, right before we got on, Seth and Sean were talking about, I hope it's a train wreck. I hope it's a train wreck. It's going to be a train wreck.
You think so?
Oh yeah. There were signs yesterday that it's going to be a train wreck, and that was one of them. It's going to be it's not going to be cute anymore. To have J.J. Redick and dropping all these funny lines, etc. And the whole I don't give an F deal. As you said, he gives a big F, and he's not going to be in control. The whole thing about them talking about, he's a leader, man. What did the owners or the GM say? He's like best communicator in basketball and all this stuff. All right. Remember,
How
you
do
said,
we know he's a leader of men?
Yes.
And he never coached a game.
And a great one of the best communicators in basketball.
Who were the men that he led?
Yeah, exactly.
Like at Duke?
Yeah.
Or hell, on First Take, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, on First Day on his podcast.
Dude, and
it's going to be a train wreck.
So there is something striking. So, look, I am kind of rooting for it to fail now.
Mm-hmm.
I've soured on everything that they got going on over there. But it is something to me, like, to say you don't give an F. He may not give an F about the outside noise, but you know what was apparent that he really didn't give an F about? His bosses.
Yeah.
And like the first impression that you leave when you start a new job.
Mm-hmm.
Like that part to me was the part of not giving an F that I didn't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm right there with you on it being a train wreck. What was interesting to me about it was how they said that LeBron didn't have anything to do with it.
Come on, man. That's a sign right there.
But here's what they did admit, that apparently Anthony Davis was very instrumental in the process.
Yeah.
And so, like, what's the difference?
Yeah. Yeah, what's the difference?
That to me sounded like a distinction without a difference.
Yeah.
They got the same agent. They've been teammates for the last 4 or 5 years or however long it's been. They won a championship together.
Yeah.
If AD is they said LeBron was supportive and AD was the one that was more like involved.
Yeah.
Okay, so how is that not the same thing?
It is the same thing. And all they're doing is already that was one of the signs we're going to get into. One of the signs that this is clearly going to be a train wreck was that, because all they're doing is already protecting LeBron. LeBron was integral in this thing, but they're like, oh no, he really didn't have anything. No, man, you're already protecting him. That's a bad.
We
sign.
never talked about the coaching job ever.
I am
until I got the job.
I am here for it.
And are you a bad podcaster? Are you bad at podcasting if you do a show together and you don't talk about like important and relevant topics?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I know he said he's stopping the podcast, but like. You mean so y'all two used to create content together?
I sure as hell would do one more anyway.
And now the biggest piece of content creation as a collaboration that you'll ever have.
Yeah.
Possibly coaching and playing together.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't discuss it.
I'd like to be an advertiser. Wait, you're not going to talk about this? You're done? Come on. One more podcast.
Dude, that sounds like bad.
Gazillion, hits, downloads.
It sounds like bad podcasting and bad coaching.
Yes, that's not a leader of men.
That's not an excellent communicator.
That is not a leader of men.
What the hell are they talking about?
Man, I would fire myself if I had a gold podcast in waiting like that and didn't do it.
We are also a day away from the Houston Rockets. We think picking number 3 overall, but maybe they will, maybe they won't, maybe they're fishing for something else. We'll get into that later on in the show. A day away from that, 3 weeks away from Texans training camp. No tickets available anymore at this point, right? Those things got to be.
They were going in the first 20 minutes.
The first 20 minutes. So hopefully you get an opportunity to check that out. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. Figgy Fig is in here with us. Coming up next on In the Loop. The Astros are trying to make a playoff run, but if they're going to do it, the dude on the mound tonight is going to be instrumental in that process. We'll talk about Hunter Brown next.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500. sports leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
He's the one that got it started, Lopez.
Yeah, he is.
This is how the win streak for the Astros got started. Y'all might remember it was last week. Astros visiting the Chicago White Sox, coming off of a loss to start that series. Really disappointing. Kind of I would say a low moment in the Astros season at that point.
Oh, yeah. Losing
to the worst team in baseball, one of the biggest embarrassments in baseball. And at that point, I thought it was time to bury this team. I thought that maybe they were ready to bury themselves. And what do you know? Hunter Brown comes out the next day and outduels one of the better pitchers.
Maybe their best. They're absolutely their best.
No, the White Sox, perhaps their only redeeming quality right now is Garrett Crochet, the guy that pitched against them last week.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter because your guy, Astros fans, your guy, Hunter Brown, came out and gave you 6 innings of 1-run ball. Quality of quality.
Yeah.
And really, after a shaky start to the season, when Hunter Brown had really high hopes, or Astros fans had really high hopes for what Hunter Brown could be, after a really rough start to the season, y'all can remember those first 2 innings. Like his ERA in the first 2 innings was something like astronomical, like an unreal number, almost comparable to what Jose Abreu was offensively. Since then, and especially over his last, let's call it 3 to 6 starts, he's been excellent. And here's where I am with Hunter Brown. Because if the Astros are going to make a playoff run, and that's where we are right now, they're fighting to get back to 500, just 5.5 games back of the Seattle Mariners in the division, trying to win the division. If they're going to make a playoff run, I think Hunter Brown is going to be an integral part of it. And not just that, by the end of the season, Hunter Brown will be the Astros' ace.
Wait, what?
By the end of the season.
Screechy record?
By the end of the season, the Astros will have an ace. Right now, they don't have one. I think we've discussed that already. We talked about it last week. The Astros don't have an ace. It ain't Justin Verlander no more. And Framber Valdez looked like he could be that at one point. But, and we'll get to Framber Valdez in a little bit too, man. At some point, we're going to have to talk about Framber and the weave and why I'm just totally out on Framber. I don't care if I don't care if he pitched like Nolan Ryan.
I thought it was his superpower.
I want him out of there.
Really?
He's got
the weed, the weave.
He's got to go.
Wow.
He's got to go.
Wow.
But
it's all on Framber.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that later.
Framber being Framber.
But the ace, maybe not right now because he hasn't shown enough to do it. But by the end of the season, Hunter Brown will be the Astros ace.
All right, so here's where it gets really interesting for me because I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong because we've looked at the numbers. In fact, give us his numbers for his last 3. I know we have them. So this is the last 3 starts.
Yeah, impressive numbers over the last 3 starts. Okay, he's pitched 19 innings. He's 3-0. He's thrown 22 strikeouts, issued only 4 walks. And here are the numbers, the alphabet numbers, if you will.
Yeah.
0.47 ERA.
Ridiculous.
0.95 WHIP. Like those are that's video game type stuff. Maybe not. That's cheat code video game type stuff. Now it's a small sample size, but it is enough. I think 3 outings, 19 innings. It is enough to show a pattern, to show a tendency, to show a trend, if you will, that he's trending upward. I mean, 19 innings, 22 strikeouts, 4 walks, 0.47 ERA, 0.95 WHIP. I mean, that is ace. He's not going to be able to maintain that throughout the season. But if that is what time he's on, if that's what he's talking about, then you're looking at a potential ace.
Okay, so the reason I wanted you to verbalize those numbers that we were looking at before the show is this. That is ridiculous. That's stupid good. He clearly has found something, whether it's delivery or whatever it may be. He's found something in these last 3 outings. But it's also the reason why I said he's got to go out there against the Rockies and just shut them up, shut them down, make it easy, get out of there, give me 6, give me 7, whatever it may be, and make it once and for all. You are on track to be an ace, as you said. But do you realize that this same month that he's won 3 straight games, he pitched on June 2nd, and on June 2nd, his record in the previous 6 games was 1-5 with a 3.62 ERA and only pitched 32 innings.
It's a remarkable turn.
It's been 2 different Hunter Browns. Like, he was 1-5, dude, and just not even lasting past, in some cases, the first inning. But it's not even like the start he had when he literally couldn't get out of the first inning. This month, he was on a 1-5 streak. And now he's on a 3-0 streak.
Yeah.
So that's why I need to see Hunter Brown back it up and then back it up again and show us something.
It's why he's going to be the ace by the end of the season is a hot take, because I think that stretch that you just talked about would put him in the category of one of the more
Fromber.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, worse. This would make him, at least Fromber does have the all-star background, does have a lot more built-in pedigree than what Hunter Brown does. I think what you just talked about would put him more on the disastrous streak or on the more, hey, this is a big disappointment side.
Yeah.
But I think what you've seen from him lately, and look, he was doing that against a White Sox squad, okay, and this is where Hunter Brown gets some benefit. I think this is some get right. I look at it differently from like maybe a trap game and more of like 2 back-to-back get-right outings for Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Last time he was out and he was impressive, he goes up against the Chicago White Sox. Who are the Chicago White Sox?
Yeah.
The worst team in baseball. and bad at literally everything except the guy that was on the mound that day.
Yeah.
They are the worst team in baseball at run creation. You want to know what the Rockies are?
The Rockies are bad. The Rockies are really bad.
The 3rd worst.
Yes.
They could basically be the Chicago White Sox cousin.
Yeah.
So what does that mean for Hunter Brown? He gets back-to-back outings where at a time where he's already found something, he's pitching better, he's trending upwards, the bats are waking up, they're giving him some run support. All of a sudden, the Astros are looking like the Astros, and the way the schedule works out for Hunter Brown specifically is that he gets to go out there with back-to-back starts against the White Sox and the Colorado Rockies.
And that's what budding aces do. They don't mess around with these slugs. They just take care of it and get it done. If he struggles or heaven forbid, gives it up and ends up losing, that's why I'm like, okay, we can't have that. That's not something that this team needs. That's not something this team can afford.
He looked like an ace against the White Sox.
Yeah.
Most capable pitchers should.
Yeah.
He should look like an ace tonight against the Rockies.
Yeah.
Most capable pitchers would.
Yeah.
And to me, this is going back to the previous segment about me not being ready to jump on the bandwagon until they consummate the deal, until they seal the deal here and actually get back to 500, especially in 2 games against, like, these should be gimme games against the Rockies. So until they do it, likewise, I'm a little bit more bought in on Hunter Brown than I am the Astros total operation.
Yeah.
But likewise, Hunter Brown has to go out there tonight against the Rockies. Again, I don't know how many times I can say how bad they are.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown can't go out there and wet the bed against the Rockies in a moment like this, in a game that they've got to have at a time when they've got to have him step up. Remember, they're only operating with 4 healthy starters on the 40-man. After what happened with the prospect over the weekend, having to go on they bring him up and basically 5 minutes later, he's got shoulder inflammation. I don't know what the hell kind of luck that is.
Yeah.
But all the more reason now that the Astros need Hunter Brown to come up and show up like an ace.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to mention. Because first of all, we've mentioned Justin Verlander. I don't know what the hell Justin Verlander is going to be. When's he pitching again? So you're so thin in the starting rotation. I mean, you don't have a choice but Hunter Brown being the ace. I mean, Fromber, okay, maybe he'll show some ace stuff here once in a while, but he's not the guy. We talked about that. Blanco, yes, all in on Ronald Blanco. It seems like he's legit, but I think the confidence level, the shutdown ability to consistently do it, Hunter Brown's shown it in the past, a little more proven. He's got to get it done now.
The Florida Panthers made history last night winning the Stanley Cup. Can the Texans make a similar kind of history this upcoming season? That's next on Localize It in the Loop. Stay there.
Don't look now.
800-858-0815. That's 800-858-0815. Again, 800-858-0815.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
So something I found out about my teammates here on In the Loop.
Yeah.
John Lopez and Figgy Fig.
What did I do?
In the studio. And I think I already knew this about you, Lopez, being an Aggie. It didn't take a lot to guess that you would be into the College World Series with the Aggies being in it.
Didn't miss a pitch.
So I wasn't expecting that. So I guess I didn't really learn that. I knew that about you and as to be expected. Found out, though, that Figgy, my guy Figgy Fig, spent some time with the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, man.
And so you watched this series
every minute of it
that ended in 7 games last night. What did you think, man? Did this convert you into a hockey fan? Were you already a closeted hockey fan? Tell me about your experience, though.
It kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say it converted me into a hockey fan, but just this game 7, you could tell it wasn't barely no fights, to be honest, but
yeah,
you could tell they were really on one. Like, this was a real serious game. Like, they stepped that game up a lot, because sometimes you watch hockey games and sometimes it go a little slow.
Yeah.
But this one, it seemed like it was like high paced.
Oh, hell.
Yeah.
Biggie's a hockey fan.
Playoff hockey intensity there, you
hockey fan.
I'm thinking like, ooh, he hit that guy up against the glass real hard. they just like playing, man.
Yeah.
Would you have predicted this, Lopez?
I actually kind of would have. Figgy is I mean, not exactly per se. He's kind of like, you know how I've got my little low key, we don't really talk about them a lot on the air because they're not necessarily a topic that most people want to spend most days talking about, like golf. I watch golf every Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, track and field. I have been in on these track and field finals like crazy. I love track and field.
Or like me with FCS football back in the day before Sam Houston State moved up. But yeah, I like obscure college football.
Figgy is a big tennis guy.
Yeah, I love tennis, man.
Big tennis guy.
I knew that.
What's the other one besides hockey now? There was another one that you're a big fan of that you watch. I like NASCAR. I'm not a NASCAR freak, but I'll watch the big races, you know. So like I'm golf, track and field, NASCAR, Figgy's tennis. I want to say there was another one that you really liked.
Recently, I was watching the soccer game.
Yeah,
soccer match.
And now
game.
You can say game. And hockey. So I could see him doing that.
Yeah, the thing is, it's kind of tough because with NHL, you know, there's no local NHL team. Like, I didn't grow up with a local NHL team, so it's like, who is my favorite team? Who is a team I should always keep an eye out on and make that my home team?
Yeah, and I can respect that, Figgy, because for me, I think the fact that there wasn't a local NHL team and there's just not a big hockey culture, unless it's, you know, from people who moved from places where there was a hockey culture and they just brought it here.
Yeah.
But there's not an inherent one for like a native like myself. And so it was hard to really gravitate toward. Even when I tried, like the early Ovechkin versus Crosby days, where it was when I really kind of tried to, and it just never really happened. And I do wonder if the NHL expanding to Houston or Houston getting an NHL team.
Yeah.
Not even wonder, man. I'm pretty sure that would be the thing to get me in. That would be the thing to draw me in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was just casual. I did a lot of Olympics for my job when I was at the Chronicle. So I used to love Olympic hockey. And I loved the Gretzky. Back when I was covering the NBA, I would always watch off-day hockey games, you know. So that was my deal.
But the thing that drew Figgy in was the competitiveness, the stakes. And the stakes were high, not just for a Stanley Cup, but for basically like North American sports history.
Yeah.
Right? Because winning this Stanley Cup for the Florida Panthers meant that they get to be checked off the list of the couple of dozen teams, North American teams that are on the list of ones that have not won a title, won a championship.
And even their head coach, I think he coached the most games in history without a title. So it was all type of history all around, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah.
So on the subject of history here, the Texans, unfortunately, and we cut them a little bit of slack because they don't have a ton of history, haven't been around a whole hell of a long time. But they are a part of this figure. They are a part of this number. I think it's like 36 teams.
And I was just going to say, and then there were 35. I think 35 or 36.
Yeah, I think it was 37, but I think now it's 36.
Okay, so
but
then there were
way,
36.
There was a mid-30s number of teams left, North American franchises, pro sports franchises who have not won a title. Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Texans, and it's funny, I didn't want to get too much on the bandwagon earlier on the Astros to start the show. But with this one, I'm on this Texans bandwagon and actually like their chance. I'm not picking them to win the Super Bowl. But in terms of being in the mix, one of the teams that could do this historic thing that the Florida Panthers just did, I feel like the Texans are right there.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it? The Texans' chances of being, say, the next team to check their name off this list. Obviously, a baseball team is going to have a chance. I don't think there are too many other than the Mariners that are on this list of teams that haven't won a championship.
Yeah.
That have a chance to actually win one in baseball this year. Mm-hmm. Like the Rockies, teams like that are on the list.
Well, they ain't going
that have
nowhere.
no chance.
They're going nowhere.
You still got the Guardians. I don't think they ever won.
They're playing their ass off.
So,
right
so
now.
there's one. There's one.
They're
So
like the best team in the league right now.
So maybe the Guardians or the Mariners or somebody like that, there is a baseball team that has a chance to do it before the Texans just because of the calendar.
Yeah.
But how do you like the Texans' chances in a vacuum themselves?
I think maybe outside of the Guardians and probably the Mariners, they might be one of the favorites. And I do want to say this with regard to what you said about like the Texans' history. You guys know that I've done the complete 180 on the Texans. I'm all in. I love what they're doing. I really think they've got a shot and all that. But I'm over the whole this is still a young franchise thing. I think that's a big pile of crap. Like they've been around since 2002, man. I mean, come on.
That's a young franchise, Lopez.
Maybe young compared to the Packers.
Yeah. But so, and they play the Packers this year. They're in the same league as the Packers. So
right.
That makes them young.
No, and let me explain why. First of all, I believe there are 11 teams that have never won a Super Bowl. There's only 2 that have since the Texans have been in existence that have never even gone to a conference championship.
Yeah, I understand that. No, I'm not.
There's only 2. Texans are one of them.
Wait a minute.
And the Browns are the other one.
Let's be clear. I'm not making an excuse or any excuses for the Texans' failures or shortcomings within their history, but I do acknowledge it's a short history.
It's not that short. I don't buy that anymore.
I think both things are true. I think it's both a short history, but also has within it a history that includes some underachieving and some massive disappointments and failures.
Yeah, I think the only reason the Texans are not really getting that, getting put on the spotlight like that is because of how short the history is. Because Detroit Lions, I don't think they won anything.
No, because Lopez,
but they've been to the conference championship,
and people always bring them up like never winning a Super Bowl or anything.
But Lopez's point is more so that they've had enough time to be better than they've been.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree with that.
I agree too.
No, I think that's a fine point.
Well, let me illustrate it this way. 1976, the NFL expands. Tampa Bay, they went to a Super Bowl in their first 20 years. 1995, NFL expands. Carolina Panthers and Jacksonville Jaguars.
And I get it.
Hell, they went to the Super Bowl the first 10 years.
Yeah.
So the expansion excuse, I'm done with it.
Yeah, and the Ravens weren't an expansion team. They moved from Cleveland, and we understand.
They've been to a Super Bowl.
We understand that was but they got off and running quick.
Titans went to Nashville, all due respect. They went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it, but it's still a short history. Like if you can say that I'm sitting up here 35 years old.
Yeah.
And I remember the Texans' first game. I was in the 8th grade. You know what I mean? So like if I can remember your first game being on the bus, and I'm still a relatively young man myself. I guess I ain't that young at 35, but I ain't that old either. Then that's a pretty young history.
Look,
like it doesn't even span my lifetime,
is not that long. I think that's why people don't really look at it as like how Lopez look at it, because you ain't got this old 99-year-old guy that been a season ticket holder since the beginning and never seen a Super Bowl or anything.
That Lions guy?
Yeah, yeah. So that, to me, when I see that, that look embarrassing. We don't have that yet. Now, maybe in 20 years and we haven't got there yet.
You can miss me with that, man.
That's what we need, Lopez.
You can miss me with that.
We need dyed-in-the-wool. 80-year fans, like a 70-year-old that's been a fan his whole life.
Just imagine.
I ain't gonna budge on this.
Hey, just imagine a 90-year-old Debbie the Texan that's still out there, still trying to get it, and still haven't seen the Super Bowl or conference championship.
Yeah. Look, man. We've kind of gone on a tangent. All I'm saying is this: 10 years, that's a young franchise. 15 years, that's a young franchise. 20 years, that's a young franchise. 23 years, and you ain't never been to a conference championship. That's not a young franchise.
I think it's a young, failing franchise.
Okay, that's different.
That's what I'm saying. I really do think that both things are true.
Yeah.
They're not so young to where it's an excuse at this point.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But it is just an actual fact.
Yeah.
That 22, they're the same age as Jalen Green.
Yeah.
So who is a young person. So, like, I think we could acknowledge that it is still a young franchise, even though.
But I'm glad it came up this way because I people say that all the time. Well, they're still young. Based on what? 23 years? That's not young.
Now, I'm not using that as an excuse.
Yeah.
No, being 11 years old at the time was not an excuse for 2013.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Being 17 years old was not an excuse for 2020.
Yeah.
Or however old they were in the 3 years
because
after
they had good they had good teams that could have made it to the AFC Championship. And they failed. Yeah.
Coming up next on In the Loop, are these Texans being disrespected? We'll talk about that next.
1, 2, 3.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Disrespect will not be tolerated. Absolutely not. Not on In the Loop, not on this show, not as long as B. Scott, John Lopez,
Not
and
on my
Figgy
watch.
Fig are holding things down, which is the case today and up and through Thursday, just in case you were wondering. But the disrespect will not be tolerated, man.
No,
and,
man.
and I think we got a couple of different Texans we can discuss here in this here segment. But you've got one in particular in Joe Mixon that you feel like is being disrespected. What is the disrespect being levied toward one Texans running back, one of the newer Texans?
Hasn't he always kind of been a little bit disrespected?
Somewhat
like
overlooked.
He's been borderline elite at times.
Oh, I wouldn't say borderline. I
Yeah.
would say that he's been elite.
Yeah.
Like he's got, what is it, at least 4,000 to 6,000 yard seasons, somewhere in there, and has been a constant. Like it's been a while now. Every year I would look up and I'm like, damn, Joe Mixon is still with Cincinnati?
Yes.
And it felt like it was actually longer than it really was.
Yeah.
But it was still a pretty decent amount of time. Like he's been a 1,000-yard receiver, a multiple-time 1,000-yard receiver, a somewhat of a workhorse, I would say, like remarkably healthy and durable.
Yeah.
And it's the reason why the Texans trading for one Joe Mixon, an older running back, a more seasoned running back, you might say at this point, didn't bother me as much, didn't make me think, hey, they got to wash run.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel that, and I hate to do David Johnson like this because he's such a nice guy, but I don't feel about this the way we rightfully and appropriately felt about David Johnson at the time. Like, you know what? Feels like we've seen his better days. We've probably seen Joe Mixon's best days, but
he's still there.
But he's
What if I told you?
What if I told
think he's
you?
still pretty damn good.
What if I told you that?
What if I told you
that CBS.com, CBSSports.com, did a top 20 list for the 2024 seasons of the best running backs in the NFL? And what if I told you that they didn't forget about Joe Mixon? Because they listed the notable running backs to sign multi-year contracts this offseason. They got McCaffrey on there. They got Derrick Henry on there. Got Saquon Barkley on there. Austin Eckler and Joe Mixon. They didn't forget him. But what if I told you that they did a top 20 list for 2024 running backs, and Joe Mixon was not in the top 20?
That would surprise me.
Not in the top 20.
That would surprise me.
You know who did make the top 20?
Who did?
Jalen Warren was number 20 from the Steelers.
Yeah, well, Jalen Warren is a pretty good running back.
Isaiah Pacheco. I'm going from 20 to 20 to.
Isaiah Pacheco's pretty damn good.
DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift's nice.
Devon Achane.
I like Devon Achane.
James Conner.
From the crib, by the way. Shout out to Houston.
Yeah.
James Conner.
Yeah. He's number 16. Tony Pollard.
Now, Tony Pollard is a lightning rod for me because he probably is, at this stage, better than Joe Mixon, but I thought that the Cowboys put a little bit too much stock into Tony Pollard when they did, and then I'm not scared of what the Titans are doing by bringing him in.
And then I'll go through it quickly here because I want to make another point. Kyron Williams, 14. Kenneth Walker, then Raheem Mostert. All of them good running backs. But Joe Mixon didn't make the top 20.
Did they forget about Joe?
They forgot about
Did they forget about
Travis
Joe?
Etienne is 11.
Travis Etienne's kind of nice.
He's nice.
He's kind of nice. I like Travis Etienne more than I like their quarterback.
Do you like Travis Etienne more than you like Joe Mixon?
At this stage, I think I do.
You do?
I think I do.
I think it's an argument.
Is this disrespect, or is this just the life cycle of the running back?
Yeah.
You know, is this the case when a running back reaches a certain age, and not only that, but now you've had enough time, especially with the turnover of the position and the way that it works, you've had enough time for enough guys to pass them over.
Dude, 1,168 yards in 2018, 1,137 in 2019, injured in 2020, 1,205 in 2021, 1,034 last year. That's not even to count the receiving yards that he's had. I'm talking about Joe Mixon. Last 3 years, 314, 42 catches. 441, 60 catches. 376, 52 catches. Dude, they didn't put him in the top 20?
You know what I hope? I hope all of that nonsense that they spew over there at NRG about not eating rat poison and not hearing the outside noise or paying attention to what other folks have to say, I hope that's an outright damn lie here. And I hope that Joe Mixon somehow gets a hold of this CBS Sports list, which, by the way, lists are designed.
To get you talking.
To get you talking. Lists are designed to leave people out and leave people off because it only gives you a certain number, and a good list always has way more candidates than it has spaces to fill out the list, which creates a discussion. And even within it, the order of it. How do you have Etienne over Pacheco or whatever, however you want to do it? So that's the beauty of lists from a discussion standpoint. But, man, wouldn't it be great? Not that Joe Mixon, I feel like, needs motivation.
He should change his number to 21.
Hey, but guess what? they saying you washed.
Yeah.
They saying Etienne got you.
Yeah.
They saying Isaiah Pacheco, who just knows one speed, one cut, one direction.
Yeah.
They say that dude's got you, even though I do think he's kind of nice.
No, these are all nice. But
no, I hope he's motivated by it.
You know me. I mean, I and you know this about me. I've never been the whole look at the disrespect guy. You know, I'm not, whatever. But this is flat out disrespect.
What do you think? So let's talk this through, though.
Yeah.
What do you think is Joe Mixon's impact? Like, I think that part of it is when you play with an elite quarterback, it is easy to put the running back, even if he is too elite, on the back burner. Like, it helps Christian McCaffrey, as great as he is, that he doesn't play with an elite, at least I don't think, has played with one of those type of quarterbacks. It's not a knock on Brock Purdy, not trying to make it about that. But he hasn't played with one of those type of guys. Now, if he does, cancel Christmas, because that would be really freaking scary. But I wonder if, at least over the past, let's call it, 4 years or so, however long since Joe Burrow got into the league, since he's played alongside Joe Burrow and is now playing alongside C.J. Stroud, if it's just easy to overlook Joe Mixon as an elite running back.
Look, if he just duplicates the average, or if he just averages what he's done the last 3 years, we're in business. I mean, because he's averaged, and I'm eyeballing this, I didn't do the whole math involved, but he's averaging about 1,100 yards rushing in about 16 games, 50 catches, and a 4.1 yard average.
Yeah.
That's what he's averaged over the last 3 years. So that kind of feeds into the disrespect thing. Like, are you looking at this? Like, he's 28 years old. I get it. But he is a guy that has been durable.
Yeah.
He's only in 2020 did he play less than 15 games, 16 games, to be honest. And he's averaging 1,100 yards and 40-something catches and 50-something catches and 4.1 yards rushing.
See, I wonder how many running backs on this list were free agents that just signed this year. Because I know Pollard is one.
Yeah, Pollard is one.
Is Saquon on this list too?
Yeah, Saquon's on this list. He's way up. Saquon's on the list. Josh Jacobs is on the list. He's one that got a contract. Saquon is 7. Breece Hall is 6. Nick Chubb is 5. Jonathan Taylor 4. Bijani is 3. Derrick Henry, another free agent, 2. And then Christian McCaffrey, who got the big deal.
It's so weird because obviously we wasn't talking about Joe Mixon because he was with the Cincinnati Bengals. He wasn't a free agent. But I felt like if he would be on top of the list to me.
So how much a texter brings this point up, and I think it's an interesting one from the 713. He says, I'm not sure that the knock of CBS leaving Joe Mixon out of the top 20 is a knock on Joe Mixon as much as it is on the Texans running game itself. This is kind of an intriguing storyline, I would say. I think the most exciting storyline for the Texans is the passing game. C.J. Stroud bringing in Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins in the extension, Tank Dell fully healthy. That's more exciting.
Yeah.
I think more put a pin in it, intrigue, let's observe and see how this progresses, is that Texans running game. Like, what does it look like? How does Bobby Slowick scheme up a running game in a year where he's supposed to actually have the personnel to do so? You know, like it was a historic injury spree on the offensive line last year.
Yes.
Historic level of injuries last year on the offensive line. And they just did not have the guy in the backfield that they were hoping they had in Dameon Pierce. And Devin Singletary gave you all he could, and shout out to him, but he was only supposed to be so much. Now that you've got more of a do-it-all, like Joe Mixon is tall, big, strong, can catch. Like he's really like almost like a running back's, an offensive coordinator's dream at running back. Now that he has that, and let's just presume that he's got a healthy offensive line. I feel like maybe you should feel better about the run game, but the fact that it was so rough to look at last year might have a little bit to do with how they do these rankings, or maybe even how you factor in a Texans run game.
I think you could argue the exact opposite of that. I get his point, and I'm not saying it's not a good point. But I think you could argue the exact opposite by saying, yeah, that's true. The running game was not great, but look what Devin Singletary did. Can you imagine what Joe Mixon's going to do? I mean, you know, Devin Singletary was, you know, it wasn't as versatile as far as like, I mean, he could do it, but not as far as like between the tackles. He could catch a little bit, but not like Joe Mixon. So my argument would be like, yeah, okay, I get your point on the offensive running game and the offensive line, but look what Singletary did. Imagine putting Joe Mixon in that thing with a better offensive line.
Yeah.
I think you could argue the other side.
Yeah, and really, that to me, and I've been hitting on this point, and so I'll hit on it again because I think this is a good time to do so. That is why Bobby Slowick this year.
Yeah.
And I need to be clear. I'm not down on Bobby Slowick at all. I'm high on him. I respect the guy a lot. I think he's really smart. I think he's truly one of the up-and-comers, and I'm not breaking news here. He's truly one of the up-and-comers in the coaching game.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a different kind of year where, like, everything is there for you. Everything is right there at your feet. You can't mess this up.
Yeah.
Last year, I felt like he actually had built-in excuses, not that they were going to use them, but first time, rookie quarterback, we had our questions about what the weapons looked like, and we saw that even the running game wasn't exactly what we thought it was going to be. Like last year, we thought at least they're going to have Dameon Pierce, right? And then it turned out to be, you know, well, thank God they signed Devin Singletary on the cheap. But now, kind of exactly to your point of what you just said, a healthier offensive line.
And Mixon?
A healthy Mixon at running back. There's not really an excuse for this to not go well. I'm really intrigued to see how he schemes up a run game when he actually has the tools at his disposal.
Yeah, look, let's be honest here. You know, we wanted we were talking about Saquon all through free agency. We said we would take Derrick Henry if it came to that. But Joe Mixon is a top 20 running back in the NFL. I mean, he just is. Whether it's whether it's recent history, as we just pointed out, or production in both running the ball and receiving. I get Isaiah Pacheco. Yeah, the guy's really, really good. I get Devon Achane. Explosive.
H-Town.
I mean, just absolute gig'em. Absolutely just a ridiculous talent. But those are short, little, kind of one-dimensional players in terms of their history is small in the league, and they're somewhat one-dimensional. Joe Mixon's better than that.
Let me ask a different question, and I'll open this up to the audience as well. 713-572-4610 is how you get in on the text line. You can also participate in the YouTube and Twitch chats at Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. I think that's always worth noting that we're a little bit different on Twitch in case you haven't found us.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, Lopez, and I think the afternoon show on The Drive, they were discussing a version of this. I had a version of this discussion last week. Joe Mixon, say he's a top 20 running back. You say he is, CBS Sports says he's not. Let me ask this question. Does he need to be? Do the Texans need Joe Mixon to be a top 20 running back in order for them to realize their potential? Because I think and the reason why I'm asking, I think if you poll most Texans fans, they might say to you, hey, we just need him to be better than what they had, and we need him to be available at the end of the year when we're playing in the cold, or if we have to go on the road to, say, Baltimore or Kansas City or Buffalo, and this air attack that we all are so excited about, C.J. Stroud to Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz, like all of that is not necessarily the best way to win a football game, and you need to hand it off 25 or 30 times or more, whatever the case may be, and you need to have Joe Mixon there and available to you, even if he doesn't put in a top 20 caliber type of season. Do you think the Texans need Joe Mixon to even be a top 20 running back this year for them to realize their potential?
If they're going to, what is realize their potential? Is their potential get to the playoffs again and maybe get past the divisional round?
Last year is like the minimum expectation and standard now.
Right?
I feel like the Texans are at the least a prisoner of their own success to where if they do anything short of go to the playoffs and win a playoff game
and get to the divisional,
then that's going to be a disappointment because that's the standard that they set.
Yes.
So let's just make that the bare minimum.
Yeah, so what I'm saying,
and aspire to do more.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is get where you want to go. I want to get to an AFC Championship game minimum. That's the minimum goal for me. It's lofty, but I think it's attainable. And in order to get there, absolutely, Joe Mixon is going to be a top 20 running back. And I'm talking about rushing and receiving. Because if we're going to sit here, as I did yesterday, and say, I could see 3,000-yard receivers, and you get a 1,000-yard running back, you're a team that can go to the AFC Championship game. Period. And that running back would have to be considered top 20 because in a pass-first offense, see, that's the other thing that is very key here. I've been saying it for damn near a year now. This is a pass-first team. I could see them passing the ball 60%, 65% of the time. Just getting 1,000, which doesn't seem like a lot anymore in a 17-game season, but just getting 1,000 with that type of offense, you're a top 20 running back.
All right, speaking of the passing offense, the Texans here, and this is something that we can get into a little bit more later in the show if we want. But we're talking about Texans being disrespected. Just got done talking about Joe Mixon. C.J. Stroud. Saw a tweet out there that compared the numbers of C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love and asked a very interesting question. C.J. Stroud last year, 63.9 completion percentage, 4,108 passing yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 100.8 passer rating. Jordan Love last year, in his first year as a starter for the Green Bay Packers, 64, so basically the same completion percentage. 4,159 passing yards, so a little bit more on the passing yards. 32 touchdowns, so 9 more touchdowns. 11 interceptions, so also more interceptions, and a 96.1 passer rating, so just under C.J. Stroud on the overall passer rating. But they asked the question, which quarterback would you take heading into the season? Now, the response I saw in a lot of this was from Packers fans. So, of course, you know where they went. The people listening to us are mostly Texans fans. So I feel like I know where they go. But you and I are objective analysts.
We've been alleged to have been.
And journalists.
Who
would you take before the league?
I think the key element here is what is in that tweet. It says Jordan Love, and then they went to the numbers, in his first year as the starter. Wasn't the first year in the league. It wasn't. He's learned a lot. He's been around. He's played in some games, etc.
Is that the case for him though? You could say that that's a feather in the cap that he's the more experienced, seasoned guy.
Yeah, it is, and that's why I'm saying his numbers, while they compare very favorably to C.J. Stroud, dude's been in the league.
C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love, who would you take? 713-572-4610.
All day
to get in. Coming up next on In the Loop. is this the player that the Rockets should be building around right up leading up to the NBA draft? We'll talk about that next.
Somehow. On the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Houston Rockets got a big decision to make this week, to pick or not to pick. And if you do, who? But I think an even bigger question, an even more important question than just what they do exactly with this number 3 pick, and we'll dig into it perhaps more tomorrow, and also the H-Town Hoops podcast.
I mean, it's happening.
With myself and Adam Spillane. We're going to be talking about this as well. But beyond just what to do with the number 3 overall pick, my question about when it comes to the Rockets and their future and their standing in the league, and how do you go from here to there? What is there? Where is there? Not just being a 500 basketball team and fighting for a play-in spot, like being one of the legitimate, let's call it, top 6 seeds in the West and have a chance to, let's say, go to a conference finals or something like that. I don't know.
Just make that step.
Things that we used to do around here in Houston, all right?
Yeah.
How do you get there? To me, it's about how you're building your team, what your team focus is, and what players are you building around, and how are you complementing that player or those players with the extra pieces. And so who is the central figure for the Rockets right now is a really, really tough question to answer, I think,
you might
in
get
earnest.
3 different answers.
Well, I think you would get 3 different answers, perhaps even more than that. But I think three answers that I think are viable or possible, either based off of what you've seen so far or what you can, let's say, realistically project.
Yeah.
And in no particular order, let's say that those 3 guys are Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green, 2 guys that were drafted in the same year and both now eligible, because since they've completed their 3rd NBA seasons, they are both now, today even, eligible for extensions. We'll see what direction the Rockets go in there. But then the other guy, and again, I'm not putting this in the order because this is part of the discussion. I want to hear from you guys, 271-357-24610 is how you get in touch with us. Should the Rockets be building around Amen Thompson? Because that's the 3rd name.
That's the 3rd name I had in mind.
That's the 3rd name in mind. And I'll even say this. For some whose opinion is even more important than ours, for the decision makers, for the ones who will decide exactly how this thing plays out that we're talking about, for some of them, Amen Thompson might be a lot higher on this list than the way I just named him. And again, I wasn't putting it in any particular order, but he was the 3rd name that I mentioned. For some of them, he might even be the 1st name that would be mentioned. Amen Thompson might be the highest upside player on this team. And really, it's more so because of his two-way ability. The fact that, like, I predicted this even just from watching him as a rookie, and I would stick with this even now, whether he's the franchise player or not. He's going to make an all-NBA defensive team. He'll be all-defensive NBA at some point in his career. How soon, I'm not sure, but it'll happen eventually. He's built like that. He's that type of player. But can he be more than that? Is he a central foundational piece? Not just a foundational piece, but the central one, the one that you're building your team around, as opposed to the other 2 guys that are actually extension eligible, in Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green. That to me is the question beyond what you do with the number 3 overall pick that the Rockets need to be asking and answering.
That's the first answer you have to come up with. Like, who is the guy?
Who is it?
Like we just saw the NBA playoffs. Who is the guy that can be transcendent? And that's a word that is probably that is a word probably thrown around too casually.
I like it though. But that's the word I was looking for, Lopez.
You know, hey man, I'm a word guy.
I like it.
You know a transcendent player when you see it. The Joker, Luka. Like you, they could have numbers similar to other players, but they are a transcendent player. They have the gene. They have that extra gear, whatever you want to call it, whatever cliche you want to use. And I think that points to one name, man. I think there's 3 candidates. I don't think Jalen Green is transcendent. I think he's a hell of a scorer.
See, I question if transcendent, and I love that you used the word, because I don't know if they have a transcendent guy.
I think the closest thing they have is Alperen Şengün. Dude can go double and pass the ball. You can run the offense through him, and that's key. Again, we're talking playoffs now. Like when you're in the playoff bind, you got to get the ball to someone that you can run the offense through, and can be a scorer if he need be, or a facilitator if need be. And I'm not saying he's the Joker, but he's got some characteristics.
Yeah.
So you got to make that decision now. Like, is he the guy that we can build around, or is that guy in the draft?
This was ESPN's Tim McMahon kind of laying this out about Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün as long-term fits, and I thought this was really interesting, kind of speaking to the discussion that we're having.
I don't think both of those guys are going to be long-term fits. In other words, I don't think they will have the 2 of them. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe it's neither. I don't think both will be there. And Şengün is another fascinating case because great numbers, borderline all-star case. They did play their best basketball when after he got hurt. I don't think it's fair just to call that cause and effect, but there are some fit things. Like if he's on the floor,
it's something to consider if he comes to the table and says, "I'd like a max contract, please."
Right. If he's on the floor, you have to run the offense through him and build the defense to protect him.
Now, I don't necessarily buy into. I think that's a little bit misleading about them playing their best basketball when he went out. What happened is they started winning more. They won a few more games. I don't know if the numbers would actually bear out that they played their best basketball. And a lot of the issues when Alperen Şengün was healthy had to do with other guys not being healthy and also guys underperforming. Jalen Green not living up to his expectation at the time. I know there was a lot of talk about the fit between those guys because Jalen took off after Alperen Şengün got hurt. But that's not the part that I want to get into because I could really maybe split hairs there. But to your point about Şengün, this is the hang-up with him is that the offense does absolutely have to revolve around him, which would be fine because he's a really excellent offensive player.
Yeah.
But on the defensive side, and we know that under Ime Udoka, this is going to be a defensive-minded team, you do still have to compensate or find ways to hide him or keep him from being hunted in certain scenarios, kind of similar to, just in this vein, similar to a Luka Doncic. Like, he's not Luka, but it's sort of –
There are a couple of characteristics.
Yeah. Does that not bother you at all? Is that not something that should be a demerit? Does that work, or do you maybe look in a different direction to see if there's a better way to run your team?
Look, it ain't great.
It's not ideal, as they like to say. Not ideal.
It's not ideal, but I think that's why you have to make the decision. Are we going to build this around? I mean, clearly you have to have other big-time scorers, maybe Jalen Green. You have to have another big-time defensive presence, which is why I had that point last week with you. I'm a big fan of Stephon Castle that can supplement this long enough that you can switch off of Şengün. Like he can defend a 6'8" guy in a pinch, or a 6'10" guy in a pinch when you're switching. Like that's why I think once you make the decision, you're going to go with Şengün. He is clearly the guy that we like. Then you can draft and build or maybe trade, as has been rumored, around that.
From the text line, from the 832 here, Şengün is a black hole. The offense bogs down, and he is a turnover machine. I thought he got better at times last year at not just going after the flashy pass or the flash play. Adam Spillane and I talk about this quite a bit on the H-Town Hoops podcast, how him being such a gifted passer makes him sometimes leads to him doing some empty calorie type of passing where it's not necessarily the best pass, but it's the flashy pass. So I think that's just part of growing and maturing with his game.
Let's keep this in mind as well. Amen Thompson is 21 years old. You know who else is also 21 years old? Şengün.
The rest of them guys.
Yeah, Şengün is 21, man.
Yeah. No,
he's 21.
They're all relatively the same age. Also from the text line, this is from the 713. I love Alpe's game, but they clearly got better without him. Look, man, there are it's complicated because there are some indicators that they got better, namely in the win column. I think there are some advanced stats you can go look at that are not necessarily matching up with that idea. But either way, it does raise the question of finding out, hey, are we building around Alperen Şengün? Which I'll say, I am not convinced that the Rockets themselves are convinced.
No, I don't either.
That they're building around Alperen Şengün.
And I would have the same questions. I like what I see in him. I think there's some pieces, some things you can do around him and have some supplementary scoring. But let me ask you this. Could he make plays in a playoff series that are like, not very many people can make that play?
Yes.
I think the answer is yes.
Yes, I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think the issue with Amen Thompson and visualizing him as the central piece is that he's still a guard / wing. Like he, came in as a point guard, played, really a positionless type of basketball last year. But can a guy at that size and position be your central piece if he can't shoot?
Yeah.
Like that's especially in today's NBA. Like I don't know. I just don't know how viable that is. So I still need to see some growth in his game. Even I would say as high as I am on his game, I would still need to see some growth in that area. John Lopez, B. Scott, and Figgy Fig in here for In the Loop. Coming up next, we play the hits.
Yep, right now, Low T Center.
playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The hits on In the Loop with John Lopez, B. Scott, and Figgy Fig here with you in the building. And look, man, I was perusing the internet yesterday, and I came across something that made me think of a sports beef.
Yeah.
From last week we did the sports beefs, right?
Yeah, that was fun.
Some of our favorite sports beefs, and it was in the spirit of Kendrick Lamar's pop-out concert on Juneteenth, which was a moment, really a moment in time. But there was DeAndre Jordan retelling the story of the Rockets and the Clippers. You remember this, Lopez, back in 2018. It was Chris Paul's first trip back to Staples Center.
They got into it.
Yeah, and it was after 6 years with the Clippers and some success, really bringing the Clippers into relevance for the first time in my lifetime, certainly. And he goes to the Rockets. They play against the Clippers for the first time. They lose the game, and it was a heated game. I want to say even Trevor Ariza and Blake Griffin, there were some ejections in the game. And then by the end of it, Trevor Ariza wants to pull up. He wants to pull up on.
Like, literally.
No. Like, literally, like he.
What did I learn the other day? On site.
On site. Trevor Ariza wanted it on site with either Blake Griffin. Maybe it was Austin Rivers. Yeah. That's what it was, because Trevor Ariza and Austin Rivers got into it on the bench. Well, Austin Rivers was on the bench because he had he had a messed up Achilles or something like that. He's talking crap to Trevor Ariza from the bench with a boot on.
Yeah.
And eventually, all hell breaks loose. The Rockets try to pull up on them. Okay. And there was famously reported a police presence.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reason why I bring that up in the hits is because it led to a moment. Well, for one thing, it reminded me of a Houston a Houston sports beef that I just totally forgot to mention last week. So I want to acknowledge it now. And so bad job by me. But let's acknowledge that sports beef. For however brief it was, it was great.
It was a big one.
It was epic. And I know neither team won anything. You can throw that out there. I don't care. Yeah. I'm talking about in terms of entertainment value and legitimate hatred or angst or whatever, however you static, however you want to look at that. It existed. But the best part to come out of that beef, and the best part to come out of that night.
I know where you're going here. Yeah.
All right. Especially once we learned, officially reported. I don't remember if it was Roscoe, whoever it was, but officially reported by TNT that there was a police presence at the Staples Center in the Clippers locker room. We got to get what I truly believe is one of the greatest moments in sports television history. And listening to it, revisiting it now 6 years later kind of makes me sad. But this is what it sounded like on TNT.
Played in the NBA for 16 years, and I've been on TV for 18 years. It's the first time I ever heard police presence. They got, wait. They got a police presence? Are you kidding me? Wait, come on, man.
Numerous social media reports that LAPD was called.
LAPD was called. See, these two, man. Come on, man. You know why they're laughing at me. Come on, man. Because they would. Oh, man. No, the issue is y'all gotta stop it, man.
They would relish for a guy to come in the locker room after them.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, Chuck.
I don't
Hello,
know.
Police.
I don't know why.
Hello, police. Chris Paul trying to beat me up. This is Blake Griffin. Chris Paul trying to get in the locker room. Get down here and save me. Wait. Hey, this DeAndre Jordan. Like that Tony Trump.
Dude, them taking what was supposed to be
serious.
Well, they were trying to position it that with the journalism arm of Turner in that moment.
The police presence was
trying to position that as, hey, we're doing our journalistic duty.
Yeah.
We're reporting the facts, the circumstances, what's going on. We're giving you the who, what, when, where, and really just the main point of there being a police presence.
Yeah.
And the non-journalists, the entertainers, the quote-unquote analysts, but really the legends, Charles Barkley and Shaq said,
Lord.
Police presence in an NBA locker room? Are you serious?
This is also generational, though. This is the epitome of generational. Like Shaq and Chuck were just like, nah, man, we just handle that.
Yeah, we don't call them police.
We just handle that.
And they sound like they heard a couple stories where opposing team did come in the locker room or somebody came in the locker room at one point.
Yeah.
But for the simple fact that police was called.
Yeah.
Back when men were men.
Oh, I've seen some.
We fought it out.
Just imagine if y'all two got in an argument over the air. And then later on, I said, hey, police was called. You know how many people that would be laughing at this?
As they should be.
As they should be,
because Lopez and I could get in an argument anyway.
HPD was called to the studio.
I can guarantee you what won't be necessary for either one of us.
Yeah.
The damn police. You're
just
crazy?
handle it, boys.
Yeah.
That's what they were doing. Yeah, I forgot about that one. That's good.
Also, yesterday, the Aggies. All right, Lopez, look,
man.
we haven't really dug deep into this, but I really thought about you yesterday when I saw. So I wasn't watching the game, and it's up right now on the TV screen.
I watched every pitch. I was just checking in on the breaks on the hockey game.
But what I did see, and I was monitoring what was going on over the weekend because I know that the Aggies won Game 1, which made them one win away from their first national title in one of the big sports in like 50, maybe longer than that, since like the 30s.
The 30s, yeah,
even.
40, whatever it was.
So however many years that was. So I knew that locally that meant a big deal for the Aggies if they could win it. But I wasn't necessarily watching it all. But what I did see at the end was that slide.
Oh, my gosh.
Lopez. Dude.
That was – I'll say this, and not to be hyperbolic, but first on the game itself, I'm not going to be some kind of martyr here. Oh, they played well. They didn't have their best hitter. They didn't have their second best pitcher. No, I'm not going to be a martyr about it.
The umpires were awful.
No. I'm not even talking about the umpires. Like, because they legit didn't have those guys. But
you got hose blue.
You really shouldn't use that.
They missed a lot of calls at the plate.
That damn strike zone. You really shouldn't, go there when you're playing in the championship. I mean, ain't nobody going to feel sorry for you. What I'll say is that was one of the greatest but 3-game series that you'll ever see. And maybe, not to be hyperbolic, like I said, the greatest game-winning slide that baseball's ever seen.
That ball is ripped to right center. This time Laviolette is there, and it goes off the wall. Bare hands, fires it in. Rounding and coming home. We got to play at the plate. What a relay. Safe at the plate. They missed the tag.
Dude, he was – first of all, let's go back to the hit. Off center field wall, right center field wall. Dude bare hands it off the wall.
Yeah.
As he's in full sprint.
Very impressive.
Turns, throws it to the relay guy. I think it was the shortstop. Shortstop, a BB to home plate. Catcher gets it perfectly clean. Runner is dead to rights in the baseline.
Yes.
And does like a Barry Sanders kind of.
It's like he should have been a dead duck, man.
Hey, you know what I said this was?
Yeah.
This was like what it felt like anyway. It was had way more weight than this.
Yeah.
But it felt like the crossover in basketball.
Oh, big time.
Like
Euro step.
It felt like the catcher, because if you see the video, the catcher
dead to rights.
He's got him dead to rights, and you can tell he hadn't even considered that he needed to maybe do a little bit more to ensure that he tagged this guy.
Yeah,
because the guy is running straight at him, and I thought the catcher did his job. He reaches out.
They all did their job.
Tries to get him.
Yeah.
And my man just does a little matrixy,
Matrix.
Kind of a little shimmy.
He contorted his body, sucked in his stomach, so he wouldn't get tagged. Like Chris,
if he was a chubby dude, he would have been out.
Chris Burke said every element of that play should be in a baseball clinic. The hit with 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Bare hand off the wall.
Yeah.
The throw from center field, the relay, the position to tag him, and the slide. Every element of that should be in baseball clinic.
They should show that at baseball clinics, camps.
Yeah.
The select teams should watch it when they first gather to start their seasons or whatever it is. Like, you're absolutely right. What do you think? So the runner there for Tennessee, when do you think he realized he was going to do that? Like, I wonder at what point.
I think he just
right there in the moment was just like
Matrix.
Yeah,
He
man.
was Keanu Reeves, man.
Like to me, when you talk about improvising, and that was the reason why that play impressed me even more. Not just the physical, the physiology part of it, but to me, the improvising element of it was also impressive. Because everybody else, I feel like, was doing textbook based. Maybe that's textbook, but I feel like that's just, hey, in the moment,
that was
you
instinct.
got to have this. You can't be out. You got to have this run. This is the damn championship on the line, the title on the line.
Yeah.
You got to have it. You got to do it.
Yeah, and by the way, they lost 6-5. That was the difference in the game. So no excuses. Aggies really made it interesting there at the end in the 8th and 9th innings. But you got to give it to them.
Do y'all lose this game and y'all's coach?
Come on now.
Texas, by the way,
come on,
since we're playing the hits here,
yeah,
and college baseball, this might be one of the only in few days where college baseball gets to be part of the hits. Texas fired David Pierce,
which, by the way, 3 World Series appearances in the last 5 years.
He did the thing. He did one of those things though,
and that is
took a little bit too much on than he was supposed to. Had a lot of turnover with his pitching coaches for one thing.
Yeah.
Then named himself the pitching coach ahead of this year, and apparently, Kirk Bowles was mentioning this. Our guy, Kirk Bowles,
you'll hear from him again.
A legend.
Yeah.
Mentioned that there was a little kerfuffle with a pitcher. That I didn't really know the background on this, but so that could have maybe sealed his deal.
Yeah.
Not having a good enough pitching staff, then making himself his own pitching coach, and then to not have good results with it, and then that culminating in somewhat.
Did it get physical? I read it, but I'm trying to remember.
It was deemed ugly, and later called an altercation, per Kirk Bowles, which makes me think. And then there was also a reference to, hey, maybe were they thinking about firing him for cause?
For exactly.
Because of that.
So
that makes me think that might have been a possibility.
They fired him, and they need a new coach, and I think both coaches on the field last night could be Texans targets, but I think Jim Schlossnagle, the Aggie coach, he kind of put that to rest, didn't he?
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Let's write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
And then he left.
Yeah, that's so.
It wasn't selfish. He knew they were going to ask, and
that's so corn. Just give me everything except
my
that.
favorite thing is, I know you guys have to write about that. I know I know it's your job to ask the question.
So why are you crying?
Why are you mad about it?
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
you know it's my job. So why are you mad?
And you also have a built-in answer ready for it that actually works and placates to your audience.
You could have just used that answer without saying I don't know why you're asking me this.
To be fair, they had just had their hearts ripped out of them.
Yeah, but literally everybody wins in that moment. The reporter wins because he's supposed to ask the question and he does his job. You win because you deliver an answer that is epic. It's being played on the radio and all of Aggie land is like, he's, he left his family to be with us, which is maybe its own issue. But hey, the guy wants to leave his family to coach.
I think his family
Aggie.
ended up in College Station.
Okay,
but
I'm hoping so.
Just temporarily.
Phrasing there.
Like, I got a divorce because of this job.
Phrasing. Did not pull a Tom
Wait a
Brady.
minute, do we have another story?
Yeah, did not pull a Tom Brady to coach baseball in College Station, with all due respect to all Aggies. Like, that's not how it goes. Those are the hits. Coming up next, are the Texans in the second worst quarterback division in football? And if so, why does that matter? We'll talk about it next on In the Loop.
Hey, how about D&M Auto?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop with John Lopez, B. Scott, and Figgy Fig. Lopez, I thought this was an interesting way to look at teams, look at quarterbacks, and ultimately really look at divisions and rank divisions. What NFL.com did here was rank each division in the NFL, all 8 of them, by quarterbacks. So, like, which division is best, from best to worst, by quarterback, all right? So, ranking from 1 to 8, each division by the quarterbacks, the starting quarterbacks that make up each division. Now, I'll spoil this for you guys. You can check it out on NFL.com, but the Texans are toward the bottom of the list. Out of 8 divisions in the NFL, the voters at NFL.com determined that the AFC South, the division that the Texans are in, have the second to last, the 7th best or second to last group of quarterbacks in the NFL, which I thought was an interesting way to look at it. I had not really thought about it like that. I really almost look at it in a vacuum or in kind of just isolated to, hey, Texans versus this quarterback, C.J. Stroud, comparing them to that quarterback, C.J. Stroud versus Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud versus Anthony Richardson as 2 guys that were in the same draft class. Obviously, C.J. Stroud winning that battle so far early on. But in terms of where the division stacks up across the league with quarterbacks, I thought it was interesting that they came to the conclusion at the end of it that the Texans were next to last. Do you agree with this? I hadn't really thought about it that way, but once I went through it and actually looked at the list of quarterbacks in each division, I was like, oh, okay, this isn't disrespect like we talked about earlier in the show. This is, you know what, there's something to this. I think that they are somewhere close to appropriate place. I think you can make an argument for them, the AFC South that is, as maybe 6th at best.
Look, I'm glad you asked. Do you agree with this? Because you can argue 6th at best. I think I could argue 3rd, and let me explain it.
Okay, yeah, I'm open to this being kind of an open forum, and I want to hear from the audience too. What do y'all think the AFC South ranks in terms of quarterbacks?
No, this is a true. A lot of people say, "Well, I'm not wrong because it's just my opinion." No, you're wrong because it's based on facts that are not true.
Yeah,
I don't buy in it. Well, it's just my opinion,
or it's a bad opinion.
It's a bad, or sometimes it's just a bad opinion.
Yeah,
this is a true. All right, that's your opinion, bro. I mean, that's like your opinion, From shout out to its movie, the dude. Anyway,
I got bad opinions for days.
Yeah,
they're just my opinion, but I got a few of them. I don't share them usually.
Yeah,
but they're bad. I admit that's what I think.
But I think this is a true. That's just your opinion. I think we can all agree. There's a clear number 1. Number 1 is without question the AFC North, right?
Yeah, I mean they've got.
There's you can't even have a bad opinion and argue that.
Well, they got Lamar Jackson and Burrow,
and then Deshaun, who has some, no matter his troubles, has done some stuff.
Yeah,
in this league. And Russell Wilson,
their
and Justin
worst
Fields,
quarterback is Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Yeah.
Who also Russell Wilson has done some stuff.
Yeah.
So I think the AFC North is clearly number 1. Then it gets a little bit. I'll give you number 2. That's the NFC West. Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, Geno Smith. Again, they've all done some stuff. After that, I could argue the AFC South as number 3. Because look at number 3.
Yeah, but see, number 3, they got 2 guys doing a lot of heavy lifting.
They're basing it on one dude. Let's be honest.
Well, but honestly, I think the AFC South has a similar thing going on that the AFC West.
I think you could argue the AFC South instead of the AFC West because they're basing it on it's a great quarterback, great division for quarterbacks because we got Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. Okay.
Well, yeah,
who else you got? Bo Nix? You're saying Bo Nix is going to be the dude? I don't know.
Yeah, but Lopez.
Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell?
No, but dude, the AFC South is doing something similar, but without the cachet of even a Patrick Mahomes. Because who's carrying the AFC South's quarterbacks? C.J. Stroud, and then a little bit of Trevor Lawrence, a guy that just got paid. But those are the only 2 guys that I think teams that don't have quarterbacks would actually today take and won.
But my argument would be Anthony Richardson, even in a very abbreviated time, has done more than Bo Nix.
Yeah, I give you that.
You know, and Will Levis, say what you will, has done more than Aiden O'Connell, you know, or whatever. So I think the top two you're cool with. The rest is like, that's your opinion, bro.
Yeah, but I think if you got a division that has Patrick Mahomes, first of all, that's kind of a trump card. But then you throw Justin Herbert in there on top of it. To me, they're more top heavy.
Yeah.
And then the AFC South is doing better at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think I'd give the edge to the West just because they do have Mahomes and Herbert.
I might even argue the AFC East should be number 3. They have them at number 4. Josh Allen, no matter what they've done around him, is a stud.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a stud.
Yeah, no. Clearly.
Tua, again, polarizing guy. I'm a big fan. Come on. They've won a lot of games.
Tua is good. Can we stop?
Yeah.
Look, so we're going to do a thing on this show.
Yeah.
Where we're going to kill some narratives.
Yeah.
And this is going to be one of them. Can we kill the narrative that Tua is either no good or soft or like, I don't know if
I'm a big fan of his.
I don't know if it's the injury.
Yeah.
You know, and it was, you know, he did have a hip thing.
Yeah.
And I get that. And I was myself worried about that. Like I was down on Tua because I was worried about the dude being that size and having a bad hip.
Yeah.
And I got people in my family that's got bad hips. I know what that looks like. Didn't make me feel good about the dude being young with a bad hip.
Yeah.
But last year, didn't look like an issue. Tua's good.
Good.
Can we just put that out there?
He's very good.
I don't get the reluctance
Didn't he throw for more yards than CJ last year?
I don't get the reluctance to acknowledge that or the feeling that you've got to put him in some kind of other box other than being, I think, good, very good.
And, no matter what you think about his age or whatever, Aaron Rodgers is in the division.
He is that dude.
He is in the division. So,
But for me, the Aaron Rodgers thing is more of an issue of whether he's going to play.
Right.
You know, like.
Right. More than 4 snaps.
Yeah. If he plays, dude, he's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But look, and this might be my hot take of the day, but before Patrick Mahomes came along, Aaron Rodgers I thought was the best quarterback I'd ever seen.
You weren't alone.
Not the most accomplished.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the GOAT.
Yeah.
But as far as just watching him play the position and watching him play football, I thought Aaron Rodgers was the best I'd ever seen.
And you weren't alone. And oh, by the way, you know, not a huge fan of either of these, but Jacoby Brissett's done a little bit now. He's the other one in the with the Patriots, and Drake May has been, you know, obviously drafted.
We'll see what they end up doing in New England with the quarterback situation. But Jacoby Brissett, is he going to go down as one of the best backup quarterbacks of all time?
Oh yeah, like he's Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
he really is.
Okay, there's another one that's pretty good.
Yeah,
but less of the gunslinger that Ryan Fitzpatrick was.
He's got a little gunslinger in him.
But also I think a little bit. I think he's got
more polish.
Yeah, he's got it reeled back a little bit more. You know, where I feel Ryan Fitzpatrick had a lot more boom or bust potential.
Yeah.
Whereas Jacoby Brissett is just going to be.
He don't really turn the ball over as much.
Yeah, he's going to be
very careful.
Yeah.
Like remarkably unremarkable, but steady and consistent and effective.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you. My point is, I'll give you the first two, and then we're just going to give our thoughts on our preferences. Because I definitely would put the AFC South against the NFC East. I get it, Dak. I get it. Give me C.J. Stroud over that. Giants, Daniel Jones. You kidding me? Jalen Hurts, totally get it. Obviously, you know that might be the trump card over Trevor Lawrence, but still, you can argue. You can make that argument. Then the Commanders, who knows what they got going on?
Yeah, the Commanders.
Jaden Daniels.
They got Jaden Daniels. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
but. I don't know, man. I think that they're.
You don't really seem to have a problem with the Texans at 8.
I don't have a problem
at 7.
I think the best, the highest that I would put them would be 6, because I think a lot of this with the NFC North is some projection with Caleb Williams. Like if you swap out Caleb Williams, okay, and so there's some projection there. He hasn't played a snap. Let's just make that be Justin Fields again. There's no way they're ahead of the Texans on this list or ahead of the AFC South on this list.
Yeah.
You know, that's them projecting that Caleb Williams is, in fact, going to be good.
Yeah, because you got Goff and Jordan Love.
Yeah, you got Goff and Jordan Love. To me, I would take CJ over both of them personally, and I think that Goff and Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence are all in a similarly situated space.
Yeah.
Of pretty good, potential to be great, but somewhere in that pretty good, that next tier, sort of thing. But I'm good with where they were. Here's my question that I want to throw to you, and I'll actually make this point and see what you think. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, the makers of this list, and let's say that it is true. Okay, just for the sake of this argument, let's say that the Texans are in the division that is second worst in quarterback play. Let's say that. Let's take that as a fact. There will be no excuse for the Texans.
Oh, hell no. No. As much as I'm like kind of saying I think I would put them higher. It's a good thing if they're 7.
It's a great thing. No.
It's a good thing if they're 7.
Lopez.
Yeah.
It's a great thing.
Yeah.
It is a great thing, and it eliminates all excuses, all wiggle room, because here's what it means. If they're that low on the list, it means that C.J. Stroud is the only one really carrying that division in terms of quarterbacks. Because to me, this is an indictment on Trevor Lawrence. If they thought highly or higher of Trevor Lawrence, I feel like the AFC South is higher on this list. To me, them being this low clearly indicates that C.J. Stroud is carrying the list.
Yeah, and you're talking 4 wins, 5 wins in the division.
The other
6.
The other side of that is mediocre to poor quarterback play across the division.
Yeah,
for a Texans team that has a defensive-minded head coach and just invested, count them, Lopez, $70 million in its pass rush alone.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about 2 dudes, Lopez. I'm talking about in its pass rush alone and 2 dudes not named Will Anderson.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying if this is the case, as much as I would argue against it, if this is the case, 4 wins, 5 wins, sweep it, get 6 wins in the division.
It's got to be. I know the word is swarm around here, but it's got to be this smothering, stifling, swarming defense that the Texans got against an AFC South that you see here. I know it's June, but ahead of the season, this is not a highly thought of division in terms of quarterback play. And what does it mean when you're the team in the division with the only consensus elite quarterback, which is what the Texans are? They're the team with the only consensus elite quarterback. And by the way, they couple that with a defensive-minded a defensive-minded head coach and a front office that showed a commitment really over the last couple of seasons, if you throw in there what they did to get Will Anderson. But over 3 consecutive off seasons, because they also drafted Derek Stingley number 3 overall. So over the last 3 consecutive off seasons, they have invested heavily in that defense. And it is, to put a bow on that, $70 million in pass rushing acquisitions between Daniil Hunter and Danico Autry. Like to me, that sets the stage for, hey, the only elite quarterback play in a defense that should be feasting on poor quarterback play otherwise within the division.
And then there's maybe this actually weighed in, and I'm just realizing that right now, into my thoughts of why I would put it higher. Then you've got 3 offensive-minded head coaches outside of the Texans. And so I think that's where if D'Amico and his defense and the investment that you talked about can make these guys look mediocre to worse, then all of a sudden those coaches you got to start asking some questions. And I don't believe that. I think obviously Steichen is really, really good. I'm very, if I were a Titans fan, I would be optimistic about, as much as they screwed up the whole Vrabel thing, I'd be very, very optimistic about Callahan. I think he's been proven as a good guy. And then Doug Peterson, I think he might be the weakest link, and he's won a Super Bowl. So they got 3 offensive-minded guys. That's where D'Amico's going to come in.
Yeah. Oh, the chess match.
Yeah.
The chess match will be fascinating. And what you just said, I think, is a really interesting point, too, that I hadn't really thought of. And I'm not really sure. I don't think I agree with it yet because they got so much inexperience in the coaching ranks. But Doug Peterson, I think there is some shine worn off of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But also, I don't feel like you get to pretend it didn't happen. I don't think you get to erase it and just be like, well, just that Super Bowl was 6, 7 years
Somebody
ago.
else did that. No, he did it.
It's like, nah, I mean,
he did it.
He did do it.
Yeah.
He did it. Like when we all saw it, we all watched it.
Yeah.
I know things soured there with him not too long after that, but it happened.
Yeah.
Like he's a Super Bowl.
And I put him behind Steichen and maybe Callahan. Steichen for sure.
Well, I mean, in terms of you're going with just the offensive guys.
Yeah.
I think that it's hard for me with Callahan yet. I need to see that. I need to see what does Will Levis look like this upcoming year in year 2, and how exactly the development plays out before I'm able to give him, I think, too much credit. But it's an interesting thing. I don't think the Texans have an excuse. If this list is accurate and the quarterback play is as bad as NFL.com thinks it's going to be, the Texans should absolutely feast. Speaking of feasting, Lunchtime Confessions coming up next on In the Loop. Stay there.
1, 2, 3. Texas.
Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions right here on In the Loop. The OG, John Lopez, starts us off.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I kind of did a bad thing, but it was with good reason. All right, my intentions were for entertainment purposes only.
Oh, the worst things are always prefaced
Content
with
over
that.
everything.
They are always prefaced with that statement. I did a bad thing, but my heart was in the right place.
My heart was in the right place.
COE. Content over everything.
I did it for the loopholes. I did it for you. I did it for Figgy. So we were talking yesterday about Dave Grohl, right? Mm-hmm. Absolute legend.
For sure.
I mean, just one of the best ever. And he took some pot shots at Taylor Swift. Live, I think it was in London, right, Figgy?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it was at, but it was live on the stage.
And he said, we call ourselves the Errors Tour because we play live and as opposed to, we've had our eras and all this stuff. So just absolute shot. And then at the very end, he says, we don't use any, backtrack music or whatever. And he goes, what?
And by the way, Taylor Swift tour is called the Errors, E-R-A.
Yeah, Errors Tour. That's why he called his the Errors.
Yeah, E-R-R-O-R.
Yeah. So I knew. Because my daughter is a card. By the way, today's her birthday, so happy birthday to her. Sorry,
hey, happy birthday, Leah.
Yeah,
shout out, Leah.
Sorry I did this to you, Leah, but it is her birthday.
This is quite a birthday present. Getting a whole spot on the radio.
Well, I don't know if she's gonna like it.
Oh no, this is funny. Proceed. This is funny. She should.
So she's a card carrying Swiftie, and so I asked her about Dave Grohl without her knowledge.
So do you hate Dave Grohl now?
Yeah, that guy. Well, it's just ignorant. Errors Tour is like that's an easy, get a little bit more creative than that.
But he plays live.
He could never perform how Taylor performs and her longevity and her catalog and Taylor had Paul McCartney in the audience.
Well, maybe Dave Grohl has.
He can off.
She is dead ass.
She's a Swiftie, man.
And I love her trump card.
Yeah.
Was Taylor had Paul McCartney in the audience.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you wanna style on somebody like Taylor's a freaking Beatle.
Yeah.
Like she's a modern Beatle. Get out of here.
And the funniest part was he played live.
Yes. Yes. And it was quick too. She was like, let me get back to ethering this man.
He played live.
Oh, so good. So good, Leah. Thank you for that,
and
Leah.
Figgy brought up a good point, too. Like, she is the prototypical Swiftie. Swifters are not teenagers, man.
No. I know. No, they're grown-ass women and men for some.
Yeah. No, like Taylor Swift, I had a roommate in college, a dude who was like crazy about Taylor Swift. All right, nuts about her, attracted to her, everything. This was now 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. We were in college, and he was Taylor Swift, like just going off.
Yes.
And then this was before I really knew who she was.
Yeah.
15 years ago. Yeah. So, I mean, that goes to show you, like, these are not 15-year-olds. These are grown folks that have been riding and dying since their younger days.
What did she say about Dave Grohl?
Yeah, that guy.
He can F off. He doesn't have Paul McCartney in his audience.
That might have to be a drop.
Oh, my God. So good.
That guy.
Yes. Oh, yes. Good idea. Let's bank that.
She said it in a nice and sweet voice.
Yeah, nice, sweet little voice.
Oh, it caught me off guard. I ain't gonna lie, Leah. I was not, and I've met Leah a time or two.
Yeah.
Was not expecting that at all.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of contention, some contentious encounters, I had to prevent a fight at the corner store the other day.
Dude, I heard about this.
Dude,
you texted us.
I went to
legit?
I went to the corner store. I don't know how legit it was. So I've been coming across a few potential fights in live real-time action, and I've been, for the most part, like, hey, I'm not getting involved. I'm not going to be involved. Mm-hmm. A couple of times road rage. It's been really weird. A weird last couple of months. But the most recent one was on Sunday, and I'm not gonna lie, man, I was in the middle of something. I was trying to make this happen in a small window to kind of not be noticed I was gone. Let's put it to you that way.
Yeah.
And I get to the corner store, and the dude in front of me has a $9 and something tab, and he's gonna pay in coins.
Oh, no.
Now, this would be fine if it was.
You got to understand sometimes.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
If it's quarters, we can get through it.
Yeah.
Right? If he's got $9 worth of quarters, that's only going to take maybe 45 seconds to a minute, a slight inconvenience, but we can do it. We can make it happen.
Yeah.
This man might not have had no quarters.
Oh, man.
No quarters?
I was trying not to be too in his business, but I'm looking, I saw all the change he pulled out of his pocket and how he just sprawled it all over the counter.
Yeah.
When I say nickel and diamond, my man's was nickel and diamond his way to $9.
No.
Oh, man.
And the guy at the register, the cashier is doesn't have the patience for it. He's like, man, look, you got to bring that in some rolls or have that a little bit more organized next time you bring in, because
I kind of got mixed emotions. Go ahead.
He's like, I don't have to take it. And I'm standing there like he doesn't have to take his money.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there on his side like, yeah, man, you ain't got to all money ain't good money and you ain't got to take that money. And I'm finna come in here with my card for my $5 or $6 purchase.
Yeah.
Okay. And we gonna get through. Man, by the end of that, him and that dude was shouting at each other.
Really?
Yes. And I had to step in and say, hey, however much you ain't counted yet, I'll pay the difference. We got to go.
Yeah.
Because I had to be out of there. I didn't really have time to
go.
Yeah, man. I don't have time.
I pay for it.
We got to go.
I've done this before where I've had to step in and just pay.
Yeah.
Because I don't the time is more valuable than the money.
And it's just a hassle.
Yeah. So I'm like, hey man, I don't I'll pay the whole $9 if I got to.
Yeah.
Just get on up out of here.
Yeah.
And y'all damn sure not about to fight and me be a witness to it. The police come. I got to be a witness to the fight or the assault or whatever happens.
Or you could be a Tank Dale.
Or I could be a Tank Dale. One of y'all get to shooting. I don't know who's who.
Yeah.
Yep.
And all behind $9 worth of change.
Yeah.
We're not doing it.
No.
And we'll be sitting on this radio. B. Scott got to watch the people he was around, man.
Yeah.
He need to keep a different type of company.
Did he
y'all.
put himself in a bad position? No, come on, man.
Why is he going to that gas station in Meyerland?
Yeah, exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I ran across this clip that been kind of going viral on social media, and it's a clip from this podcast called Firsties Pod. Firsties Pod, and I ain't gonna lie, I feel like this guy was kind of spitting some facts a little bit. I want to hear what y'all got to say about this one.
All right.
I think we should do marriage like NBA contracts. It should be like, okay, we got a 4-year deal. Okay? We're gonna see if we want to renew after 4 years. If we don't want to renew, you be a free agent, you go off to the Mavs.
Hilarious.
You know? But if you do want to renew, we'll have another little party, we'll invite our friends, and that strengthens us. And because you know your term is coming up, there is a little bit more work you put in. There's a little bit more like, oh, we got to stay focused on this. Oh man, my contract's coming up. But if it's just like, well, it's forever, stop trying.
Look, let me be clear. I think the people that are married right now should be grandfathered in, so we don't have to go through this whole contract thing. But I actually think that's a good idea, man. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Do a little contract, and then you just keep renewing that contract. And I feel like the guy had a little point right there, man.
Here's the pushback I would have. I get it, but it's also a generational thing. Marriage is a contract.
Yes.
It's a lifetime contract.
That's the issue.
It's a lifetime contract.
Yeah.
You don't sign that contract thinking I'm going to be out of here in 4 years if I don't like it.
Yeah. And I wanted you to say that because I feel like with a little bit more lived experience and life experience, it would hit a little bit different with you saying it. But I agree. Like, that's literally what it is. Mm-hmm. It's so much so. Ever try to get divorced?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's tough.
But
it's a contract.
If you sign a 4-year contract, you ain't got to worry about that hard divorce, man.
Well, then it's not. I mean, yeah.
And you can renew.
And honestly, let's say you had like 4 or 5 contracts.
Yeah.
And by that end, you know this ain't working right. I'm tired. You tired. We don't love each other no more. You know what? We got 1 more year left. And then we could just move on.
I see. I also feel like it gives you an easy out.
Yeah.
I'm only in for 4 years.
Yeah. That's the good thing, man.
Yeah, well, it's not really marriage.
But I think this speaks to...
And what if you have kids?
This is generational gap. The kids complicate things, but this is the generational gap in how it was taught in the past that marriage was a lifelong commitment. Mm-hmm. And now, for like today's generation of folks that get married, don't exactly see it that way. Hey, this is what I like now. This is what I think I like in the future. But if my mind and feelings and opinion change, then I should be able to change my situation. It's an interesting dichotomy in how the generations view this.
Yes.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
My daughter, my youngest one, had to stay home from her Boys and Girls Club program today.
Oh, no. What'd she do?
For fighting.
Oh!
She went off on some little boy. Now, I wasn't there.
It was a boy?
Dude, so
she wail on him?
The way she tells the story, and I don't know how much of it I believe. I wasn't there, but I just got to take it at face value. She was tickling her brother. They're 17 months apart. They horseplay. I tell them all the time, keep your hands to yourself, because it always evolves into something that I don't want it to be.
Brothers and sisters, man.
So I always say it. They never do it.
Yeah.
Keep your hands to yourself. Don't fight. Don't tickle. Don't do none of that. Well, she's at the program tickling her brother. He is squeamish or whatever, is being tickled, and he knocks into another little boy.
Oh, Lord.
And somehow
you spilled my drink, man.
It gets communicated. Basically like you step on somebody's shoes in the bar.
Hey, clean it up.
Yeah. And so the little boy realizes that it was Brea's fault and wants to fight my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter is the youngest one. Is the scrappiest of the entire bunch.
She kick his ass.
Apparently so. enough to where she was suspended from the program.
Oh, Lord.
For the next couple of days. And I got to have somebody, a family member at home with my 7-year-old who's not allowed to go to the Boys and Girls program for the next 2 days. What the hell? What are we doing? I'm proud that she stood up for herself.
Yeah.
But I'm not happy about
this is one of the things
having to worry about that.
This is one of those instances where you've got to be like total disciplinarian, serious, make it really, really, clear to her that she can't do this. And then within 3 months, you're going to be telling that story and laughing your ass off every time.
Yes.
But right now, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Right now, you can't do that.
Especially not in front of her.
Yeah.
That is Lunchtime Confessions on In the Loop coming up next. We're going to talk about just how good the Astros have been. Are we buying in or are we pumping the brakes? Stay there.
I think.
Yeah, that guy.
Somehow. Twin Peaks Studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
I'm pumping the brakes, Lopez.
You pumping the brakes?
I'm pumping the brakes until they actually consummate the deal.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see them seal the deal and actually get this thing done before I can start eating the cheese, before I can start waving the pom-poms, before I can really and truly change my tune on the Astros. And look, I'm hopeful. I'm from the city. I'm from the town, man.
Yeah,
I'm
Can't get more Houston.
Yeah, man. I'm about as Houston as it's going to get. I'm rooting for the Astros. There's just no way around it. I don't really know any other way to be.
Yeah.
But I'm also real with it. I'm also trying to be authentic with the people and with the audience, and I can't fake the funk. I can't pretend like I'm just all the way bought in on this operation just because it's looked really good over the last few games, over the last 5 games or so. And if we're being honest about it, the Astros have actually, save for that first month of the season, they've actually played pretty good baseball. Like they've been.
What did I say? They're a Major League Baseball team. Up and down, mostly good.
Yeah, I would say closer. The totality of it is just a Major League Baseball team.
Yeah.
They're a roughly 500 baseball team.
Yeah.
But post like May, mid-May, so to speak, they've been slightly above average. So I'll give them credit for that. But they've also had some clunkers. They've also had some really bad moments. And they have this issue with the pitching staff that I don't think is one that we can just brush to the side, even though I think there's some positive things to take away from what we've seen from their pitchers, especially the younger guys or the guys that we weren't necessarily expecting as much from. And I think that that's cool and all. But I've said for weeks now, Lopez, whether it was on this show or any of the other shows I was filling in on, wherever I was appearing, when I talk Astros, I said, look, we can talk as much Astros as you want.
Yeah.
We can talk about them until we're blue in the face if we want. But I'm not going to talk about them or discuss them as a serious operation, as a serious team until they're back at 500.
Yeah.
Until they're at the very least a 500 baseball team. And so I feel like I got to stay true to that.
Well, that's fine.
And not just that, though, Lopez, but with the opportunity that's in front of them to become a 500 baseball team with the Colorado Rockies in town.
Yeah, they almost have to.
They squander that.
Yeah.
And I would feel really, really silly to sit up here with you on the air and with our audience waving pom-poms about the Astros sweeping the Baltimore Orioles, which is impressive. I don't want to take away from it. But I don't want to make that a larger thing if they can just turn around the next day and lose to a team that you absolutely got to beat in moments like this when you're scrapping and trying to get back to 500.
Yeah, that's why, like, the team that we saw before June 21st, Friday, would be one that you wouldn't have a lot of confidence that they wouldn't squander it.
Yeah.
Because they did. Like, they would beat a good team and then lose to whomever. They would never really put a long string of wins together, although they would win some series. Like, you didn't recognize that team. And, of course, I came in yesterday and said exactly that. That's the first time I recognized this team.
Yeah.
So this team, looking like this, you kind of start to think, all right, this isn't the team that we knew before June 21st. Something has happened, whether it was, like, as you said earlier, like maybe that inflection point was not necessarily like it's spiraling out of control now, but it was actually a wake-up call.
Wake-up call,
So that's why I'm saying, like, I still don't know, if they have all the parts to make this run. But I recognize this team, and this team looks like it could. Now, why does it look that way? Well, Jose Altuve did Jose Altuve things on the first pitch of the game. Fromber had his weave back and had his groove back. He had the groove and the weave back. Bregman had 4 hits. They demolished a really good team, kind of sucked the life out of a team that had just beaten the Yankees, by the way. So I recognize this Astros team. Here's the only issue, and this is why I agree with you. As much as I think this team looks different than the one before June 21st, we got to see it. I mean, we got to see it because the one before June 21st has and would have, in many instances, fallen back down to earth.
So in the latest power rankings that MLB.com did for the baseball teams, across the entire league, okay, their latest power rankings make this note about the Astros, and I think it's an important one. And even though I sit here and tell you that I'm reluctant to buy in and I won't do it, I hope to be doing it by the time we do this show on Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, when we come in here at 10 o'clock a.m. on Thursday morning, I hope to be singing a completely different tune, celebrating even, hey, and how far we've come, where as Astros fans, we get to come in and celebrate fighting and inching our way back to being a 500 baseball team. But it does mean that it's kind of a fresh start, and it's just where we are. You gotta adjust expectations to circumstance and just the reality that you're sitting in. But MLB.com makes this note. This is easy to look up, but I'm glad that they noted this about the Astros. Since May 9th, the Astros are 26-16 and have the fourth best record in all of the major leagues in that span. Since May 9th, 26-16. The issue and the reason why they are difficult to believe in, the reason why you do have to caution yourself when you're evaluating the team or when you're trying to buy in or when you're trying to celebrate what they're doing is that they were 12-24 leading up to that point.
Yeah.
And it's been a season full of the types of things that were plaguing them early on in the season. Pitchers dropping like flies, underperformance throughout the lineup. Now, the lineup is starting to wake up now, which is a big thing. You know, we saw Chaz have a 2-home run game.
Yeah.
We saw, a few days ago, we saw Jeremy Pena wake up in this last series, which I thought was huge. You mentioned Fromber stepping up and having, this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation that Fromber's got going on. You just hope that you get the good Fromber that day.
Yeah.
But they still got a little bit of this skittishness that's a part of their identity that's hard to shake from the 2024 Astros for me.
Yeah, they haven't done it yet. And I believe this team, as we've been talking about, seems to look more like the team that could do it. But yes. I got a point to make and then a question for you because you just reminded me. The point is this. Even if they do make that run, they got until the All-Star break to make it a good enough run to make a decision. Are we buyers or are we sellers? And then there's this. They still have the same issues that we talked about and that made me have less confidence in them. They still don't have a lot of pieces they can trade. They still are so very thin at in starting pitching.
Yes.
They still don't have, and one more injury in starting pitching, and you are done. They still have issues in middle relief. They still have some guys that have been struggling here and there. They still have Joe Espada as the manager, and I don't know how much confidence I have in him. They still have Jim Crane making the decisions rather than the general manager. So all these things.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
How many things did you just list?
6.
Did you get to the fact that they don't have a regular first baseman?
And they still don't have a first baseman.
They don't have an everyday first baseman, which is like a basic standard thing to have as a team.
So I recognize that this team looks different. This team looks like it might be able to finally put all that crap behind them and actually make a run. But they still have all these questions that are legitimate questions, And so that's why I'm like, okay, let's see them do it. And then, boy, do we got some decisions to make. And then my question for you, little bit slightly off topic. You said something earlier today about...
Oh, I was about to get to it.
You said something earlier. Did you hear this, Figgy?
Yeah.
About Fromber, and you didn't want the weave?
He's got to go.
What's the deal?
He's got to go. As a matter of principle.
He ain't over his head.
No, listen, man. The first time he did the weave thing last year, I just like, man, you know what? The Astros are being a little goofy.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one to do it. Eventually, Martin Maldonado did it, which I was really, really, really disappointed by.
Yeah.
Like, I thought Martin Maldonado was supposed to be the adult in the room, the mature one. I knew he could be, eccentric with the hair. I like, he dyes his hair. It's all good. I'm cool with that. But my man went with the weave like Fromber. And I have a real tough time respecting dudes who put weave in their head.
Okay.
And then if you're going to do it, that's one thing. But then to attach it to some kind of like...
karma or vibe.
Or like you needed to feel right.
Juju. Whatever you want to call it.
Dude, I cannot trust a dude that needs his weave to pitch properly.
All right, so
get out of here with that.
I want you to look inside yourself on this. And Figgy, I don't know where you stand on this. You pro-weave or anti-weave?
Not anti, man.
Okay.
For men, specifically.
If you're going to grow your hair out, man, you got to go through the ugly stage. You got to work for it,
This
man.
is a lifestyle, Lopez. This
Okay.
is not just hair.
You can't just put on a wig and call it a day.
You're both kind of making my point. I think you and Figgy are just mad that he didn't go through the process like y'all did.
And I think that's right. I think that's justified.
Because you and Figgy both have.
That say a lot, man. It's not easy.
Yeah. No, that's justified though. I think that's accurate what you say.
Yeah.
And I think that
So you don't want him to skip the steps.
As a man who committed to the steps.
It's a commitment.
And has an appreciation for the style that Fromber is trying to rock but failing because he won't commit to the process.
Yeah.
As a man that did, I cannot respect cutting corners and skipping the steps and then acting like you did something to like help your style, your energy by adding extensions.
Y'all are weave racist.
Yes.
For guys.
Weavists.
You're weavists. Yeah.
I am a proud card-carrying, put my flag in it.
Yeah.
Weavist.
You're a weavist.
If you need, as a man, you need weave to perform, I can't respect it.
Figure you're a weavist too?
They could trade Fromber today, and I wouldn't blink. Today.
See, the problem I have with this too is it's one thing because I know some guys that did use some weave to kind of get their hair started.
Yeah.
But they
were growing it.
Yeah, they stayed on track. But my problem is with this is, are you going to keep this for good, or one day when you have a bad on, you going to take it out and then go back to normal?
It's illogical.
It's like a wig. Like, no, you can't do that, man. You can't just throw on a wig. If it was that easy, I would throw on the wig. It's not about that, man. I respect people that actually take the time to grow their hair out, man. Having dreads is a process, man.
It's illogical.
Weavists. Even with women. Some women have the faux locks, which I'm a big fan of, but it's something about women who actually grow their hair out and get dreads, man.
Text board. You're anti-weavites.
Yeah. And to the no fun crowd that's just like, screw the hair, I just want them to pitch.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of my point too. Hey man, you took the weave out, you rocking a regular hairstyle. Man, just go pitch, man. You adding weave and like, man, and if that doesn't like do something to you to look up. You see a dude's got short hair one day, and the dude has long hair the next day, and you don't look at dude differently. We're not from the same place and was not brought up the same way, because that is off.
Just imagine Lopez came in here with long hair out of nowhere.
No, now I might do it.
We like, what?
Just to test y'all.
And look, I don't know if I'll judge you, but I definitely wouldn't feel as good about the show. Because I'd be like, I don't know if I can trust this dude. I don't know if he trusts himself.
Lopez like, I had a bad couple days.
Yeah,
so
man.
You know what?
Needed to get that
new show, new hair.
Get that juju going.
Man, I'm going to need to break to calm down from this. Around the NFL is next on In the Loop.
Nico Collins wants to be a 50. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We go around the NFL on In the Loop, but stay tuned because the internet going nuts. Our next segment here, we got some Astros news to share with y'all that you don't want to miss.
John Lopez going nuts is what it's going to be called.
Yeah, the internet is short for Lopez.
Lopez sounds off.
Yes.
Lopez goes nuts at 120.
So you absolutely want to catch that. Do not want to miss that at 120. But around the NFL, this was some sad news, I thought, when we saw this leading into the show. It might have been early on while we were doing the show. We saw that the wife of Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce has filed for bankruptcy, and that creditors loaned out over $28 million, to which Antonio Pierce personally guaranteed. So now they're going after everything that he has. This is a sad, sad story to think about. You know, Antonio Pierce getting this job with the Raiders, first-time head coach. There's some excitement around him. And then a story like this that's deeply personal but enters the public space when you have to file bankruptcy, because that's a public filing. Anybody can find it. And if your name rings out, if you're a name of note and you got people that monitor public filings, this thing becomes a talking point. This is really unfortunate, but because of the name and the figure, man, $28 million. What is going on here?
Look, man, there are things. So there's so many possibilities here. Number one, it could be he got duped. They got duped in terms of, hey, man, I got a great deal for you. We know this happens. We got these car dealerships, you know, and if you just invest this much money, you're going to be a gazillionaire in just a matter of time or whatever. It could be they're just dumb with their money, dumb with their money, I should say. It could be that they made some millions and spent like 100 million millionaires. It's
just mad.
It partially is very sad, as you said. It's partially, I feel, very dumb. But man, they are in bankruptcy, and every dollar that he has now as coach of the Raiders is going to be end up going to creditors. This is why. How is it? Here's another question: how does it affect his daily job routine? His ability to do the job. That's a heavy burden.
Yeah, I can't speak for Antonio Pierce because I don't know.
We've all had that heavy burden at some point or another. 100%.
I don't know how he internalizes this himself, and honestly, I hope that it works out for him and his family. We're making it a radio topic, but from a human standpoint, I do hope that everything works out. But I know how I would internalize it, how I would view it.
Yeah,
and we gotta go get this money.
We gotta go nuts. Yeah.
We gotta go get this money. I'm gonna be coaching my ass off.
Yeah,
like I would morph. If this was my situation, I would morph from Antonio Pierce to Bill Belichick circa Brady days. Like this Belichick. But you know the one I'm talking about.
Pre-24-year-old.
You know the vibes.
Yeah.
All right? Like I'm changing it up completely. And I say changing it up. I'm being a little facetious there.
But you are recommitting.
I'm recommitting.
That's $28 million, man.
I'm checking to see if Mark Davis, do y'all pay overtime?
Yeah.
Because coaches be here late. I be here past hours, right?
Punch that clock.
I'm like, you know what? I think we do need a quarterback. We should see who's out there on the market.
Yeah.
Somebody we could trade like 3 first-round picks for.
Got to get it winning quick.
We need a franchise quarterback like now.
We need to win quick.
Hey, do you know how long it take to watch film properly? I can't just do this in the 8 to 5, 9 to 5 range, man. I got to commit hours, man. I need time and a half.
Exactly.
I'm doing all of that. But yeah, that's a unfortunate story, but a story nonetheless. Also around the NFL, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Lopez. Terry McLaurin, former Ohio State wide receiver, but now obviously one of the better players for the Washington Commanders, has got a new teammate as his quarterback, number 2 overall pick, and this was the guy that you like. That's why I wanted to get your thoughts on this.
I like Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels of LSU is the new quarterback there, and Terry McLaurin says he sees some similarities between Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud. I think this year for quarterbacks, for rookie quarterbacks specifically, I should say, is going to be about the pressure of, can you do for your franchise what one C.J. Stroud did for his last year? I think it's going to be on Caleb Williams for obvious reasons because of the hype and everything that surrounds him. But also Jaden Daniels. Hell, we're talking about 2 guys that are the back-to-back Heisman Trophy winners.
Yeah.
Between Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. And so I think not to the same degree that it exists for Caleb in Chicago, there is going to be an element of that with Daniels as the number 2 overall pick, like CJ was with Washington. McLaurin says he sees some similarities between the two. I'm curious how you think or what you think about that.
Well, I think, first of all, he would know. He would know a thing or two about C.J. Stroud and obviously Jaden Daniels. The one thing that I've always loved about Jaden Daniels is, I talked about him during the season. I voted for him to win the Heisman Trophy. I was high on him in this draft, higher even than Caleb Williams, which could be a little foolish, I'll admit, because Caleb Williams has every tool in the box.
Yeah.
But what I loved most about Jaden Daniels is the exact same thing I loved most about C.J. Stroud, even before the draft. Accuracy. In today's NFL, you can talk about mobility in the pocket presence, arm strength, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, so far, what has arm strength gotten Will Levis? Okay, maybe here and there. But if you are supremely accurate, you're going to play. I'm going to like you. I'm going to like you a lot as an NFL prospect. It's what I like the most about C.J. Stroud, supremely accurate. Jaden Daniels can drop that ball in a bucket. I don't think he's as accurate yet on some of the out routes or crossing routes or all that stuff. Not that he's not, but he can drop it in the bucket on the deep ball. So I could see it happening.
He's accurate, and he's got that quality that I think people were more so questioning about C.J. Stroud, and I think they question it a lot less because they see how the game translates and how it comes together all around in the NFL. Like whatever questions one might have had about C.J. Stroud's athleticism, I don't think that they're there anymore. I think it's all gone, like it never happened. But it never existed in terms of the questions, at least with Jaden Daniels, because he's got the accuracy but also the mobility as well, like the athleticism to kind of put it all together. I don't necessarily think he's going to be C.J. Stroud, especially not out the gate. But I like the comparison and or idea that he's got some.
I could see the comparison.
And that he's got some qualities about him. And this is something that I think, honestly, I think this is something that you could obviously say for C.J. Stroud, but also Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels alike. And the thing that I like about both of them, I think they both have the quality and the ability to change those franchises around.
Yes.
Like to go from these are teams with no answer at quarterback to these are teams that will be talking about extending their quarterbacks in 2 years the same way that we're having those similar conversations about C.J. Stroud right now here in Houston. So I'm excited to see how that plays out, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Also around the NFL, I saw this from Tyler Dunn of Go Long TD. He's got the Substack. He's worked at various different places. Had the big expose last year on the Bills and has done some writing about the Texans as well.
Yeah.
But this is, and maybe he did the Texas tour. Maybe he was here and went up 45 and hung out at Jerry World for a little while. But he had a note that this is just funny to me because Mike McCarthy thinks he's in a position to be tired of Jerry Jones unless he just wants to quit and is tired of working there. Okay, fine. But he's got a nugget in his latest piece, which covers this one covers the Cowboys, about Mike McCarthy being fed up with Jerry Jones. Really, dude?
Yeah.
You're fed up with Jerry Jones? Like, first of all, who isn't? To some
that's what I was going to say.
To some degree.
Welcome to the club.
You're just now fed up with Jerry Jones. I thought you took the job fed up with Jerry Jones, or understanding that eventually you were going to meet that place. Like, how do you meet the guy?
Jimmy Johnson won Super Bowls and was fed up with him.
Did he interview? Did they interview? Did he interview with him to get the job?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm assuming he spent longer than like 30 minutes around Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
How do you spend an extended amount of time with the guy and not project that by the end of it, you're going to be
a little fed up?
Or not too long from that moment, you're going to be pretty fed up with the dude. So I thought that was an interesting or a funny nugget to point out, but also that somebody would say it out loud. But the point I want to make about them as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop, John Lopez, B. Scott, Figgy Fig here, what are the Cowboys doing?
Yeah.
Because doesn't it feel like the two Texas NFL teams are, I think you could say right now, both objectively good, but also headed in two totally different and opposite directions.
I think I kind of feel like we've missed the boat on the biggest story in Dallas. Not that people have, like we in this room have missed the boat. I think some people are saying this is just buying time, man. Like, this is just the Cowboys kind of trying to play chess, not checkers, with everything from McCarthy to the Belichick rumors or whomever might be the coach, to even Dak, to why they didn't really sign anybody else. I think it's almost like the Cowboys are like, yeah, we're going to try to win as many games as we can, but we don't have high hopes, because we're already kind of posturing for our next phase. For our next, season.
Lame duck coach.
Yeah.
And a quarterback who, let's be honest, whatever you think about Dak, has probably earned his next contract, whatever it is and wherever it is. He's earned that buck.
Yeah.
But also, like, simultaneously, I think we can probably agree that he's earned his buck, but also simultaneously can agree that he ain't it. Or there's just
it.
Right. There's something missing, or like I describe Dak as a quarterback that you can win with, or that you prefer to have than not, but also like not one that you're gonna draft, or say, hey, that's the guy. Like if you just got your pick of quarterbacks, how many quarterbacks would you go to or would you mention or bring up before you actually got? Don't tell me that he finished second in MVP voting.
No,
I don't want to hear about that. Draft your quarterbacks. We could even do it. Y'all can do it right now on the text line, 713-572-4610. Do it in our YouTube and Twitch streams, in our chat. List the quarterbacks that you would take right now. Forget contract and everything. Just skill, believe in this guy.
Yeah.
Sight unseen in terms of context about the contract and even the age.
Just what they do.
The quarterback.
Yeah.
How many are you going to name before you get to Dak? 8, 10?
I was going to say 6 or 7, maybe 8, maybe 9. He's Joe Flacco. Is Joe Flacco elite? Is Dak Prescott elite?
Ooh.
Remember that?
Oh, man.
Because
Joe Flacco?
Because Joe Flacco, and he actually won a Super Bowl.
And he actually won a Super Bowl.
He actually won a Super Bowl.
Got paid.
But people were still like,
won a Super Bowl, got
paid. They like saw it, and then they saw like terrific play, and then they saw not terrific play. So it became like a big running joke across the league. Hell, Barstools, dude, made a career out of it. Is Joe Flacco elite? Remember, he was holding up signs at the Republican or Democratic convention. Is Joe Flacco elite? Is Dak Prescott elite? He's the modern day Joe Flacco.
And see, I've been saying that he's Kirk Cousins, but that's one that I had not considered.
Yeah,
that he's the modern day Joe Flacco. But you know what, though, Lopez? That
they didn't win a Super Bowl.
I was gonna say, is that not an argument for him?
Yeah.
Like if you can beat,
but you don't know if he's elite.
He might be more Kirk Cousins than me.
But it might not matter though.
Yeah.
It might not matter if he's good enough, which is what Joe Flacco was, good enough for a stretch, or has some elite traits, tendencies, stretches, you might call it. If he could do that, if he's capable of that, it's wild about the quarterback market.
Yeah.
Because that alone is probably worth the investment. Like Joe Flacco was worth the investment. And I know they ended up punting on it eventually once Lamar Jackson came around.
Yeah.
But they won the Super Bowl. He had earned that buck.
Yeah.
And at that time, he looked like the best option. Like Lamar Jackson wasn't available to them at the time.
Who's the better re-signing? Dak Prescott or Trevor Lawrence? I'd say Dak Prescott. Figgy?
Dak Prescott or who?
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor's younger.
Yeah, see, Trevor.
But I still don't think he's elite, or don't know if he's
I feel
elite.
like people still feel like Trevor can become elite.
I'm going to say Dak Prescott, and I'm going to say it with my chest. Dak Prescott.
Right?
I feel like I've seen more from Dak Prescott. I understand he's been in the league, double the amount of time.
He actually been balling, man.
No,
he just fall flat in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I hate it feels like it's a Dak or a bash Dak session.
Yeah.
But it's the way that they're similar, though, is that it feels like they're quarterbacks that you would rather have than not, but you also got that sense that there's a...
You don't know.
Well, there's a... No. You do know that there's a ceiling on that. That's the issue is like, hey, where do I go from here?
Yeah.
People run into this at jobs, in life. Hell, even Figgy's marriage contract example. It's like, hey, have we maximized here?
Yeah.
Have we gotten as much out of this as we possibly can? Are the glory days over with?
Yeah.
And is it as good as it's ever going to get?
Yeah. By the way, on your marriage contract, do you have any bonuses in there for certain things?
Hey, you could, man. It's a contract.
Yeah. Got the Hawk Tua bonus?
You want to talk about earning your buck.
Or if you don't sign this contract, I get to keep the house.
Ooh.
I like that.
All right.
You get to keep the house, I get to keep the dog.
Oh, dog all day. Dog all day.
Coming up on Internet Going Nuts. Is Justin Verlander okay? We'll ask. We'll answer. That's next on In the Loop.
All right, Low T Center right now.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. And we got to start with this. Justin Verlander. Oh, man. Dude, life comes at you fast. I'm old enough to remember when Justin Verlander was out here winning the Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
And now my man is just old. But Justin Verlander. Was this Joe Espada or Dana Brown talking about him?
Joe Espada.
Joe Espada. And he's going to talk later on because the Astros play today. So they do. Astros, really baseball management do a lot of talking. But Joe Espada says that Justin Verlander is not progressing as fast as they would like. I don't know if they would call that a setback or if they would split hairs with you. But directly from Joe Espada, he's progressing slower than the team anticipated. He is still not throwing. And when asked if this is a shoulder, arm, or elbow problem, Espada reiterated it is just soreness in Verlander's neck, as if the neck is not connected anyway.
Yeah.
This is not, however you slice it, not good news. He's not progressing the way that they anticipated, and he's still not throwing. And the Astros, by the way, still only have 4 starting pitchers on their 40-man roster.
All right, so I could maybe go off on this. I don't know. I'm gonna try to keep it under control, man.
No, man.
Here's the thing.
It's just family here.
We can be frustrated with the Astros and how they handle injuries, and the fact that a lot of teams do it, but nobody seems to quite have mastered the lying like the Astros and the absolute, just the boldness with which they lie. Like, we understand that. But now you're just getting to a point where you're just insulting everybody. Like, you're insulting the people who are in your organization that know better, and it's probably not wise to just be this, belligerent about it. You're certainly insulting fans who want to know what's going on, or at least some hint of what's going on, some prospectus, some way of knowing. Is Justin Verlander, do you feel better about him, worse about him, with some honesty? You're insulting people like us, people who cover the team, people in baseball who are national, reporters and stuff. You're just insulting everybody with the belligerence with which you are lying. To say, it's still just his neck. We all know that's a lie, man. We all know it.
Yeah, well, it's either a lie or, like, you're either, let's just call it what it is. You're either lying or you're stupid.
Yeah.
Right? Like, which one is it? Either you're lying or you're stupid, and I don't think you're stupid.
Yeah.
I don't think you get to this point being legitimately stupid. You can't believe that it's just like these things aren't somewhat related. But honestly, Lopez, even if it is the truth, like if it is just the neck.
Yeah.
40-year-old with neck issues, like that's not bringing about any kind of level of confidence. And the fact that, like, when you just talk about the Astros, the fact that they are having to rely this heavily on the younger dudes, on the dudes that have not had to carry this kind of load really ever in their baseball careers, it makes it even more stressful. Because at the very least, what Justin Verlander had turned into, from Cy Young candidate to just, honestly, innings eater.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds a little bit insulting because he's Justin Verlander. He'll be a Hall of Famer. He's an all-time great. There's just no way around that. But today in 2024 and on this particular squad, and honestly on a squad that needed it and continues to need it, he's an innings eater.
Yes,
and now,
do need that.
Now with the neck issue, and if the neck issue is just
air quotes,
air quotes on the neck issue. If the neck issue is what we suspect it to be, and it is just more of a telltale sign of a larger issue at play here, then he obviously can't even be that for you.
I mean, didn't he say he was going to make his next start? Right, and when he scratched from that one.
Yeah, well, they started off saying we don't think he's going to have to be on the IL.
Yeah, well then that happened,
and then not only did he have to go to the IL, but while on the IL. It wasn't even like just a minor procedural thing. Just put him on the IL. He's on the IL and still not pitching.
He's still, to this day, today is when he was asked on the flagship, and he said he's still not throwing. What?
He's somewhere over there with Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Not doing nothing.
Yeah.
Two of your best or most important pieces on the team are over there not doing nothing. I want to get back to something that you said about it being disrespectful.
Insulting.
There you said insulting. Why do you think it is? Is it the success of the last half decade plus? Or is it just general hubris? Like, why do you think it is that the Astros have this level of arrogance to where they feel like they can do this sort of thing?
They've had enough success that, let's put it bluntly, they think their bleep don't stink. They think, they own this town.
Even this year?
Yes, because they're full of themselves. And you know what? They should be. But you can't be insulting to fans and players and people in our business. You just can't. Because they think their bleep don't stink. And I think there's another element to this that is maybe low-key a bigger part of it than I thought at first. They are so full of themselves and arrogant and bound and determined to be buyers, and they still got it, and they're going to make a run and get to another AL championship series. I think they kind of kicked this can down the road with Tucker, and they did for a while with Urquidy and Javier, and now Justin Verlander, to kind of let people think, oh, they'll be back, and boy, when we make that turn, we're going to be awesome, and we're going to bring in these new players. Even though they know that the likelihood of some of these things, and the facts in the case of Javier and Urquidy, that wasn't going to happen. I think they're kind of sort of putting forth this image of, oh boy, we're going to get these things right, and man, it's going to turn on,
They need a fifth starter, man.
They do.
They need a fifth starter, and it's something that is easy to kind of put on the back burner and not talk a whole lot about because we get the daily results.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to just focus on that day's pitching matchup or how, how's Hunter Brown do tonight? Or, oh, look, Jeremy Pena is doing his thing. Oh, Cesar Salazar had a nice day. These in-the-moment things, but not so long-term play in the not-so-distant future here.
Yeah.
They need a fifth starter, only have 4. Joe Espada had been saying, in the last several days that, we can get by with the 4, leading up until our Toronto series next week, but we want to have one,
you think,
before we go to New York.
Yeah.
That's coming up.
Yeah. Next.
Yeah. You got this series now against the Rockies, and we get to kind of live in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about not really believing in them fully until they actually get back to 500. They can do that within the next couple of days.
Yeah.
But then the next thing, once they accomplish this thing, which I'm knock on wood, hopefully they actually do it. But then the next thing, and it's because of this two-parter here, Justin Verlander on the injured list, and then the prospect that they bring up, not just bring up, but skip AAA, bring them straight up from AA. It's the first, I believe, the first guy drafted by Dana Brown to make the majors, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And Jake Bloss. That dude is up for 5 minutes. 5 minutes, man. He went, what did he go, 3 1/3, 3 2/3 or something like? He didn't make it through a full 4 before he's out with discomfort. And they come out. I thought about you, Lopez, when they came out and they're like, hey, he's got inflammation or whatever it was.
Give me a break.
And I'm like, I should have texted you hey, Lopez, I need you to be my Astros translator. Be the Astros voice in my head. What do they really mean about this dude with this shoulder inflammation or whatever it is?
Here's a rule of thumb. If they say forearm, it's the elbow. If they say neck, it's the shoulder. If they say discomfort, it's probably a tear. So that's 3 things to remember.
So I mentioned that they need a 5th starter, Lopez. The issue, is where is that going to come from?
Yeah, no, look,
we're out of, and I know we're not in the sticks of who the best minor league prospect is, and I'm not trying to do that. But the fact that the last dude they brought up was somebody that they had skip a step goes to show you what they think of their options in AAA. I don't know the extent of what they are, but they already passed on those guys to bring up this one guy who was only up for 5 minutes before he got hurt. So all of that to say, they need a fifth starter, and I haven't a clue where it's going to come from. I'm hopeful based off of what they've been able to show with the staff and Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrigetti's had his moments, and obviously Hunter Brown, who we'll talk about in just a second. But like they need another guy. I don't know where it's going to come from, and I don't know if that's somebody that they can even rely on.
And that's why, like as much as this is frustrating and insulting, we are both at the point now where, all right, get this series won against the Rockies, get to 500, and then we're going to start maybe nodding our head and trying to see if you guys can get a little run going. We're both in that boat. But crucial to that is you still need the pitchers. I mean, you still need some warm bodies,
Do the Astros have a future ace on the mound tonight against the Colorado Rockies? We'll talk about that next on the last segment here in the Loop.
1, 2, 3.
21. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Let me do an In the Loop vibe check right now. Because we have not had this discussion since, at least in the shows that we've done together. Maybe y'all have touched on it when I haven't been around. But I was looking at the text line, and 713-572-4610 is how you text the show, really any of the shows here on Sports Radio 610. But I saw on the text line somebody, I think sarcastically, but also seriously, as we're having this discussion about Justin Verlander not making any progress, the Astros needing a fifth starter and needing one rather quickly, rather soon.
Yeah.
They can get through these next couple of games with the Rockies behind the young arms of Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti. Hunter Brown we'll talk about in a moment. But they're going to need a fifth starter pretty soon.
Yeah.
Let me do this temperature check before we get out of here. How we feeling about Trevor Bauer?
Oh, Lord.
What are the vibes? Because, like, I am shocked that actual, and maybe it's blind, like this blind desire, passionate desire from Astros fans to just want the Astros issues to be fixed, for them to not need a fifth starter, for them maybe to have an ace, because Trevor Bauer was actually that at one point in his career. I don't know if he's still that. It's been a little while. But where are y'all at with the Trevor Bauer vibes and the fact that we've got Astros fans, which I never thought I'd see? If you told me this 5-6 years ago, that you'd have Astros fans clamoring for one of the most hated non-Astros in baseball, Trevor Bauer, that you'd have folks, and one of the folks that hates the Astros maybe as much as anybody in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, I just never thought that this could be a potential marriage. Where are y'all at on that, man?
Look, I still think, first of all, when was the last time he pitched in the major leagues?
2022,
21. Yeah, that was with the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, but yeah, before
all that stuff blew up.
Yeah, with the girl and everything.
So 2021, right?
Yeah, that was
Was that 2021?
Maybe
Might have been
2022.
Might have been 2022, but it's been at least 2 years,
Yeah.
maybe 3.
So that's where I'm at, like, just from a baseball perspective. Like, I think he pitched in Mexico for a while, didn't he? And actually,
that's where he at now.
I think he actually did pretty well, or is doing pretty well.
Man, he was somewhere else.
He was
before
over
that.
in Japan.
Yeah,
he was over in Japan.
Yeah. So first of all, he hadn't pitched in the major leagues in a while, and that's concern number one. But at this point, if that were the only concern, I'd be like, sure, man, let's kick the tires on old Trevor Bauer. But as we all know, that's not the only concern. I mean, he was doing social media posts and trolling the Astros.
Yeah, I feel like the Astros.
Didn't he do some podcasts too?
There's never, I would argue, there's never been in the trolling era since we started calling it that. However far back you can date that, there has never been a bigger Astros troll. There has never been, and I said this earlier in the show. We're not going to just be sitting up here on In the Loop, at least, just tolerating disrespect or letting it slide without pointing it out or saying something about it.
Yeah.
Yo, this dude, there's been nobody, I think, in the game, at least in the game, an actual player that has disrespected the Astros as an organization, as an outfit, more than Trevor Bauer. I'm with some of the folks that I'm seeing on the text line. I'd rather miss the playoffs by 100 games. I don't know about 100 games, but I'd definitely rather just bow out and tuck my tail between my legs and call this season a lost season.
Yeah.
Someone else on the text line, the 832, I'd rather lose 100 games than go sign that term that I'm not sure that I can use on the radio and the FCC is watching. So like, there are Astros fans that don't have this short memory.
Yeah.
That have lived long enough and have the shared experience that we do, that can remember, hey, back when Trevor Bauer was with Cincinnati, or was it?
He was with Cleveland.
When he was in Cleveland,
went to Cincinnati.
So back when he was in Ohio, he was talking cash-ish, mad-ish.
Yeah.
And now, because his life is ruined, his life has been turned upside down by a weird, quirky sex life that turned into a legal case that was just awkward and uncomfortable, and the league said, you know what? We don't know what the hell's going on here, but we don't want to be a part of it. You got to go.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, the Astros got to be the one to give him a shot just because, I know it, they only got 4 starters and they kind of need a dude. Like, nah, I'm not, I don't know how desperate I'd have to be as an Astros fan to be welcoming of Trevor Bauer.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Fromber and his fake dreadlocks.
Here's the other part. Go ahead, Figgy.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, I feel like a Trevor Bauer signing is I think the only team that could probably sign him is like teams that are ready to win the World Series, and they just need that one extra person that won't screw up the whole, clubhouse and stuff like that. I just feel like the Astros not there, and I feel like it's not even worth taking a look at.
All right, so let me be that guy for a second then. Okay? This is the same club that signed Roberto Osuna. This is the same club.
But they was ready to win, though. No,
they're not ready to win now?
I don't think so. You think they can win a World Series? Possibly?
No, I don't. But I'm saying, like, they're I just talk about how full of themselves. They signed a horrible human being. And people were like, he's really not that bad. I think he's misunderstood. Yeah. And now we even have him on the text board right now. If you follow Trevor Bauer on Instagram, you would want Astros to sign him. He's tearing it up in the Mexican League. Another one was saying, I've seen a lot of videos of him pitching in other leagues, and he seems to have been humbled and is trying to fix his image. If they can help, Astros fans can ignore everything from trolling to horrible physical abuse. I mean, they signed Roberto Osuna, dude.
Yeah, and this is why I called it a temperature check.
Yeah.
This is why I wanted to do, and it's not just a temperature check, it's a moral temperature check. Mm-hmm. And I'm not taking a moral high ground or making myself out to be more moral than the next guy. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying this is where, for me, I cross the line. Astros go do whatever they want.
Yeah.
And Astros fans, loopholes, everybody listening, y'all go cheer for whatever you want. Be about it. I am not here to stand in your way. I'm just talking about, for me, I'd rather lose.
Oh, I get it.
I'd rather lose than to watch that dude go on the mound and be like, yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah.
Because that would be fake of me, and it would be inauthentic, and I don't want to do it.
And then the worst part is, whenever you do sign him and he's completely bad.
Yes.
Let's say it was Fool's Goal in Mexico where he was striking out 19 batters and all this other stuff. He get totally rocked.
Yeah.
And now you got to deal with that on top of maybe they might be looking at him funny in the clubhouse.
No, I get it, and I actually agree with you. But the question is, would the Astros? I wouldn't be surprised if they're already kind of kicking it around.
Can Trevor Bauer exist in the same clubhouse as, and who knows how much longer Alex Bregman is going to be here?
So they went at it, right?
But can he exist in the same clubhouse as, say, a collection of, let's call it, Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve, Lance McCullers, Justin Verlander? Let's call it the Astros that were either a part of their first World Series or participated in their second one that they appeared in and lost.
Yeah.
Right? This era of Astros. So the ones that were here from 2017 to 2019. So let's throw Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez in there. How does that mix Trevor Bauer, the ultimate troll and disrespect against the Astros, mixed with the guys who were here when he was disrespecting them? The guys he was actually disrespecting at the time.
Yeah, look, if you bring them in and you sell it to the club and you have that kind of, I think it actually would probably mix better here than anywhere. They would have some fun with it. There might be some resentment or a little, kind of avoidance of each other, et cetera. But I think anywhere, if it's going to work anywhere, as bitter and wild as it was, it might work here. It might. Yeah.
See, I think it's a little different because the Astros is not the 2019 Astros where they were, so good where they could set their differences aside because the team is winning. I don't know how the clubhouse is. I'm not in there, so I don't know how it is in there. And, if you decide to put him in there and it's a little shaky in there, you had Altuve throwing his helmet at one point. He was so upset. I don't know how it is in there.
Yeah.
So that could, to me, that could potentially tip it over a little bit. It's a difference if the team was the best team in the league right now and you just throwing somebody else in there.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the awkward part. I just told you, I'd rather lose. All right? I'd rather lose and move on to football and basketball season. That's what I'd rather do. I mean, again, we're all entitled to feel how we feel and to our opinions. But here's the awkward part, and somebody did bring this up, the 346 on the text line.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Bauer has said that he would play on a league minimum 1-year deal type of thing. Like, you could, the point is, you could get Trevor Bauer. Let's say Trevor Bauer is 80% of what he was.
Just eat up some innings. Be a number 3 or number 4.
You can get him for far, 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 far less than what he's actually worth.
Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar. That's the awkward part. And I would not do this, but the reason why I actually could see the Astros doing it is because it's their job to not look at it with the same sort of level of emotion that I might in this moment, or that other fans might, or that, say, some of our listeners might. And that's either way. Like, desperately sign him and, with no accounting for how it might impact the clubhouse, or being like how I am and being just categorically opposed to it without consideration to the value. And the reality of it is there is tremendous value. He's a depreciated asset.
Of course.
So there is tremendous value in the caliber and level of pitcher that Trevor Bauer is versus the amount of money it would cost you to get him. The fact that you don't have to trade, it doesn't cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you need another starter, and your farm system leaves a lot to be desired, which means both you don't have a lot of guys to call up or a lot of guys to dangle in front of other teams to trade for said fifth starter. So from a value standpoint, from a opportunity cost standpoint, I absolutely could see why the Astros would do this or be interested in it. I just would not be in support of it. I'd still support the Astros.
Yeah.
I'd still root for them to win. I would just, I guess, only be doing so every fourth, the fifth start would be the one where I'd like, you know what, I think I'll watch Disney Plus today. I think I'll check out my Apple TV or my Netflix queue.
Yeah.
That's where I am with it.
I get it. It takes an awful lot for fans to actually turn on their team. A texter said that. I think fans would completely turn on the Astros.
No, I'm not turning on the Astros.
No, they wouldn't.
I'm not. I'll tell you now, and I just gave you my whole diatribe about how I'm against it.
Yeah.
I'm not turning on the Astros because I get it. I would get it. I just would not like it. That's why I'm not really arguing with a lot of you guys who are wanting to do it. I'm where I'm at on it. I have no interest. Again, I'd rather look. Maybe I'm just not that competitive of a dude. It's like I'll just take the L and move on and go on to the next thing. Like I don't have no problem with taking the L, but this is one where I'm out on this. I'm good on this.
Do you feel like if let's say they did sign him, do you feel like he would possibly get the Astros into the playoffs or maybe further like that? Or
I don't know how big of a difference maker.
Or is this like water under a bridge?
They desperately need another starter.
He would help.
And so he would help, and I can't overlook that. I think he would absolutely help. Now, is he the difference? It's hard to say that would be the case.
Yeah.
But he would absolutely, granted, if he's the dude, if he's 70, 80% of the dude that he once was, he'd absolutely help them get there.
Yeah, I think absolutely. But look, I'll just say this one more time. If you don't think the Astros would at least kick the tires on Trevor Bauer, as wild and crazy as it might be, as tough as an adjustment as it might be, they signed Roberto Osuna, man. They signed Osuna.
They did.
75-game suspension, wasn't it, for domestic abuse.
Yeah, and
they were like, well, no, he's a different guy here now.
Actual domestic abuse, by the way. Like,
domestic.
This thing with Bauer, not to get too into the details, but it was just like, weird, kinky.
Yeah.
And like, just strange and odd and awkward. This was actually a dude in Osuna who actually beat his wife.
Yeah.
So
there's that.
So there is that.
So there's that.
But
all I'm saying.
But here, and this might be maybe a deeper question, but what does it say if it's more offensive to troll and
I think
to troll and antagonize a franchise, if that's more of a problem and more of an issue than actually beating
I think some
your wife.
people might fall there.
I
think some people might be right there. What you're saying.
That is a different spot to be in, and something that I don't completely wish to reckon with. But
no.
Also something that's out there. But the opportunity cost is the big thing about it. I wouldn't do it. but I'd absolutely understand if the Astros were to do it.
Yeah.
The fellas from the Drive are here. Clint Stoerner,
how about that?
Ron Hughley are in the building. We'll talk about them. We'll talk to them in just a second. But one of the things that I got to talk about, man, in addition to this Trevor Bauer thing, because there's some buzz on that, and this is probably the most active that our text line has been all show, going back and forth on this Trevor Bauer thing. But the Astros got a dilemma because tonight is good because Hunter Brown's been good recently, but them cats need a fifth starter, man, at some point. And I don't know where it's going to come from.
Yeah.
Like, I truly don't.
Well, God blessed them with them days off to kick it down the road a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
Monday
I
day
think we're
off and
good.
the
He goes, I
Thursday
think we're
day
good because we got this. Well, that's not going to be the case all year long.
They get to kick it down and see it. I hope today we hear from Joe, and hopefully we hear that Verlander has resumed throwing.
No, he hasn't.
No, he is not. We heard on the show today, and we revealed this to the audience today.
We already know that.
Yeah.
Justin
Joe Spada
Verlander
said that, he's not progressing, hadn't even started throwing the ball yet.
Oh, here's an exact quote for you, Ron. Justin Verlander is progressing slower than the team anticipated, and he is still not throwing.
That's the same quote from Friday.
And it's net. No, because it's the same situation.
Yeah. That's the same quote as Friday.
Yeah.
Exact same. Maybe by the time Joe speaks this evening.
No.
Maybe around around 4-ish? Maybe when Joe speaks around 4-ish.
Somewhere around 3 or 4, yep.
That he will have resumed.
There's a part of me that actually admires how brazen and belligerent they are with their lying. Like, it takes a real talent to just, like, lie so brazenly and just saying it with your chest.
The scary thing to me is I don't know how much of it's a lie.
No, I'm talking about from before to now. Like, he had neck discomfort. He slept funny. Oh, by the way, he needs Tommy John. And then Verlander.
Right.
Yeah, we're going to scratch him, but he's not going to go on the IL. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I guess where I was going with it was I wonder how much of it is Dana Brown's running the show and probably doesn't communicate things with the spotter real clearly. And
or he's not running the show. He's just messenger.
Well, somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody is just a messenger. Somebody's running the show, and the lines get crossed, especially when it comes to Verlander and not potential injuries.
I just picture Verlander sitting up somewhere with a neck brace, not able to even move his stuff around.
Looking like Bobby Petrino.
I'll be honest with you. I'd be happy if it was a neck brace at this point. Hopefully it's not something around the shoulder or the arm is what I'm.
Luis Garcia, late July, baby.
They say it ain't. They say it's just a neck. But to Lopez's point, not sure how much we can believe in and or trust them guys. But either way, you are listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. And let me tell you, man, that drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. You heard Clint there. Tyler is he's here.
I'm here.
You all right, buddy?
Yeah, surviving.
At least those final runs that trickled in to get it to 6-5 at least helped you on some money. I think what about $10?
Yeah.
A few bucks.
It kept him from losing.
Losing everything.
200 and something, and then, I don't know how much you bet exactly, but losing 200 and something to pushing and really winning 10, finishing 10 in the green.
Hey, that's good.
Gonna be honest with you though, don't really care about the money right now. Wouldn't have cared if that was a red number.
I can't wait till I get to that point when I grew up. When I could say things like, "I didn't care about the money." $200.
Well, he ended up winning 10, so he's all right. Even if he did care, he was all right.
Yeah, he was all right, but he didn't give a rip about that. Boy, that would have softened the blow a little bit. Had I lost 200
on top of your team losing the Natty.
Come on, man. I'd have to call in.
Yeah, another day, another heartbreak for the maroon and white. Just
all right, builds
just
character.
the way of it.
No, I don't.
It builds character now.
That was a hell of a run.
Don't say it's just the way of it.
No,
don't
accept
that. Don't accept that. Damn it.
I am proud of those dudes, the Aggie baseball squad. Like I'm genuinely proud of them. But man, it is tough. It is a tough life being a fan of Aggie athletics.
And that's like right there when you watch college kids. The difference. I think it was the kid who struck out to get the second out in the inning. I thought he was gonna.
Thought he had a shot, didn't he?
Well, not just no. I thought once he swung through that.
Oh,
I thought he was gonna fall apart right there.
Lose it, huh?
Yeah, you could see it in his eyes. Like, damn, it may be over. And like I thought he was going to start getting emotional right then and there, but no, man, it was a really good game, really great series. I know at the time it made it 6-1, but that slide, Tyler, that had
hell of a play.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You got to appreciate that. I wouldn't. I'd have been smoking hot.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I was smoking hot at the catcher.
I would have found somebody to blame. I don't know if there's anybody to blame on that play. Like you're smoking hot at the catcher. I don't know. I just think really everybody did everything well on that play.
It was.
I mean, everything. If you missed it, it ended up making it 6-1, and you didn't really know until we get to the ninth inning and they score a fifth run that meant so much. But, I mean, the guy drives it off the wall, one-hands it, throws it in, and that relay. But I don't know if that's a second baseman or shortstop. I don't know who that is.
Dude.
He turned that sucker.
Yep.
And, I mean, gave him a nice bounce. And then the rule when I think it was Buster Posey, I feel like that's when the rules stopped, where they just stop allowing catchers to stand in and physically, like, block the plate and runners to run through them. And that it caused a situation like yesterday to where they got to try to figure out a way to get around the tag, and that cat slid to the inside when my man, he just thought he had it easy. He had it easy, slid to the inside. It was an amazing play by everybody, but that cat avoided that tag. That probably
I don't know which commentator. I don't know which commentator it was, but couldn't agree more with them. They said from start to finish of that play, you could use every moment on a reel to educate and show young baseball players.
Teach and tape. Yeah.
Because the two-strike hitting on the hit,
was
the
it Chris
relay.
Burke?
Yes, it was.
Chris Burke.
The relay in was, I mean, as perfect as you could ask for. And then the slide, man. I got the play-by-play if you want to hear it.
Sure, let's hear it.
That ball is whipped to right center. This time Laviolette is there, and it goes off the wall. Bare hands, fires it in. Rounding and coming home. We got to play at the plate. What a relay. Safe at the plate. They missed the tag.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. And like I said, Clint, watching it at that time, you didn't think it was going to be like it made it 6-1. It didn't feel like A&M was going to be able to get back in it, but then damn, it's 6-5, and you're like, damn, that slide, that play changed the whole thing.
I want it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
Tyler.
I'd like to hear the breakdown from the catcher's perspective, because I couldn't tell if he was off balance kind of with the ball and was falling to his left, which gave the runner the ability to change course, or was he falling to his left because he was feeling the runner on the outside of the base pad, because the runner started on the outside of the base pad and then shifted inside right as the catcher was trying to catch the ball. So I would just like to hear like the mindset of the catcher and that runner in terms of was the catcher off balance and that's why he wasn't able to make the tag, or was he just feeling the runner and the runner just made a great play in terms of creating that space to dive over the top of him or around him and get his hand on the plate. That would be. I'd like to get in those guys' heads and understand what exactly caused it to go.
Yeah, because the runner had it playing out in front of him and probably saw. Oh, I got to do something.
I got to do something.
Do something
and change course.
And he basically Euro stepped from the outside and then crossed to the inside. I mean, I was like, damn, my man right here. Hit that move, man. I apologize, Tyler, man. That was a rough one, man. That's all right, man.
Yeah.
Good run.
Proud of them, but damn, it sucks.
At least, boy, and this is where it comes to. Could you imagine if you were stuck in Omaha with that loss? I mean,
it's a good point.
There's just not enough seats at P.F. Chang's to really.
Not enough corn in the world.
Hey, P.F. Chang's takeout. Uber Eats drivers better be ready to rock and roll. Bring it to that hotel.
Man,
I'm drowning my sorrows, boys.
Enough seats. No, I want my damn. Give me my P.F. Chang's. Give me a table.
Well, you talk about Warren. You talk about Warren smooth out with how many? What were they? 11-0.
They
were 10-1, so 10-2 total.
Yeah, and going into the World Series, they were 12-0 in their last 12. They won Game 1, 13-0, and then they lost the last 2.
That was all in the College World Series?
No, but just their last 13 games before that first loss in the World Series.
I mean, could you thinking about the trek to get there and then having to play a 3-game series and just at the end of the day, it looked like Tennessee had a little bit more in the tank than A&M did.
Oh, yeah.
And that ended up being the difference, right? I mean, it was just
Aggie bullpen was depleted.
That's the part of like getting there and having that opportunity that you just. It's one thing to get to the national title game and not win it, but it's another thing to get there after such an impressive run, and get had to play 3 games and lose 2 of them. That was those fellas had to be just
they're going to be running different plays in their heads over and over again.
Oh yeah.
In their mind. So it's all right, man. That's a tough one, Tyler. Your boys will be back, I think.
A lot of freshmen. It's looking up, but
right, man, I was rooting for you, man.
Man, just want to know what a natty feels like in this modern era of sports,
Tyler, and don't let these people on the text line get you down. Like, don't respond to this person.
Oh, it's all right.
Tyler can't name 5 starters. Don't do it. Don't get sucked in. Do not get sucked in. Don't get to. I don't want to get.
I want all the smoke today. Longhorns, Tennessee fans.
No, I
give it. I can
rise
take it.
Above
Bring
the
it.
hate. Now, I just don't want to see a whole lot of gray when I flip over to this to this text line page.
I'm gonna guess Tyler's text is gray on there if he starts right now.
Yeah. When we text, it's gray. When we respond back, there's some days where I get a lot of gray coloring. Where I'm like, oh boy, Tyler's in it. All right. Tough one, though, but we'll get it ready here. The Astros are back at it after a day off. They got a 2-game set and another day off. And, Clint, I did want to push this past you and past everybody if you did miss it. Joe Espada, check that. Captain Joe Espada was on with the Astros flagship and spoke about Justin Verlander and said that he is progressing slower than the team anticipated. He is still not throwing. And asked if this is a shoulder, arm, or elbow problem. Espada reiterated it's just soreness in Verlander's neck. So that is the latest with that. And as you said, Clint, last week, hell, man, a guy to just sit down and not throw for a while, just sit down for 10 days if they'll be right. Well, hell, he hasn't thrown. Since he went on the IL, hasn't even thrown since he's gone on the IL. Excuse me. So that's not great news there, especially when you're down to 4 starters right now. And listening to that, Clint, even though they had these days off, it still feels like they're probably going to have to make a decision using a bullpen game or bringing somebody in if Verlander, as we sit here on Tuesday, he's still not throwing the ball yet.
I mean, they have to, at this point, have exhausted every option they possibly could in terms of bringing arms in. At this point in time, I've got to believe that it's just we're going to lean heavily into a bullpen game and see if we can't get through it with the guys that we have that we have healthy anyway. So I got to believe that's going to be the answer. But if not, I mean, we'll obviously – I would imagine we'll see a move here before too long.
I would think so. All right, Clint.
The Verlander thing scares me, Chief.
I know it does. Still, but Joe said it's just soreness in the neck.
I ain't worried about what Joe said. We all been sore before. Sore don't keep you from throwing a damn baseball for 10 days, man. We know
Tyler,
that.
The way he says it, Tyler, the way Clint says it, you're really. I mean, so dismissive. Man, I ain't worried about nothing Joe said.
Yeah, Joe ain't.
Somebody working him like a puppet.
Joe ain't fooling nobody.
Like I would want to be like, I just want to get this across one more time, Joe. There's no shoulder, arm, anything. This is strictly the neck. Okay.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Joe's not a good liar, man. Joe is not a good liar.
He's just got to say HIPAA. I don't know what he's holding back from. Just go there. Play the card. Play the HIPAA card. All right. But listen, they got a chance to get to 500 these next 2 games against record-wise the team with the second worst record in Major League Baseball against the Colorado Rockies. They swept them 2 games in Mexico, and now they get them here at Minute Maid. But I think the reason why people are really excited, and I think people have the expectation of them getting to 500, is because what just happened this weekend. They've won 5 in a row, but more importantly, they just swept the Baltimore Orioles, who came in having the second-best record in the American League, swept through them and dominated the series. And now we're going to figure out what that really means, what that series really meant. And I know you are, Tyler Clint is still reeling and glowing from that Orioles series.
Hell yeah.
You're still feeling yourself about what that meant.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, I think it's a we said it. This is a turn the corner moment, one direction or the other for the Astros. It's clearly turned in the right direction. I think first and foremost, Ryan, this is talking about turning a corner, talking about doing a 180. I mean, last week I said hell with catching the Mariners. You guys, this is all.
Oh
about,
yeah, you quit. Yeah, you quit the West.
I'm done with that now. Would you say I got new evidence? The Astros should be dialed the freak in on one thing, and that's the division.
They made up some more ground yesterday.
They should be dialed in after what we watch. And again, I'm not a believer that they're going to be able to sustain that level of play and play that caliber baseball moving forward week in, week out. I'm not, but that's the team that a team that's capable of that should be incapable of some of the things that we saw earlier this year. And I believe that was a turn the corner moment for the Astros, and it's all eyes on a division at this point in time. To hell with that wild card.
No, yeah, I mean clearly Seattle is just not going to go and run. I mean, we thought potentially they were when they got that thing up to 10. Hell, that was just last week when you said the division's over, you got to go wild card. They got that thing to 10, but I think the one thing that we have learned is there is no great team in this division. And I don't think Seattle, they've proven they're not going to go run away and hide. I don't think they're going, like we probably saw their best punch. Not saying they won't win the division, but I don't ever think that this is a team like the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Phillies right now in their division, where they're just going to take off.
Well, look, I mean, we've won 5 of the last 6. They've dropped 5 of the last 6. That is not that is the Astros taking huge advantage of the opportunity of which the team in front of them dropped 5 of 6, and in the process, you did it in impressive fashion because it was against the Orioles, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you can't rely on you winning 5 of 6 and the team that you're chasing losing 5 of 6. Like, that's just not – the cards aren't going to fall that way most of the time. But you took advantage of it, and to Patrick Creighton, to his point yesterday, point we made during the show, is like you've got to just take advantage of it. You got to take advantage of it moving forward. I just think when I look at the Orioles, the sweep of the Orioles in a vacuum, man, to hell with the wild card. I'm looking at the division. A couple other things on that. All the Astros selling at the trade deadline, that stuff's a thing of the past.
Oh yeah,
like that's
right
gotta
now,
stop,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to stop. The other thing, Diaz and Dubon, right? We got to leave Diaz and Dubon alone. I mean, Dubon deserves that from what he's done the last year and a half.
Clint, they're not going to do that with Mauricio Dubon.
Well, I'm just telling you.
I'm just preparing you.
We need he should be the first baseman, and Singleton should be the relief first baseman when he needs it, or when Dubon has to play outfield. And Diaz has got mostly. I'm talking about Diaz. The days of him batting ninth, the days of him batting 7th, 8th, 9th, those days got to be over. This guy is a 6-hole hitter. At the very lowest, like these dudes need to be mainstays in the lineup when you're talking about Dubon, and Diaz needs to be in a power position in this lineup. And one thing that I may be putting the cart before the horse on this.
Oh God!
But no. I just think Loperfido going out there and playing well in a monster series and helping this team. Like it's enough the yo-yo and Loperfido stuff. Like,
where do you want to see him?
Well, I mean, to me, he needs to be, especially with
Kyle Tucker out,
and especially with Dubon playing first base. Like, he needs to be in this lineup, and he needs to be in one of those 2 outfield spots. Now, when Tucker comes back, I think you got to play the hot hand at that point in time, and you're going to have some options, obviously. But like, to me, I think Cabbage has swung the bat well. But like if anybody gets bounced around or moved on, like Loperfido can't be the guy that you keep. He keeps coming up here hitting 350 and swinging the bat well, and then you keep bumping him back down. Like
your outfield right now with Tucker out would be what? Luperfido, Jake Myers, and just the rotation over there.
White boy Chaz would be in there somewhere.
Chaz.
I would have them three in the outfield. Yes, and I'm not opposed right now of Cabbage being out there. I'm just when they get full strength, I just don't know how. Nothing's going to happen at first base. It's going to change that scenario. Like
he's not going to play Luperfido at first. That's clear.
Right, he's not going to play him at first.
We thought they were.
And I don't know exactly how that, because the Dubon move, if he stays at first or he starts playing more outfield, obviously is going to impact people. I just think the Loperfido kid is legit and needs to be a part of this squad.
Text line: they don't want to pay Dubon next year. They'll hold him back as much as possible. I don't know. I don't know if that is. I would think that's not the case. I would hope that grabbing W's and winning right now is the most important thing, but the handling of him is odd. I have completely all season disagreed with him just being the ultra utility guy on this team. I just don't think that you had parts good enough for Dubon to just be the utility guy, and hopefully they're past that. But I'm telling you, Clint, that they ain't too much past that, because they're gonna yo-yo him. They're gonna yo-yo his ass. Now Victor Caratini has cleared the deck for Diaz to hang in there. He's gonna always be in the lineup some way. But that Dubon thing, they've made it clear, boy. They got a different vision for him, and I think many of us.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
It is. It is. Is he still hitting 300? All right, coming up, I got a question for you, the people, and I cannot wait to hear your perspective on it. And then the same thought with Clint, somebody who played that position in dealing with C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do, all you lovely, sexy
free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler Milner, we learned something new every day, as he said in our ear. Didn't know Dallas Keuchel was still pitching in America.
I thought he was done.
Yeah, I thought he was living life with his beautiful wife. Wow, man!
Now he's a Brewer.
She is something else.
Yeah, she is.
She's still on MLB Network. She was on MLB Network and hockey. I can't remember her name. She's a very nice young lady. I wonder how he.
Keuchel got her, huh?
I'm wondering if she was covering something in Dallas. Oh, Dallas said,
"Believe I will."
I got to have this.
Like a taste of that.
I mean, he did go to school at Arkansas.
He's a Razorback.
He is a Razorback, and number two, I mean, he has an A+ beard.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know if he still has it, but he had an A+ beard.
Kelly Nash.
That's right. Kelly Nash. Yeah.
I didn't have Kelly Nash.
MLB and NHL. She used to. She can sometimes go with the dark hair, sometimes go with the blonde hair.
She's a host of The Rundown on MLB Network.
Yeah, she brings it.
I like The Rundown.
Tyler?
Pause.
No, just stop. Hey, now, stop. He doesn't even put, there was a time when I'd like to just run down. He just says
that time is now.
Okay.
If you know what I'm saying. What up?
All right, coming up now. Let me ask you all this, because I love to hear from your perspective, listeners, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you as well. But I really would like to hear your perspective, especially somebody who's really lived their life in the quarterback world, from playing it at high levels to coaching it, to coaching some of our young potential future quarterbacks in this league, to the self-proclaimed top 5 quarterback coach in all of the United States. I'd like to hear your perspective on this. C.J. Stroud had a magnificent first season. And I fall into this camp, Clint, as I'm sure most everyone listening. But it is something, though, when we've watched the game, to think how sure everybody is, from fans to national people, how sure people are that last year wasn't a fluke. You know, for C.J. Stroud, from the standpoint of, yes, the confidence that he'll replicate this again next year and probably do it better. And not to say that it's weird that people think that way, but it does not. It seems it's even different with him than other players, Clint, that people are really, really confident that he will at least be as good as he was last year. And it's weird because we've seen people have won great seasons early and young, but not to say it was a fluke, but it wasn't like that again. Carson Wentz, to be, for an example, was an MVP candidate before he hurt himself, and then he just bounced around. Jalen Hurts, 2 years ago was an MVP candidate, finished second, and then last year took steps back. Kyler Murray hasn't kind of lived up to his first couple of years. Mac Jones at a much lower rate, year one. Now, maybe there were some other things with him. But for you, when you look at this and you've watched CJ, you've watched a lot of other guys, why do you feel like he's so much in the camp of almost being fluke-proof for next year and down the line? What do you see about his game and how he plays the position that makes you feel like, you'd be absolutely shocked off your ass if he takes steps back?
Well, I think two things. One, just in an effort to not give anybody else credit, I want to start with the guy that's actually out there gripping leather and letting it rip. Right? I mean, at the end of the day, C.J. Stroud, the brand of football that he played. I said this yesterday. I've said it multiple times in different conversations. it is as Brady-like. And I'm not talking about the way it looks. I'm not talking about the way he looks. I'm talking about the way his game looks in terms of it. I don't know how you would ultimately quantify, I guess is the right word, like how often this guy throws the football to the right place. Not the right place according to Bobby Slowick, but the right place according to what the defense shows you. It's unbelievable how quickly he gets to the right answer and how often he has answers, and then physically how gifted he is in making that accurate throw so that the run after catch is there. So the way in which he processes the game, I think, is without a doubt number one. I'm very critical of these uber-talented quarterbacks that are just out there winging it, even when they throw for 5,000 yards because their team's playing from behind and because they're running around like a chicken with their head cut off. They're obviously gifted. Everybody at that level is gifted. The ability to process and be right at a Brady rate is I don't know any way to say it. I've not watched another quarterback at the NFL level be that good, commit to it, and win with it for an entire 17 games, other than Brady, who did it for 20-plus years.
Is that why you say, and you've said this a lot, it certainly looks convincing.
Yes.
That it's more convincing than some of the other guys were. Carson Wentz, I don't know that he probably processed to the way that you're talking about it. A lot of his was natural.
Clearly he didn't.
Naturally,
as he
talent
matured,
he
for
could
sure.
make. Yeah, natural stuff he could do. Jalen Hurts, in the same vein, probably doesn't process to the level that you're talking about that CJ has. Those are two recent ones that had, spectacular seasons that I don't think many people were floored to see them have some struggles future or down the line with that thing. So I can see that as a big difference with CJ as you're talking about his processing, because it's hard to see that being a fluke. It's hard to see him going 1 year and saying, all right, he did this and processed like this, and that he won't process like that moving forward. Different than, hey, Lamar ran the football like he did. All right, so we're going to take that away and make him do something else. That seems like it's harder to do.
Well, there's just a good offense, right? A good schematically a good offense. There's always answers. Like I'm talking about, you walk to the line of scrimmage, and at the NFL level with the majority of the coordinators, I'm not going to say there's not any out there. I've seen some wild things at the NFL level, but you've always got answers. It's always about, can the quarterback process it, and can he find that answer? And the question is can he do that quicker than the defense can get to you? Can he do that quicker than the defense can disguise and roll out of it and all this kind of stuff? And CJ has, from jump, had the ability to do that at an extremely high level, and we watched him do it for how many games? He played 15 regular season games and 2 playoff games?
Yeah.
So we watched him do it for really there's probably 2 games where I think he struggled, a couple early on and maybe the Baltimore game late in the playoffs, the last one. But for the most part, the dude was just – and it's not that there's not processors in the league that can do that. It's that the high-level processor that has all those gifts to be able to rip the football down the field, more times than not, is just not willing to, for 17 games, go, you know what, yeah, I'll take this underneath throw. Yeah, I'll take this little option route by the tight end. Yeah, I'll wait the whole game. If you don't want to give me a shot, if you don't want to let me or force me to throw the football 20, 30 yards down the field, I'll take it. I'm cool with that. Like CJ he never forces anything. And so your other high-level processors, your Joe Burrows and the guys like and look, I think Josh Allen, I think Pat Mahomes I think they just choose to play a riskier brand of ball. And all those guys do. So CJ is just committed to playing the Brady brand. And then last but not least, and not to minimize this part of it, the supporting cast, both the players as well as the coaching staff is a big reason. All of those guys being back, if not adding more to it, is a big reason why I think it happens again.
All right, let's go to our guy, the calming force, the man that keeps telling Astros fans, don't worry about it. Just take your time. Just let it go. He is. I don't want to say it's not a lot of it's a lot of baseball left, but it's a lot of baseball left guy. Self-proclaimed Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider. He'll join us next to talk a little bit of your resurgent Houston Astros.
Ver's going to be Ver.
Nico Collins wants to be a 1,500-yard receiver this year.
satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and it is it's Tuesday, but we normally hear from our guy Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr. on Thursdays, but he's jumping up with us on Tuesday to talk with us about the Astros. Remember, Insider Calls are presented by Grainger, with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. All right, Tony, I know you was getting on some fans' nerves, just saying, hey, man, take a deep breath. It's I know you, would you say it's not, I'm not saying it's a lot of baseball, but it's a lot of baseball left. And the last time we talked to you, it was getting bleak. And now they've won 5 of 6. The Mariners have lost 5 of 6. They're now 2 games under 500 and somehow went from 10 to 5.5 games back in the AL West in a week. It looks like the Astros are starting to make a move, and it looks like what we saw this weekend looks closer to the Astros we're used to.
Indeed. I think the last time we talked, the White Sox were ahead. It was like the 5th inning or something. I think I said something like, the White Sox have found stranger ways to lose games. And sure enough,
they did.
Astros ended up winning that game. Then they go to Baltimore, and the real Astros stood up, it looked like. I mean, that resembled the team that we've grown accustomed to watching over the past however many years. And, you know, you look at the top of the lineup, you're starting to see Bregg starting to get going offensively. The pitching that's been the most important part. It's really been able to hold water, even though there's some big-time injuries to this rotation. And, you know, this is why, you know, I prefer to watch all baseball in increments of a week, because it really changes it has the ability to change your perspective. One good week, as the Astros have, you know, it's a completely different outlook than it was last week.
It was a great week for the Astros. We talked about it a little bit earlier. They won 5 of 6, and in the meantime, the Mariners lost 5 of 6. So you're talking about, I mean, damn near, a half a game from cutting that 10-game lead that they had in the division in half. And what a run that the Astros have been able to make, given those two truths, right? When you watch the Mariners, what are you seeing from them as it pertains to the Astros' path to catching them?
I mean, right now the Mariners aren't swinging it that great. You know, that's the one thing outside of their pitching, which is kind of, you know, had a little bit of a hiccup here as of late. But the Mariners offensively were doing enough, and we're starting to look like an offense that you kind of, you know, have to worry about. And in these last 5 or 6, that hasn't been the case. But we've seen the Mariners get streaky like this, and this is why, as good as they were playing, I don't know that I believed that they could just run away with the division. There was no evidence to that other than that nice little run of baseball they were playing that would suggest that. And because this is, you know, really the same team, same core they've had over the last couple of years. And so on the flip side of that, with the Astros, you're kind of forced to believe that this is what they do. And so it hasn't been pretty by any means. They've weathered the storm with some of the injuries. They continue to bring young pitching up that continues to when it's left up to me, at least, and I'm thinking about the baseball card, the Astros have plenty of guys that you believe in that can get it turned up real fast.
All right, Tony Gwynn, that's a shot right there for Clint Boy, back of the baseball card. That's one of his favorite phrases.
Yeah, T. I thought our relationship was pretty damn strong, and you just second week in a row, man. You just come on here bucking me now. I mean, back of the baseball card, long season. I don't know, man.
Great minds think alike, man. That's what it is.
No, listen. You the point you're making. I don't think it's a coincidence. It can't be. And Clint has been on this for a couple of years now as well. It does almost seem like this team goes the way Alex Bregman goes. When Alex Bregman is struggling, it seems like this team is struggling. And now he has really picked it up. He's hitting 400 in his last 7 games, even to a wider stretch. He's hitting over 300 in his last 15 to 18 games. And it does seem like this offense and this team has started to pick up when Alex Bregman has come around. Now, I've listen. You're not going to catch me a second time. I've not brought up Alex Bregman slow starts up to you anymore because 2 years in a row you just threw it in my face and it worked. But it does seem like Alex Bregman is a real key to not just this offense but to this team.
He always has been. I think it was harder to detect because there was so much talent on that roster, when they first started coming up. But he's always been an important piece. When he's been at his best, the Astros have been at his best, been at their best. And I think over the last couple of years, as some of the big offensive pieces have kind of moved off and you lost, the Coles of the world, you start to see how important he is. And I just think right now, it seems like he's starting to be locked in. And when Alex is locked in, he's one of the most difficult at bats for any pitcher in this league when he's right. There just aren't that many holes with him when he's locked in like he is right now.
T, we can't have you on without talking about these injuries that the Astros are dealing with. One being a starting pitcher and one being their right fielder, Kyle Tucker. Have you ever? I mean, today is 3 weeks. Today is 3 weeks from the day that he bounced the ball off of his shin. Negative X-rays. Have you ever seen a shin contusion take a guy completely out of commission for 3 weeks? I'm talking about. Report today is he took a couple of hacks off of a tee today.
I can't say that I have, unless it turned out that it was actually broken, right? I think those are that's what concerns me about it. I know that the imaging has come back good, but if there's still that kind of swelling, a lot of times the imaging isn't that great. You can miss something. And so that's what concerns me at this point is that I don't know, and listen, this is just my experience. I don't know of anybody that's fouled a ball off their shin and missed 3 weeks and is just now hitting balls off the tee, unless it was something that turned out to be a lot worse than initially was thought.
Yeah, big concern with him and big concern with Verlander, who's got a neck issue. We've seen this one before with Christian Javier. He had a neck issue, and then
it's a little soreness, man. Don't worry about it.
Soreness. Guys. Hell, a month later, he's got Tommy John. So hopefully, that's not the situation here. Remember, Insider Calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. All right, Tony, I'm going to try to not have crazy expectations, but the way this Astros team is rolling right now, they got 2 against the Rockies. And it feels like, they got a chance to get back to 500 if they can win those 2 games. And as bad as the Rockies' record is, it feels like, well, maybe this should be a 2-game sweep. You've seen this team probably 6 or 7 times this year in person. Is this one where you should expect, or we should expect, the Astros to really be able to get after them?
Yeah. I have a horrible story. They came here and swept the Padres in like a 4-game set. Okay. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask about this particular question. But, I mean, the way the Astros are playing right now, yeah, you'd expect they'd be able to get that done. Are they in Houston or are they in Colorado?
It's here in Houston.
Okay, yeah. I think that should be light work for them. But it's baseball. You know how that go, man. Any given day, one of these pitchers will come out here and decide to throw like Cy Young. So, I think it should get done, but it's baseball.
Yeah. All right, Tony, we appreciate you jumping on with us. We'll see where they are next week. They made up a ton of ground last week. We'll see if they can keep this going. And they've got 18 games into the All-Star break, and 15 of them are against sub-500 teams. So they got a chance to really make some ground up.
Yeah.
And we'll hope they do that next time we talk to you.
You guys take care.
All right, that's Tony Gwynn Jr. That is our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB Insider. And with supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. I know they better not walk up in here and sweep two from the Astros. I know that damn much right now. They better not walk in here and sweep up with Hunter and Spencer Arrighetti. They better not walk in here and sweep anything.
Well, that'd be a buzzkill.
That would, yeah. That might cause you to start drinking. Well,
don't take much to do that.
I was going to say.
Or the Aggies.
Okay, all right. We'll let you get that on out your system, Tyler. It's all right. That's all right. I know you're still struggling. Coming up, there is some news about the Astros injury updates, and we'll get you ready for their big 2-game set for them to keep this momentum going. And championships were handed out in hockey and in college baseball. We'll discuss those in our Big 3 coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys out there,
Brook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, big series after a day off yesterday with the Astros. Hopefully coming up we'll hear more from the manager, Captain Joe Espada, as he'll speak to the media ahead of the game. But we do have some news. First, with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker has been out since June 4th. And this is the latest we have, is Kyle Tucker did take some swings off a tee on Sunday and could start running within the next few days, according to the Astros. So, hitting off the tee, does that count as what they call baseball activities?
I mean, I would think that's a baseball activity. However, it is it's not very promising.
So that means to tell me, like, he hadn't been in the cage maybe like we thought he was, if he's just now hitting off the tee. And then they said, I think the big one, he could start running within the next few days. We heard Friday, Clint, that he was running on the treadmill, but still we're here on Tuesday, and he is still not started running on the field.
I mean, put it in perspective.
Next few days.
Right? I mean,
that's Friday.
Ron, that would be if you look at as they said, Sunday, which was 2 days ago. So 20 days into this thing. Look, it's 3 weeks. 3 weeks into this thing, buddy hadn't been hitting. Your best hitter on this season has not been swinging the bat until Sunday, 20 days into a shin contusion. And he hasn't ran. He's not running, and he may run in the next couple of days. And then you've got your best pitching option, Justin Verlander, who somehow they've stretched neck soreness into a couple of weeks at this point in time. So both of those injuries are the two that scare the hell out of me, that worry me and concern me, because none of it makes sense. It seems to be way more severe than the reports have said. I'm with Tony Gwynn Jr. in terms of, if it takes you 3 weeks to jog again off of a ball you hit off your shin, there ain't no way in hell those X-rays were negative. It
has to be, Clint, the deepest bone bruise that one could imagine, for it not to have at least been a hairline fracture or something like that. As you said, man, it's going to be over 3 weeks before he jogs. At this rate, Clint, I guess if he runs in the next few days, that can mean that he comes back. But I mean, I'm thinking, hell, it may be a month.
Oh, I would bet.
It may be a month for him.
I would bet good money it ends up being a full month. July 4th weekend. I bet he's not back until after July 4th weekend.
Yeah, certainly not what we thought was going to be the case. Certainly not at all what we thought was going to be the case. Now, I like someone texted in, fellas, they've been listening to Tyler. Aaron Judge, a.k.a. Shrek, took a fastball off his hand, came back 2 days later. Tyler has milked the F out of this. I don't think he's milking it. Like, I really don't.
You said Tyler's milking it. You mean?
I meant Tuck is milking it. Sorry, I saw Tyler start laughing right in my face.
What's he doing in my swamp?
Now Tyler will milk something.
Tuck's been milking it.
Tyler milked him for about 3 weeks now.
I think it drilled him perfectly, but I tend to agree with Tony and Clint. Boy, it's hard to believe that there's not just at least some sort of, like, just think this is just a really deep bone bruise.
There's several. It's hard to believe that they waited until the swelling was so much that it generated a negative X-ray because the swelling, which should have been inconclusive. Which you would think the Astros, with access to the best doctors in the world, would know that, and they wouldn't report a negative X-ray. I just don't. I mean, I don't think he's milking it. I think it is. I think it was misreported.
Yeah. It's certainly weird to see maybe a month will keep a shin contusion out. But
Chief, it's gonna be 3 weeks and 2 days if he jogs on the field when they said he is within the next couple of days. It's gonna be 3+ weeks that he jogged.
Yeah,
we ain't talking about playing baseball. We're talking about jogging.
I mean, he has not.
I mean, a treadmill, he could be in the water where it's like a whatever where your body weight it's when you're in the water on those big time treadmills, your body weight doesn't you're not supporting your body weight when you're running. You're just going through the motions of running.
I bet you he's sitting there thinking, "Hey man, can we look at this one more time? Because this thing ain't getting better, man. This pain ain't going down. Can we look at this again?" My man over there, but yeah, we'll see. To me, he's not doing at least on-field baseball activities. I mean, on the field in terms of taking, BP or even in the cages. He just started to take some swings off a tee on Sunday, so that's one to watch. The other one, Clint, as Joe Espada, the manager, was on the Astros flagship earlier today, saying that Justin Verlander, this is becoming one of his. Justin Verlander is progressing slower than the team anticipated. I've heard that a couple of times from Joe on players. He is still not throwing. Asked if this is a shoulder, arm, or elbow problem, Espada reiterated it is just soreness in Verlander's neck. So this one, to me, Clint, gives me more concern than the Tucker thing. I mean, I don't have any concerns that Tucker's going to be out, for like another month, any real extended time. I think Tucker's back in the next week or so. This one here, this one makes me concerned because, when you talk about a neck and a neck in which you're on the IL and a neck issue that has caused you not to throw for 5+ days, that one is more concerning to me, the Verlander situation, for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to look at how old Verlander is. You got to look at what when we've heard neck recently, it turned into Tommy John. Again, it's hard to believe at this point that it's just soreness keeping Verlander out. So, I mean, maybe there's something causing the soreness that is more serious than the reports are saying. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm less concerned about Tucker because whatever it is, I feel like it's just going to take him longer to get back than we expected.
Yes, but he's going to get back.
The fear of Verlander is he getting back?
Yeah, and whenever, and then also to the point you made yesterday, when Kyle gets back and he's ready and he can run and all that, he'll be ready to be in the lineup immediately. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Verlander may have to throw a little bit. He may have to do some bullpens. He may have to do some things to go from not throwing for how many days he will not throw with this injury to the neck. So that's the later. The lineup is out today, and Clint, you will I think will love this lineup. When we talked about it earlier, Altuve leading off with Bregman, the hottest Astro right now. Yordan Alvarez is the DH with Yainer Diaz out there in the 4 spot playing catcher. Pena is in the 5 spot with Jake Myers, Dubon at first base tonight. So I know that's something you've wanted to see. McCormick's in right field, and Joey Lowe is in left field. So the outfield that you talked about you wanted to see, that's the outfield that we have for the Astros, and Dubon is at first base. So this looks like a very solid lineup for the Astros, and maybe the best lineup that they can put out right now with who they have available.
It makes sense. I mean, the method. I can see the method to the madness. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, I can see it. I can see what they're doing. I can see that obviously without Tucker, who we've been talking about for 10 minutes now, without Tucker, you're gonna there's guys that are gonna get extended play, moving Dubon to first base, where you're gonna get a lot more production out of first base if Dubon is playing first base. It allows you to play. It gives you another opportunity beyond Tucker being injured to get your best outfielders some run. Joey Loperfido, get that young guy some run to see how real this is and to figure out what exactly you're gonna do once the once Tucker gets back, obviously, and once you get closer to October, figure out what you're going to do.
Yeah. All right, there it is. They'll be behind Hunter Brown. By the way, can we look at this as a station or as a show here? Has he earned that big game Hunter Brown? Has he earned that back yet?
They're making shirts.
Big game Hunt.
Oh yeah. Oh man, look that. I mean that's
because I felt like he lost it. I stopped calling him that.
As long as he doesn't get sent to Corpus or Sugarland, I think
he's been nails, man.
Oh yeah.
I just for a minute there he had lost being called Big Game Hunter. He had lost Big Game Hunt. He had lost that. He was just.
Oh, I agree. But his last
hunt
5
for
starts,
the strike zone. Whew, that's what he was. Now, he's earned that back. All right, here you go, Hunter Brown, baby. Go ahead. Do your thing.
It fits so well with his name that it doesn't take a whole lot.
Doesn't take a whole lot. Well,
just prove that you belong, young fella.
Day he gave up. What was that, 9 or 11 in that first inning?
It was a tough one for him. Tough one for him and his nickname.
He was just Brown.
Yeah.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Get a first, not just last name Brown. All right. As we said, we'll go over a couple of these. Last night was championships handed out. First in the NHL, Clint, the Florida Panthers. They stopped themselves from being maybe a punchline forever, blowing a 3-0 lead. They win last night 2-1. Oddly enough, Connor McDavid, I think only the 6th player ever to win the Conn Smythe Trophy, which is the way they do it. He's the MVP, not of just the Stanley Cup Finals, but the entire playoffs. That's how they give it out. That's how he won 4th most points in the history of the playoffs, behind Gretzky, Lemieux, and Gretzky, who did it 2 different times. So they win last night. I saw John McClain tweeting this out, saying, God, watching that really made him want Tillman, Fertitta, and company to go after a hockey team in Houston. Did that get you excited? I know you was flipping over a little bit. I know you was watching the College World Series, which we'll get to. The end of that game was intense. When they were trying to hold it on, like the last 10 minutes, it was intense. I forgot how somebody described it. It was like, have you ever seen Uncut Gems?
I have.
That's an intense-ass movie. That's what people were saying. That's what the last 10 minutes were if you're a Florida Panthers fan. Just intense as hell. Did it get you? Did it
didn't get me. I do understand where a hockey fan would have been on the edge of their seat. No, I tried. I don't understand the rules. I have never in my life put on a pair of skates competitively. I've never held a hockey stick.
You weren't in Dallas.
I don't. No, I was not in Dallas back in my hunting days. I just don't. I don't understand the game well enough, Ron, to enjoy it. Now, I understood that one team was leading and the clock was running out and they were trying their damnedest to – but, I mean, the clearing of the puck and I don't understand the scheme of it. You know what I mean? Like what they're trying to accomplish. I know they're trying to get in the net, obviously, but, like, I don't understand the plays they're running. I don't understand what they're doing. It's hard for me to get into it, man, just because of ignorance, I will admit.
So you weren't like John McClain.
I tried. No, I was not sitting on the edge of my seat.
I want it.
I was not sitting on. I was watching because I understood it was Game 7 and it was winner take all, and that was going to be a hell of a story. But no, I wasn't jonesing for more hockey. No.
Yeah, me and Bear were into it.
Were you?
Yeah.
Was he on the couch with you?
Hell no.
There you go. I'm talking about.
Nah, he was ripping up his ice cream.
Stuffed ice cream.
Stuffed ice cream squeezy. He was in the ripping that thing up, got the cotton out, and really got after it. But I think he was intense. I think he was stressed out.
You think the game had him stressed out?
Yeah, he started ripping it up. No,
that's a good dog he's got, isn't it?
It is a great one. No, I mean I wouldn't say.
Just thankfully he ain't tearing up your hands.
Yeah, I wish he would. No, it was a that last 10 minutes. I was into it. I know I was flipping back and forth at the baseball game, but I was into that thing. But congratulations, first time in 30 years. I didn't realize the Florida Panthers were around for 30 years. That felt like a new ass team. I mean, 30 years flies.
I thought the same thing.
They've been around like almost 10 years more than the Texans.
Yeah, that's wild.
Had no idea.
They were pushing that line a lot at the end. 30 years. I was like, damn, I thought this may have been like an expansion team a few years ago.
If you would have asked me.
Hockey in Florida.
You would have asked me, I would have said they've been around 15 to 20 years. I would have thought 30, but congratulations to the Florida Panther fans.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint, yesterday it seemed like Tennessee and Texas A&M were not only playing for a national championship, but they were playing for the right to be pursued for the Texas Longhorns baseball job, apparently. And I guess Tennessee's coach wins that honor. His team won 6-5, a really good 3-game series. Same way you were about hockey, I was feeling that way about the College World Series. But that one play, the relay, and what turned out to be the game-winning run, and the last inning when it seemed like A&M was really pressing and they almost came all the way back, was entertaining. Who is this coach's name?
Jim Schlossnagle.
Yeah, I didn't have that. Oh, Schlossnagle.
Schloss.
Yeah, Jim Schlossnagle. He did his post game on taking the question on his possibility of taking the Texas job.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. And that's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Let's write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Write that, sucker.
Listen, I got to be honest. I don't, and being a part of the media, I understand his response. I don't think that's the right place and time to ask him about the job. I understand where he came from as the coach. I mean, as the reporter. I think he could have even phrased it another way, like potentially even not even bringing up another team, just saying, "Hey, man, your future here at A&M." Even that, but to specifically talk about the other team and the reports out after they just lost this thing, I can see that. When I first heard it, I'm like, "Oh, come on, man, it ain't that bad." But no, I get where he's coming from. I think there's another place and time frame.
Yeah, look, if you're a coach in 2025, 2024, you just got to realize that if there's rumors circulating before a game, the week before a game, about Texas or whoever, your ass is going to get asked that question in the presser. So you can find it disrespectful, you can call it selfish, you can call it whatever you want. That's the day and age in which you're living, and it's part of the reasons why these guys make so much money. The more pressing thing there is, what kind of human being says, "I'm going to leave my family to go coach Texas A&M because I love coaching so much"? Hey, good luck, man. Love y'all, but I'm out, man. Hey, kids, grandkids, hey, I'll see y'all next year.
I do want to know what he meant by leave. What he meant by leave?
Surely he's just talking about he
had to move up here for a second. Like, yeah, maybe living in a different.
Surely he's talking about living away from them. Surely he's not talking about literally leaving them.
Like he said,
what are we doing here? I mean, well, let's be honest. I mean, your kids, your grandkids. I mean, you're making enough money. I mean, if it's if that's just that.
You mean like if I told Courtney and them, like, you know what, I'm out. I'm gonna come here, man.
I mean, if you can, Ron, I don't know how much old buddy's making, but I'd imagine it's several $1 million. If you're going to go somewhere and knock down $1 million, and you've got at this point in time 2 of your kids are up at the age where they've got kids, it'd be like, "Hey, man, you know, yeah, why don't y'all come? Let's all go live wherever I'm gonna live." And I mean, it's just there's option. Leave my kids to go. Leave my family to go coach. Man, get the hell out of here.
All right, let's have a realistic conversation about the Houston Astros. This time to not deal in fantasy or anything, a realistic conversation about the Astros. That's coming up next.
All right, here's the deal. I know there's a lot of y'all out there that
much-needed win.
The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's have a serious conversation about the Astros here. And I want to hear all hands on deck. Get your thoughts on it. Right now, they are 38-40, 5.5 games back from the Mariners as they picked up a half a game as the Mariners blew a game late last night. And they're 4.5 back in the wild card. As Clint said earlier, to hell with forgetting about the division. It's back home. Look at the Mariners. Look at the AL West to try to win another division title. But that's where they are. 2 games under 500. The closest they've been to 500 since they were 0-2 to start the season against the Yankees. They've got 18 games left before the All-Star break, Clint, and only 3 of those games are against a team that has a record above 500. This is my question, my thought to many of you. Where do you believe the Astros need to, and here's the key word, Tyler. I don't know why I said your name like that, but here's the key word, realistically. Where do you think the Astros need to be realistically by the All-Star break? When you see the run they've made and where they are now, 18 games, 15 of them against teams under 500, where should they be? What are you looking for them to accomplish in those 18 games when they get to the All-Star break?
I'm 13-5 at the very worst. 13-5.
You're 13-5, huh?
I'm 13-5 at the very worst. I mean, it is. Yes, it is time to make a run. I think that's actually very reasonable, given what we just watched the Astros
45,
do.
Baby.
Given what we just watched the Astros do, I think that is very, very reasonable. That'd be 6 games over 500.
6 games over.
I would think if you're able to do that, you may pick up another one on the Mariners. You may pick up another one on that wild card. Even though I'm not worried about that, as I mentioned earlier in the show. So yeah, I think 13-5, man. I know baseball happens, but right now, baseball happening with the Astros is, man, you played some bad baseball, and boy, you flipped the switch, and now it's really good. So luckily, but the baseball happens, folks. Right now, it's happening good for the Astros, and the schedule aligns in a way in which they can make up some serious ground here. So I'd say 13-5 at the absolute worst.
Yeah, they need baseball to start happening the way it has been happening the last 7 years here in Houston. That's what they need. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of baseball they need to start happening. I think at the very least, right, they got to be above 500, right?
In the next 18?
In the next 8, at the very least by the break, they've got to be above.
By the break overall above.
Overall, at the very least, yeah, that's 18 ball games, 15 against teams under 500. They had to, at the very least, if they're not above 500 by then, that would be really tough with their schedule.
That would mean that means they need to go 10-8. Which would put them right at 500. So they need to go, I guess, 11-7 in your book to put them above 500.
So yeah, 10-8 at the very least. I was thinking 12-6. I think I saw Tyler nodding his head when you said 13-5.
That's where I was at.
I was thinking 12-6, and that.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wanted to get real freaky with it.
Oh God.
I wanted to go 15-3, but I
wanted to in just those 3 games against the Twins, like.
Yeah. No, I mean, you've got some.
I mean, hell,
crappy
they do that,
baseball teams that you're fixing to play.
They might be in first place if they did that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just we talked about it at some point in time. The Astros are going to have to rattle off 18 of 20. They've won 5 of their last 6. If they went 15-3 over the next 18,
yeah, I mean,
you'd be looking at 20 of 24, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they'd be. Now you own to something. I would think that would get them in first place.
I backed off a bit. I'm going 13. I think 13-5 is not only fair. I think it's reasonable.
Well, I think it's realistic. I think it's reasonable. That's why I went 12-6. Didn't want to get too much. I think 12-6 makes that series really, really, really tight because you play the Mariners coming out of the break. That's the first series you have on the road in Seattle against the Mariners. That's who you play as soon as the All-Star break ends. And, yeah, I think if you are 3-5 games over 500 around that point, at the very least at 500, I believe that series is really interesting. That series potentially may be for first place, depending on what happens in that series. So, yeah, they've got to really hone in these 18. They've got to make up some ground and keep playing. Someone text in, don't back off of it. 15 and 3s.
15 and 3 is aggressive.
I just think it's aggressive for this team that hasn't shown consistency.
To be 15 and 3, I would have to be willing to get on here and tell you that I think the Astros are going to play the next 18 games the same way they played the Baltimore series, and I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stick with 13 and 5. And I think you at that point in time you're 6 or 7 above 500. I think you make up a couple in the race, and I think you're in a really, really good spot. 13 and 5 is where I'm at.
Especially if Verlander's back. Yeah. I'm
By the way, I was not factoring in Verlander being back.
Oh, you're 13. It would have been 15 and 3, I think, if Verlander was back. Probably.
Oh, I could have got good and turned on with Verlander and Tucker, and hell, we got one that ain't pitching and one of them that's hitting off his knees on a tee.
Tyler, what? Why did that man add off his knees?
Well,
Where did you just add?
I was trying to take the weight off.
You just added off his knees.
I was taking the weight off.
Just
his
taking the weight off of him. Well, hell, damn,
legs.
you might as well not even be swinging off the tee then. If you're taking the whole point is to see what you can do.
I just don't think. And look, all I can think of is from a football perspective. But like, I got to think it's even magnified more when you're talking about the hardest thing to do in all of sports, which is hit a baseball that's moving 100 miles an hour, or to pitch the way Verlander pitches. Like, I got to believe that those things are technically, mechanically more difficult to do than to throw a football.
I can't wait.
And I couldn't sit out 10 days and just go, yep, I'm ready, boys. Let's go. To hell with it. Like, it's impossible. What they're doing is more difficult. How in the hell? I mean, these guys are weeks away from playing.
Yeah. It seems like he is.
To hell with running yet. To hell with running if he ain't done nothing but hit off a tee.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I thought he would have been running in the outfield by now.
I thought he'd be hitting soft toss.
When they said Friday, I thought, oh, he's on the treadmill. I didn't know we'd be out here on Thursday, and he's not even jogging on the running on the warning track.
I mean, and jogging we don't forget how to jog. I mean, he ain't swung a bat in 3 weeks.
But off the tee, he swung one Thursday off the tee. All right, coming up. The Rockets draft is coming up tomorrow, and they've got the 3rd overall pick. And I'm wondering what your trust level is on how they execute whatever they do tomorrow. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I don't know where your trust level is with the Rockets. RaidersSuperCenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Grabbing drinks tonight, fellas?
Yes, sir. I need it.
I was in. Operative word was.
Keyword was. Yep.
Oh man.
I don't like y'all's plans.
What do you mean?
I mean, you got to do a podcast. He's got to go feed a dog. I mean, I'm supposed to just sit around here and just and play with myself until.
It depends on where. How much we're important to you.
It's not your first time.
Well,
Stros don't start until after 7.
I do got to work tomorrow. I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow to get some finality on my toenail fungus that I got to get up and go to. I do have to function like an adult tomorrow.
Find you a few more excuses.
At 6:30 or 7 when my babies start screaming at me. So. Like dilly-dallying around here for an hour while YouTube fiddle fart around.
It's 20 minutes, and then you could
meet. It's 20 minutes to your house before you ever get to Bear.
About what
and you're going to get there, and Bear probably tore some up. You think Patrick Creighton's going to talk for 20 minutes?
I mean, he's got to go on air at 7.
That is longer than 20, though.
It's an hour.
The Astros game is why we're going out, man, to watch the Stros.
Just telling you, man.
You know what? I didn't think about that. Tyler did get real liberal with 20 minutes. And then I'm thinking, damn. Because in my mind,
when did I say 20 minutes?
I thought you said 20 minutes.
You said 20 minutes.
Did I say 20 minutes?
You just said it. It's the first time I heard 20 minutes.
Oh, I thought I thought in the text it said 20 minutes.
But I'll be honest with you.
I could have completely made that 20 minutes.
Like, who does that? Who does that? Hey, fellas, y'all want to grab some drinks after the show? Oh, but we both got something we got to go do for an hour, so you can just stick around for an hour, and then we'll figure it out from there. Like, who does that?
I mean, people do that.
Hey, fellas, y'all want to go grab some drinks? Yeah, let's all walk out of here and into the parking garage together and go get some drinks.
Well, I got responsibilities. I got to record a wagon, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He said,
you know what? Your ass slept in this morning. You could have recorded a wagon this morning.
He did. He said,
you told me you did, which I'm glad you did. Your body needs it.
You're wrong.
Well,
Tyler,
Patrick needs to get his ass here. Patrick, you got to sacrifice too, Patrick.
First, I don't like
this.
How
Ain't no just tiptoeing through the damn tulips now.
First off, I don't like how you just singled out Patrick.
I think you're striking out here, Dirty.
It said Patrick. If Patrick can't talk for 20 minutes.
Patrick's out selling stuff during the day, man.
I hate to break it to you, but
he said Tyler said you think Patrick can talk for 20 minutes. You did. He said I got to record a quick 20-minute wagon after the show.
Yeah, you think PC's gonna let you get in there 20 minutes? You plan on just recording it?
I mean, all our episodes have been 20 to 25 minutes
after they're edited.
Yes.
Yeah, PC gonna give it to you, baby. You gonna get in there. You gonna feel good about something.
There isn't a lot of editing. I mean, just chop off the beginning and the end and put the music in there.
When you said chop off like that just sent me to Lorena Bobbitteville for some reason. But
I'm at 713-572-416. We're gonna be off the air at 5:54:30 today. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I hadn't even looked, Tyler. That's what we usually are. And these guys, let's be honest, their hour or Tyler's 20 minutes is gonna turn into an hour and a half.
I'll be an hour.
Every bit of it.
But
you might get home and Bear done tore some stuff up, and now we got to wait. Now we got to wait again.
He's kindled up.
We're going to be somewhere watching the Stros at first pitch.
But no, we're not. But by the way,
I'll bet $100.
I'll be there a little after. I'll probably be there. Hopefully in the first inning.
Yeah,
I'm just going to say this.
A couple hours.
I'm doing the right thing, right? Like
yes,
by going because I was thinking, boy, I had him out all day. I'm gonna ride through.
He's out all day?
He was out. I mean, all morning. He was out he'd been out about 7 o'clock, 7:30 till about 10:15. Out of the kennel, ran around, had a nice long walk. Got a little outside action. He'd been out, and I was thinking, all right, then I can probably dip out. I can go. But then I thought, hey, man, you get to have some drinks with the fellas. You never know what.
Is he in the kennel in the house?
He's in the kennel right now.
In the AC?
Yes. And I thought to myself, man,
I think he'd be fine.
10:30 to
gotta pee.
10:30 to 7, gotta eat again. I thought,
Yeah, it'd be hard to hold your old.
When Tyler said, he's 10 months. When Tyler said, I got a quick 20-minute, I knew that wasn't 20, but I had a quick podcast to record. I was like, bet. You know what? Then I'll run home and let him out a little bit. That's the right
I was strongly considering it before you guys all of a sudden had all these other priorities that didn't include me.
All right.
I mean, we're just not important enough to you to wait for. It's all right.
Maybe that's a fair statement.
Yeah, it's just what it is. It's okay.
I don't know if I'd wait.
If we put it off for, I think what's going to be at least an hour and a half. If we put it off for an hour and a half, that puts it an hour and a half deeper into the night. For me, who doesn't have a dog or a podcast to do, that means I'm going to have 2 or 3 drinks before you get there.
Yeah, you got a nice drive home.
Yeah, it just doesn't make it. It doesn't add up for me, man. Got priorities, boys.
I get it.
Hey,
hope y'all's podcast and puppy care goes well, though.
I do too. Somebody appreciate the guy sent me the.
I hope Bear done tore some stuff up. Well, almost cussed right there.
That's a real.
I hope he done tore his way out of that damn cage and he's working on your couch.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
You left him in the cage since 10 o'clock this morning, Ron. That's real cool.
Hold on. You just said.
I do that every day.
You just said you would let it ride. You just literally said you'd let it ride.
I would. It's a dog, man. He'd be fine.
So what?
He's in the AC, man. Most there's dogs that are stuck outside in all this heat.
In the 90s, in the 80s, you sound like my Dirty Red, my dad.
I mean, he's got some sense.
Who was in a challenge mode. Walked right up to Bear as he was on that tether. Dogs don't run me. I'm not afraid of dogs. And then proceeded to barking at him.
How'd it work for him?
I mean, Bear's just going at He's just going back. You see these two idiots as he is out there, and they're just going back and forth. Did I tell you how fast he drank that old fashioned?
Who, your dad?
Oh my God! Like I told y'all, he walked into the door, Tyler, in all silk, short outfit, head to toe.
Really feeling it.
Same pattern, all silk.
I think you should get.
And there's fellas out there who know, and you probably do too. Know, Clint. I'll be surprised if Tyler does, but he had some straight, open-toed Stacey Adams.
Oh, I know Stacey Adams.
I'll tell you, my dad is everything you're thinking of. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. The uncle at the party, that's Dirty Red.
I own a pair of Stacey Adams.
Like what my dad does when he turns the corner, when you know Dirty Red is drunk, he turns into they call him the Hawk. And you just hear, ah! Ah! That's what he does when he gets drunk. But he came in and he got him a plate. And I said, yeah, you want a beer, Dad? Why not? Said I was hoping.
Been a long drive,
he took
son.
that drink. He told my sister, he said, boy, I was hoping son would have. But he's never called me my name. I was hoping, son or junior. I was hoping he'd have one. And then I said, here, Dad, I'll make it. He said, what you making over there? So I'm making some old fashioned. He said, oh, I'll take one. I made an old fashioned. And I walked him over there. Tyler, he took it like a shot. It was a full glass. He took it and just bang. And then
he thought it was a shot?
He took it like it was. And then looped in the cherries all in one hit. And we looked at it. I said, whoa, 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 whoa. I said, Dad, he said, boy, that's good.
He'd wait for us to go out tonight.
He took it. You know, I got him a nice glass.
Right.
And he
just down the gullet.
He went.
Did he think it was a shot?
I don't know.
Why didn't you ask him?
It happened so fast. I got a cup the same. I'm telling you, it wasn't
Maybe
a
he was
shot
just
glass.
thirsty.
It wasn't a shot. He put that away.
That's a good point.
Like no bitters.
It was a normal size rattler
glass
and a big ice cube. And he took the ice cube, knocked his front tooth out.
And he
was
just,
drinking it
just drilled it.
That was good.
I said, "Damn, Dad." he put that sucker away. But
well, it sounds like you make a good old fashioned.
Well, I don't need, he drank it so fast, Clint. He didn't taste it. He didn't taste that. That thing just went. He closed his eyes and that thing just went down.
Hey, the cherries tasted good.
When he looped them cherries and he hit the and then went right back into the rib. I said, "Damn, my goodness alive!" All right, what you got coming up?
Oh, that's great. All right, I want to get a little more juice out of this sweeping of the Orioles, ladies and gentlemen. As an Astros fan, I can't. I know we play another game tonight. We got to move on at some point, but that sweep was so sweet. What exactly can we pull from the Astros sweep of the Orioles? What exactly did it mean to you? I'll tell you what it meant to me. I got several nuggets. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that,
all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
How about them Stros, y'all? I can't let that I can't let that ass whooping them Stros put on them Orioles. I can't let it.
That done it for you. Huh?
I can't let it down so quietly, Ron. I got to get a little bit more juice out of that squeeze. The Astros have won 5 of their last 6. They took 2 of 3 from Chicago. Should have swept that one too, for being honest. And then they take 3 of 3, obviously, from the Orioles. Orioles were the second best team in the AL, hotter than fish grease, and the Astros cooled them down now. Right now, the Astros sit 2 back the 500 mark, 6 or 5.5 back. The Seattle Mariners in the division, who, by the way, they've lost 5 of their last 6. The Astros have won 5 of their last 6, so they have cut the lead of the Mariners down significantly because they've won some games, but also at the same time, simultaneously, Seattle has stunk it up. They're a game up on the Rangers. Has that changed? I did write this down yesterday. I don't know if the Rangers played last night.
I think they got a little bit more because I think the Rangers lost yesterday.
The Rangers lost 2, huh? So it must be a game up on them then instead of just half a game. But they're last I checked, they were 4 back the wild card spot, chasing the Twins, Red Sox, and Royals as well. Guys, the Astros made up some serious ground over the last 2 series. In fact, they made up so much ground I didn't think it was even possible, to be honest with you. But what a beautiful thing we watched this weekend, because it was not just, as I mentioned before, it wasn't just, hey, we got really good pitching out of Verlander and Fromber and Ronel Blanco, and all of a sudden Jordan got hot and he carried the team to some low-scoring wins and we somehow swept the Orioles. It was a very, very convincing ass-whooping of the Orioles for 3 games. I said it. It's you said it yesterday. We talked about it. It was a turn-the-corner moment, one direction or the other for the Astros, and they turned it in the right direction. What does this game actually mean? What did the series, the sweep of the Orioles, actually mean to the Astros, and what is it? How does it impact moving forward, Ron? Other than the records and everything we just talked about, Ron, I know early last week, hell, maybe it was late last week. Everything's have changed so much over the weekend. I mentioned when they were 10 back, the Mariners, I said, hell, we're catching the Mariners at this point in time. I mean, we ought to have our eyes set on.
That was last week they were 10 back.
Yeah, we ought to have our eyes set on a wild card. Well, I got to pull that. I got to reel that all the way back in, because look, the Astros right now should be dialed in on the division. To hell with the wild card conversation. They should be dialed in without a doubt, and realistically, like they've played good enough baseball too, and positioned themselves now that we're realistically, the conversation should be about the division. To hell with that wild card. The Mariners are very, very reachable at this point in time. The Astros have won 5 of their last 6. The Mariners have lost 5 of their last 6, and I don't know when that's going to turn, but I think the Astros are positioned to take advantage of it, Ron. So to hell with the, that's not what I really want to say, but to hell with the wild card conversation, man. I'm the Astros having their sights set on the Mariners in this division has to be the conversation right now.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is you say, what does this mean? What does the series against the Orioles mean? To me, when you look at what happened with the Orioles, winning the last 2 games in the series against the White Sox, getting you to 5 in a row, and then when the dust settled, you played the best 3-game stretch of the season. When you talk about the opponent and what you were able to do, you overcame bringing up a kid who came directly from Double-A to come and pitch. You overcame that, and then you had your other 2 guns come out and give up 1 run in each game against that really good offense. And then when the dust settled, you looked up, and the numbers within the race and where you were looked as real as they possibly have all year. Like, they've had some good stretches, Clint, but we look up, some decent stretches where we look up and like, all right, they've won a little bit. They had that little run there where they were beating the A's and the Angels. But we look up, Clint.
You're late back.
They'd be 7 games under 500.
Yeah.
They'd be, 7, 8 back. What was that one weekend we came back and we said, damn, they're 9 games back? And I think they had won 2 or 3.
Yeah.
They had won a series.
I think it was against the Rockies.
No, it was later than
this
that.
was recent. They won a series against somebody that was a decent
That's
ball
right.
club.
They had beaten the Cardinals, and we were at Barbers Hill. And then that weekend, I think they won a series against the Angels, and we came back and they were down a game.
They somehow lost ground.
They had lost ground because Seattle was rolling. But now, when you look up, you can see Seattle.
Yeah,
and you can see 500.
And right now, you should be looking at Seattle because you're playing good baseball. Before, not only you had no business even looking at Seattle because the caliber ball you were playing, along with all the injuries, along with Joe Espada being a first-year manager and all that kind of job. At that point in time, you had no reason to even be looking at a team that was 10 games up on you. Now, the sweep of the Orioles has proven to all, because there's nothing to this point in the season. There's nothing that's happened outside of the Orioles series to this point this season with the Astros to give anybody any real confidence that this team is going to make another run until the Orioles series. And they happened to do it again at a time where the Mariners were struggling. So not only did you play your best baseball, have the most impressive outing to where you swept one of the best teams, the other team that you're chasing also messed the bed. So you made up some serious ground right there. But the division is in their sight. To hell with the wild card conversation. The other thing, the Astros talking about selling the whole Bregman deal at one point and selling guys at the trade deadline because they're out of it. That conversation is clearly dead. On a personal level, a couple of players, on a more specific level, not personal, but the Ron, the two guys that we talked about a bunch of guys all year long, but the two guys that we've consistently talked about, like what the heck's going on with these guys? Why is one not in the lineup? Why in the hell is the other one batting ninth? Right? When you talk about Yainer Diaz and Mauricio Dubon, those guys are absolutely mainstays in this lineup. Dubon's got to be in. I don't care where he hits, but Dubon's got to be in it, whether he's playing the outfield or he's playing first base. Dubon's got to be in the outfield. And Diaz, again, whether he's DHing or catching, he is and I'm even fully healthy, he is a top 6 hitter in this lineup. He is when everybody's healthy, he is your 5 or 6 hole hitter, period. If Pena's hot and you want to put Pena above him, cool. But he can't drop no far below the 6th spot in this lineup. He come out of his early season funk. He's clutch. Even through his struggles, if there's ducks on the pond, the guy moves them. He is clutch. He's shown that again this year. What he was able to do in that series against the Orioles and in big moments be a key factor. I think those two guys, Diaz and Dubon, I know we've been asking for it. I think a lot of Astros fans have been asking for it. At this point in time, they are mainstays in this lineup moving forward.
Yeah, the injury to Victor Caratini is going to make that very possible for Diaz. He's going to be in the lineup every day, whether I think even a DH role when he doesn't catch like it was happening early in the year, especially with the other injuries. But to your point, man, and we've been on it with Dubon, like with how this team is set up, especially with the injuries, there is no way that they should not be able to find a way for him to be on the field every single day. There's just too many options. All right, now he's played first base a ton. All right, there's center field, there's left field, there's right field. Hell, even those other guys you need to get a rest to. Every place he can play 8 of the 9 or 9 of the or what is it? 9 of 8 of the 9 positions. He can play them. Everything but catcher, he can play them all. So there should not be any issue with him getting on the field every single game out.
Yeah, to your point of with Jordan in left field, even with Jordan's in left field, and which opens up the DH for Diaz to DH with him with Dubon now playing first base. Boom, you got your best bats in the lineup, and I just think this series, this sweep versus the Orioles, it had to mean something. The other thing, last but not least, Ron, is the Joey Loperfido situation. I don't know if this is going to happen or not because I just don't know if the numbers are going to work out in his favor. And I'll be completely honest with you, I don't know the game of baseball in terms of how many times a guy can be optioned, the up and down thing. Like I don't get into all that. I mean, but at the end of the day, I understand it is part of the equation. But I'm in Joey Loperfido's camp. Like I'm ready for him to be an Astro and I've seen enough of the yo-yo, the up and down thing. We're talking about a guy again that is productive. I know he strikes out too much. So did Pena. So did Diaz. They got some run. Boom. These guys have become better hitters this year. I know it's not as easy to say right now with Pena struggling. It wasn't easier to say early in the season with Diaz, but they are getting more like quality at bats. Significantly more quality at bats than they were last year. I got to believe that would be the case with Joey Loperfido. But he again is productive and he's clutch and he's consistent. I mean, he's hitting 350 plus, couple extra base hits, strikes out too much. Got to figure that out. But the yo-yoing up and down of Joey Loperfido, I've personally seen enough of it. I think when Tucker gets back, I hope they make it work with him somehow, some way.
Yeah, it's just tougher because it doesn't seem like they are comfortable with him playing first base at this point.
Yeah,
and that's a spot where he could get some action. It's just so many. It's him, Chaz. I'm certain probably the Hummel kid is going to go back, but does Trey Cabbage stay? Like they just got a lot of guys when Kyle Tucker gets back for one spot. For one spot because all those guys are out.
Yeah.
There. So
yeah.
I'm with you though. I mean he's a guy that since he's been up here, there has been a level of success where you're like, I want to see what he can do. I want to see how much more he can give if he can get some consistent at bats. The first time he came up, we saw him get more time. The second time, not so much, and this time a little bit more.
Well, we talked about it with Pena a lot when Pena first jumped on the scene. Like whether he's struggling or he's swinging the bat well, there is an aura or a vibe that is I belong and I'm here, boys. There's not a, we've joked a lot about Jake Myers, but I'm dead ass serious. Like there are times when he appears to be overwhelmed. There are times, and not so much of late. Obviously, he's grown up and he's swinging the bat well and are better. But with the first year and a half, whether we're talking defensively or at the plate, there were just times when you had to question, man, is this guy's confidence broken? I mean, has he lost his confidence? Like Joey Loperfido. Now, we hadn't seen him in terms of being in a spot where he could potentially lose or he's struggling where he could lose a lot of confidence. But he seems like a guy that every time, whether he strikes out or gets a clutch hit, he just seems like a guy that belongs.
Joey Superfido.
That guy right there. He Pena had that vibe, and Pena was struggling some at the time.
It does seem like he's being overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's the thing that I really, really like about him for what it's worth. Also, talking about the Astros on the heels of the sweep of the Orioles, the Mariners are who they're hunting down. I mentioned multiple times the Mariners, they've lost 5 of their last 6. The Mariners, what they've got left, fellas, they got 17 games left. And of those 17 games, 11 of theirs are against teams with losing records. Now, Tampa Bay's roughly, they'll be 500 if they beat them tonight. They got the Twins, they've got the Orioles, and they got the Padres, who are one game above 500. The Twins, are the Twins above 500? Or am I reading that wrong?
Absolutely, they are.
Yeah, so I wrote that down wrong. I wrote that down wrong. So there's the Twins, the Orioles, and San Diego for them are all above 500. I wrote the damn Twins.
Twins are the only team
they're
that
43 and 35, correct?
Yeah, they're the only team that the Astros face in this next 18.
That's right.
It's above 500.
That's right. So I take that back. The Mariners actually have they have a tougher road than the Astros have up until the All-Star break. They got 17 games remaining. And 8 of those games are against teams with losing records. That would be the 2 games they've got left against Tampa Bay. They've got 4 against the Angels, and they've got 3 against the Blue Jays as well. So that's the 9 games that they're.
And then they play the Astros coming out of the break.
Coming out of the All-Star break. So
3 games
feels huge. Yeah, the Mariners got a little bit of a tougher road leading up to the All-Star break. So again, advantage Astros. We'll see how that happens. See how it all unfolds, and hopefully the Astros can keep building off this sweep. I had to get a little more juice out of that Orioles ass kicking that the Astros put on them. Sorry guys, just had to spend a couple more minutes talking about it.
Let
boys.
it touch you.
Well, I hate after bringing that beautiful news to you. I got a little sad. I got some sad news. This has been out for a couple of days, so if you guys have heard this, bear with me. But we got to bring it to the people, man. Yellowstone Nation. I'm a big fan of Yellowstone. Tyler, you a big fan of Yellowstone?
Tyler stopped watching.
First 2 seasons, yeah.
Then you're not a fan of Yellowstone. Are you a fan of Yellowstone, Ron?
I couldn't keep going with it.
You couldn't keep going with it. Well, I am a huge fan, and Yellowstone Nation. I know there's a lot of y'all out there. It's official. Costner's out. Here's Kevin. He's out. It's not over though. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Some kind of spinoff. I mean, everything Taylor Sheridan touches is gold. Which, by the way, has something to do with Mayor of Kingstown too. So didn't know that until I watched the credits the other night. But nonetheless, here's Kevin Costner. Yellowstone Nation. I'm sorry. I hate to bring this sad news to you, but here's Kevin Costner giving us an update.
Hi, everyone. I just want to reach out and let you know that after this long year and a half of working on Horizon and doing all the things that's required and thinking about Yellowstone, that beloved series that I love, that I know you love, I just realized that I'm not going to be able to continue season 5B or into the future. It was something that really changed me. I loved it, and I know you loved it. And I just wanted to let you know that I won't be returning. And I love the relationship we've been able to develop, and I'll see you at the movies.
He made sure to plug Horizon a couple of times and make sure.
He just realized.
It's my favorite part, plugging that movie at the end.
Just realized. I'll see you at the movies.
See y'all at the movies.
Just realized it.
It seems like he had a real. Listen to some other sound bites. It seemed like he had a real issue with Taylor Sheridan and how much other stuff he is doing.
Did the show pick back up for you?
Absolutely.
I know Tyler said it had slowed down. I think you even said it had slowed down a bit.
Well, I think there were parts in it as we got into the later seasons that I'm pretty forgiving on what's believable and what's not believable. I don't like sci-fi stuff. I don't like stuff that's like, I don't like for people to be able to pull up in the middle of downtown and just literally have a 15-minute shootout without mask or anything on, with license plates on their cars, and then pull off and act like nobody caught them.
Just keep going.
Nobody knew who it was. No
daylight.
big deal. Or they're so powerful that everybody's afraid of them. Like that. And there was one scene where it was like he got pulled up on, and it was just, and they weren't in downtown. They were out in the middle of nowhere, so it could have happened like that. But it was just one of those, like, if they wanted old buddy dead, I mean, they shot 400 bullets, and somehow he didn't. He was the target, and somehow he didn't get one to the head. It was very difficult to believe how in the hell he survived it, right? And then it was very difficult to believe how, like, they coordinated these attacks on him, his daughter, and one of his sons. And it was one of those, they all miraculously survived somehow. And so it was one of those, like, this is kind of tough to understand, or tough to believe, more so than anything. Other than that, though, it's absolutely tremendous. Costner is absolute money.
Yeah, good for him, man.
And that vulgar daughter of his.
I remember her.
She'll get you now.
I definitely remember her.
Oh, Beth.
And go check out Horizon if you're out there.
Theaters.
I plan on it.
I do too, Bub.
All right, coming up, there is some Astros news that in a weird way involves Jose Abreu. We'll discuss that and talk about that coming up next.
Wow. I mean, how do I follow that? Well, I guess I'll tell you all about our.
There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Want to update you on a couple of things. As I said, oddly enough, kind of connected to Abreu. Luis Garcia could go down to the Abreu League. That is what now they're calling.
There's more people will recognize what you just said than if you just said the Florida Complex.
That's what I'm calling it now.
Yeah.
Like that?
I like that.
Yeah, Luis Garcia, it's exactly what I'm reading. Luis Garcia could start a game in the Abreu League this weekend, Joe Espada said.
Come on, man.
That would be the beginning of his rehab assignment. Luis Garcia is throwing between 93 and 94 in bullpen sessions in Florida, and he could return by the end of July. So that is the latest there with Luis Garcia. So he is down in the Abreu League. End of July, they need him to get up here as quick as possible, and obviously don't rush him coming off Tommy John. But do they need another starter right now? We don't know how long things are going to be with Verlander. We'll see what they're going to do. But boy, they could really use another arm that has the ability to start. An 0-3 technique. Looks like he's getting close.
My sights are set on Luis Garcia, baby. Have been for a couple of weeks now. That with this Verlander stuff, I don't know what the hell's going on there. But you get me Luis Garcia back, and I will feel significantly better. I'm not saying Luis Garcia is Justin Verlander. I'm saying he's a fifth starter. He's a quality fifth starter. You get Verlander back, he's in your six-man rotation. He gives you that option. He gives you depth. Come playoff time, he gives you a guy that you can throw in the bullpen if you need to, like you did last year. There's the Luis Garcia situation is what I got my sights set on. Can the Astros continue to win baseball games with their current pitching situation? Let's just assume Verlander's going to be another couple of weeks. Can they get to late July and when Luis Garcia gets back, and I think if they can do that and Luis doesn't have any setbacks, I think I'm gonna feel really comfortable as an Astro.
You heard we don't have an update on the latest with Lance, but he was progressing.
Well, that's where my next thought was. How in the hell is Luis Garcia so far ahead of Lance?
He had 2 different surgeries, man.
Yes.
Didn't he have his before Luis Garcia?
Yeah, but it was, that bone spur surgery is a completely different timeline on recovery. I'm just as frustrated as anyone with Lance McCullers Jr. being MIA, but the Astros, to be honest with you, they messed up by messing up his timeline, by not just going in right away after the bone spur.
Absolutely. But he wanted to try to play. He wanted to try to get back and play through it. But no, we'll see. But even though the last time we heard it, it was moving in the right direction with Lance McCullers. I do wonder if the Astros are at all making any moves or thinking of any moves in terms of trade, adding, based on those two guys. Like, are they telling themselves, hey, man, we believe Luis Garcia is going to be back at the end of July. He's a starter in the rotation. Maybe we hold off on trying to trade for another starter based upon him. Or if we're going to trade for a starter, a 3, 4, 5 starter type of starter, maybe we don't do it because we know Garcia is coming back in July. I wonder how confident they are on what they're going to get from him.
Well, it's a two-man conversation, right, with Verlander and Luis Garcia. It ends up being, because once you get to playoff baseball, there's no need to have 6. Hell, there's borderline no need to have 5. So it's just a matter of having enough guys that can chew up innings to get there, right? I mean, when it's all said and done, boy, unless they're making a move, Ron, for somebody that is an ace, I don't know how.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Unless it's a move again for the next 4 or 5 years and it's a top line starter, to add, knowing that Verlander's probably going to be gone. No telling what's going to happen with McCullers. No telling how long Javier's going to be out. You've lost your – man, unless it's – because, like, the truth of the matter is the when you look at what Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, and Ronel Blanco have done, I mean, they have filled the shoes of the innings eating, middle of the rotation. Like, they filled the shoes nicely of those guys. So, like, if you're not making a move to add a front-line, top-of-a-rotation starter for multiple years, like, I don't know how you don't roll the dice with – unless you know something about Verlander that we don't. I don't know how you don't roll the dice with Verlander and Luis Garcia both coming back and that being enough from a starting pitching perspective.
Yeah, right now, I believe the Astros need to add a starter.
Even like a middle of the rotation guy?
I think they need to. Just right now with the injuries they have, like right now they're sitting here with 4 starters, and right now, like even if Verlander comes back, it is still. I mean, they're sitting here with 4 starters. Is what, June 25th, right? Like I mean, there's still a lot more time to go, and like if Verlander comes back, Jake Bloss is on the IL, so I mean maybe he's the answer right now. And I think the thought is, if you are extremely confident in what you're getting in Luis Garcia, maybe it does change your thought of adding a starter because he is the starter. Now, I wouldn't do that with Lance. Lance, I would just – you're going to have to show me that you're going to be here. Maybe there's a little bit more trust in Luis Garcia. It is interesting to see how they're going to handle that when he's able to get back. And if they even will use him as a starter, if they'll use him as a long relief guy potentially on his way back. Speaking of Jake Bloss, Clint, this will put it into perspective. He left the game with shoulder tightness and went on the IL. This according to the Astros. Jake Bloss will start lightly tossing a ball on Friday and is likely to return after his IL stint.
There you go, Jake.
With a shoulder issue. He's throwing.
What happens when you spend so much time down there in Corpus Christi, boy? You toughen up.
Yeah, he's throwing, but
you toughen up, man.
He's
down
throwing.
There, you either.
He's got a shoulder thing. He's throwing. Verlander's got a neck thing.
Yeah,
and he's not throwing yet.
Send him down to Corpus Christi. They'll toughen him up down there.
Toughen his ass.
They'll toughen his ass up down there.
Yeah.
Off in that water. They got something in the water down there, boy. If you ain't tough, you ain't gonna make it.
When is Justice lightly tossing with his right hand? No, this left.
Preferably.
When is he going to be lightly tossing? That's what I feel like they're going to say. He's tossed it with his left hand, underhand. All right, coming up, Rockies. The Rockets have a big day for them tomorrow. They've got the draft, and I just want to get from fans about trust. You've experienced it in this town. I wonder, do you have it for the Rockets? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for my guys over at Renter's Warehouse. Look, all my real estate hustlers out there.
compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, you might want to turn your mic on, bruh.
I was doing this segment in here, boy. I thought I hit it.
You did not?
I thought I hit that thing. Bang, hit it. Tomorrow is, though. However, as I said to myself in here, a really big day, in the NBA, a big day for the Rockets as day 1 of 2 of the NBA draft, the first round, is coming up tomorrow. And the Rockets,
Let's go Rockets.
Thank you. Thank you, Maldonado. The Rockets, they have the 3rd overall pick, and there's been movement heard, especially at the top with the Atlanta Hawks, and heard that the Spurs were trying to get up there to get Sarr and potentially get him to pair him with Victor as well. But a lot of movement here, and a lot of people wondering what the Rockets will do at 3, and rumors about them potentially making a move. Whatever it is that they do, That's kind of where I want to get to it, because I think the Rockets and the Texans, when you look at what has happened, it's a pretty similar. It's a pretty similar kind of a situation that they were in. They were both in organizations where you were wondering if the general manager knows what he's doing. They had hired coach, or in the Texans. Part of it, they hired multiple coaches that didn't seem like they were the right fits or long-term fits.
Football playing Jesse.
And you felt like took your steps back. But then both organizations, the general manager, after a couple of years, made them and the ownership made great hires at coaches, with Udoka for the Rockets and obviously D'Amico with the Texans, and then made some moves in free agency, and then had big jumps and improvement. Now, the Texans made the playoffs and won a playoff game. The Rockets got to 500 in the West, and that's a big jump from where they were last year, Clint. And I would just wonder, from Rockets fans, 713-572-4610, it feels like with the Texans, Clint, there's trust there. All right, they got the draft coming up, what they're going to do in free agency. It felt like most people had a certain level of trust in Cal, Hannah, D'Amico, Nick, that crew, even off just the 1 year where they turned it around. I'm wondering, do Rockets fans have that same level of trust for Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, Tillman Fertitta, the Rockets, after their turnaround season? Do you trust they will handle this thing with the 3rd overall pick, whether they make the move to trade it and get assets, or they go ahead and select it there? Do you have the trust and confidence they'll make the right decision?
Well, I think that all boils down to how you feel about Ime Udoka, right? I mean, I didn't have a whole lot of trust or confidence until D'Amico Ryan showed up. And that's not a knock on. I guess it is, but it's not. I don't mean to knock on the guys. There's just no direction. Like I don't know that a general manager, whether it's basketball in the NBA or football with the NFL, like I don't know that you can do your job in terms of building a winner, the roster wise, if you don't even know who the hell your head coach is. So I know between Michael Silas and then you look over here with the 2 guys that they had. Lovie Smith and David Culley and you just, I mean,
those 2 and Steven Silas were in the same kind of boat.
Yeah, and like all the boring work being done behind the scenes, which I'm on record. I think Nick has done a tremendous job, and I think for Stone the jury's still out. But we haven't seen enough yet. But the behind the scenes stuff of cleaning the locker room up and setting the foundation and making sure you're building around the right guys. Nobody wants to talk about that, but it's unbelievably important. Like Nick and I would think that Rafael Stone is somewhere, at least in the process of doing that. I think those guys. It's hard for us as fans to go, yeah, we really like the direction of the organization. You don't know the direction of the organization. They're just doing the cleanup crew come in, right? The hazmat team came in. right? They're just cleaning this thing up. It's not until you get the head coach in place that you can actually see, okay, now I see the direction. I see what the head coach wants to do. Now is the general manager in lockstep with him? Are the decisions in the draft and in free agency and how they retain players or don't retain players, like, is there a method to whether you like it or not, it's irrelevant. Is there a method to the madness, and are these guys speaking the same language? And so for me, once D'Amico got on board, and you could see that Nick was on board with D'Amico, and you could see the football thing started making sense, how they were handling camp and how they were bringing players in and cutting players and doing things, like, it made football sense. Like, you could tell, okay, now they're trying to build something. Can't do that until the head coach comes in. So it depends on how you feel about Ime Udoka.
And I
personally like Ime Udoka.
Yeah, and I think he and the Rockets, just like I think the Texans did last year, showed enough to earn that.
Sure. But here's, they've got to trim the fat, right? At the end of the day, like, I think I've got a pretty good feel for who Ime Udoka is. They're going to be hard-nosed. They're not going to be soft, obviously, as he made loud and clear.
Let them know.
They're going to play on both ends of the floor. They're going to be disciplined. They're going to be tougher than the next. They're going to out-hustle the next. And now they've got a bunch of guys to pick from. They've got a bunch of guys in Rockets uniforms that they've seen a good sample size from. They've got to figure out who they want to keep, what fat do they want to trim, and then I think you got to add a marquee player. You've got to add a top of the line guy that can move the needle NBA wise, and you're on to something. So I like Ime Udoka. I haven't seen enough, Ron, of these two working together between Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone. I haven't seen them working together enough to go, yeah, man, this is a combo right here that's going to take this thing to a championship.
Well, I just look at I think it's very similar to D'Amico and Nick coming together in the Texans. I just look at what they did and the guys they acquired and the decisions they made. Like I said, they didn't go to the playoffs. They may have if they were in the East. They didn't go to the playoffs in the West. But the jump they got to get to 500 from the 20 wins they were before that was a major, major jump.
Yeah.
And Clint, when you look at it, Fred VanVleet, that worked, right? That was a good move. Could they have gotten better? Yes, but I think Fred helping to change some of the culture, I think, was a good move. That was a big move for them. Dylan Brooks added a level of toughness, right? And I think he did exactly what they were hoping to get from him. I think you got to like the Amen Thompson move. That's we're talking about through the draft. You got to like the draft and the guys that they've picked up in the draft. So to me, they have done things in free agency, in the draft. Whitmore, I think, is a promising kid that I think many people are into. They did things. They played better. They immediately made a turnaround. That to me gives them the credibility to say, all right, I know there's a lot of things they could do with this third overall pick. They could take a Reed Shepherd. They could take a Donovan Klingham. They could do a lot of things. They could trade them. They could do it. But I feel like I trust, based off what we've seen from the first year, I trust that they're going to make good decisions. This isn't the same Rockets decision-making group where I was like, ooh, I wonder what they're going to what they're going to do, like before Ime Udoka arrived. I think very similar to before D'Amico arrived.
Well, yeah, I think it is very similar. I think the Texans, I know in terms of hiring their head coach, it's the same year, but it seems like they're a little bit. They took the 2 years to actually build. There was some building that went on. I don't know if the Rockets did. Here's the interesting thing about the Rockets, Ron, is that the Rockets, Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone, they're in a spot where I don't know who picked who, not each other. I'm talking about the players. I don't know who picked who, but they together are going to have to decide what fat to trim. They together are going to have to decide the direction of this organization. Is it Green? What direction?
Jalen Green, yep.
Yeah. Is it Jalen Green? What direction are they going to go, and who are they going to build around? Those are tough. I mean, those are tough decisions, especially if there's a disagreement on one player or the other and how good that particular player is. I mean, you're making a hell of a statement if you're saying this guy right here is who we're going to build our organization around. And I don't know if they have that guy or not. I'm just saying those two.
Shagun and Green both showed moments this year, especially without the other.
Right.
To play well. They didn't really show a lot together, which has got to be the next step.
And it may not be together, right? There may have to be a tough decision made, and that sometimes constrain the general manager head coach relationship. And so that we'll see how that dynamic ends up working out, and I think we'll see a lot of it this year. I think we'll see a lot of it this offseason and how they take that next step. Is Udoka and Rafael Stone, are they in lockstep or are they butting heads?
I'm excited for him. I know I feel differently, and I'm sure we'll talk to Brandon Scott tomorrow for a little Rockets report as we get ready for the draft. But I'm just excited, Clint, that I just feel different in terms of, all right, they're gonna mess this up. They're gonna screw this up.
Right.
Like, are they like this is because this is a big decision. Like, do you trade? Do you get real aggressive? Because everyone's been reporting they're in win now mode at this point. Do you get real aggressive? This is a big deal and big situation how they handle this pick and this offseason moving forward. So I'm juiced. I just Courtney picked my rental car.
Oh, you already got your rental car for – was that tomorrow? You tomorrow night?
No. Tomorrow night. I might have to get this changed.
What she got you
in? PT Cruiser?
Nah. Do they still make those? No, it says Corolla or something similar. Nah, Jack.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it changed.
What are you gonna? What would you like?
I mean, you got to at least get me in a sedan.
What is a Corolla the smallest? Is that compact?
That's smaller. That's like Corolla and like the Sentra.
It's gonna cost you an extra $10 a day.
That's fine.
At least she didn't get you a rental bike.
No, I ain't doing.
I mean, does she not have a car?
No, she didn't have one. They be using.
Well, I mean, you think she's gonna get you a real nice ride to just cat around the city while she's at home with the kids?
Care. I'm just saying, like that Corolla's gonna be upgraded to at least Camry size.
You can get you a mid-size.
At least.
When me and Megan were in Hawaii, we were driving around a convertible Mustang.
Why not? Yeah,
it was fun.
We went to Miami. We got in one of them big Broncos. I'm thinking about maybe moving it to that.
I think you should get you an SUV.
I think you should get a G-Wagon.
I don't want the boys in downtown. You can't be running a Corolla.
I'm not trying to be that aggressive on the price there. This is a daily thing.
Oh,
but I will
jump. Come on,
I will jump into
it. You got a reputation to uphold, man. You going home.
I know. I got a reputation
with
to
the
uphold.
fellas.
And it ain't going home with the.
What you need a vehicle for? Why don't you just Uber?
I got to drive. No. That Uber, that's going to add up. I got to drive to work every day.
2 days?
No. 2 days and into the next week.
Oh, you going to be up there for a minute, huh?
Yeah. Got to drive into it.
Is that July 4th or what?
Through the 4th, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I got to drive in that thing. Yeah.
You need it, man. You can't Uber around for a week and a half.
And I got to believe there's going to be some time when the five of us roll. And I know.
Well, you can't squeeze everybody in a Corolla.
I know we ain't got car seats anymore. But God, dog.
Nick is in a car seat too.
Well, he's in a booster seat, so it isn't it. You know, we had the. I don't know if Lauren's about this. We had the over the top car seats. I'm talking. I mean, I should say over the top. I mean, the safety for the kids should be really important. But he got the big ass stuff on the sides.
Sure.
The protection on the side. I mean, them things was huge, taking up all kinds of. No, we need to go up.
I mean, Liv's got to be close to that, huh? 2.5.
I don't know. How much does she weigh? Nick got to move past because he.
I mean, Liv's got to be mid-20s, high 20s maybe.
He got a little time.
I'm gonna tell you, he's gonna move fast. Laney bug.
Laney
ain't
taking
too many,
off on Liv.
She ain't too many lbs behind Liv about him. Liv right now.
She can't even stand. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the Astros as they take on the Rockies. Big Hunter Brown, he's on the mound, and Joe Espada, just hot off the press, has updates. We'll let you hear from the manager on Verlander's neck and on Kyle Tucker as well. We'll continue that. And, a rumor. We're just talking about the Rockets. A potential rumor with the Rockets moving that third pick. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, and Mr. Moneybags. I gotta mix those up, didn't I?
Well, you wish you went back to Psycho T, I think. It's all right.
Yeah.
All good.
Anyway,
really emphasize the Psycho aspect.
Moneybags, let's move past yesterday. I believe that we were in the red yesterday. After and a night off with the Astros. That's what it was. What you got tonight? I gotta believe. See, I believe he lost yesterday, Clinton. I feel like he's gonna go for it all. Like he's going it, and I mean he's putting a lot on the table, and we're going out drinking tonight without Clint. We're going out drinking tonight, and
yeah, I'm going big tonight.
Oh God, like how much you got on the line here?
In total, I'm risking about $850. Time to get back on that horse and ride.
I'm gonna guess that means that you don't have any room for your boy to piggyback anything.
No, I think I do. Yeah,
800.
Let's hear what you got.
Yeah. I'm on the Astros. I parlayed their money line because they're huge favorites. I'm on Hunter Brown over strikeouts.
What's that?
7.5.
You going on the over on that?
Yeah,
That's
the odds are nice on that one. I'm on Bregman over total bases 1.5, and a few other things.
What'd you parlay the
Astros?
Yeah.
Astros money line. I parlayed with the Kansas City Royals money line and the Rockies Astros over 8.
What's that Royals money line?
They are favorites by a big amount. They are at minus 180.
Why don't you sit this out?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to think of what I might like here. I don't like the Hunter Brown strikeout.
No, that's 7.5. That's high.
And last one, I have Astros team total over 4.5 runs.
How many times has he had 8 strikeouts in a game this year? Obviously,
I know he's had 9 twice.
Okay, so he's going. I was just going to say how many times that's happened. He's rolling. I hope you get that one.
That one, I was torn, but the odds are at plus 120. So I jumped on it.
No Jordan total bases? You tired of getting burned by that?
My guy didn't have it listed.
Sorry, son of a gun.
Yeah. Once every 7 or 8 games or so, it feels like Jordan's bases isn't listed. And I'm on Altuve to hit a homer, too.
Wow.
Altuve bomb, huh?
At plus 358.
Is Diaz on the board for a bomb?
I believe he is.
I need you to check that for me. I feel.
Oh, you feeling it, huh?
Feeling that
Feeling a Yanel.
I'm feeling it, man. I mean, it's.
When you fill in your plums, you got to go with it.
Not time, man.
No, hell, if you feel it, let's rock and roll with it, man.
I'm going to win a little money, man. I want a little money. I don't.
Tyler, you got 800 plus on the line here.
Mm-hmm.
That makes you nervous. Ron's over here sweating.
Yeah, man.
Well, it is hot in these damn studios. Wish they'd turn these.
No, I don't have nothing to do with that. I am from the text line. Ronnie, it's Ron. Stop being cheap. You so tight. You squeak when you walk. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. I'm tight on that.
He's dead serious, dude.
No, I cannot imagine the scenario in life. And I do all right. I can't imagine a scenario in life, Clint, Tyler, where I would say that to you. I got 800. I got 850 on it. I can't imagine the scenario.
Not even back when you said you were like, you maybe have had a problem?
No, that was just I was going through crazy links to do it. But not spending a lot of money yet. So, wow, 850. How about that? Good luck for you tonight. By the way, good luck for you. You need at least 8 strikeouts from Hunter Brown. Clint, Hunter Brown's on the mound tonight. He has been one of the best pitchers in baseball here of late. I got to tell you what, I don't know about you, Clint. Right now, if you're telling me right now, I'm as confident in Hunter Brown and what he will do and his performance as really anybody in the rotation right now. Just right now, he's given us 6-7 starts in a row where I feel pretty good when he's on the mound now, especially against this Rockies outfit.
Yeah, I mean that's the deal, right? Is he's been humming, he's catching the Rockies. The lineup is seeing it well and scoring runs, and so yeah, you got to feel good. You got to feel good about Hunter Brown tonight for sure.
He's been rolling, man. Hunter's been rolling.
No, yeah,
it's convincing.
Yeah, it is convincing. He's
some peacocking going on.
I could see I think 7.5 is strong, but I feel like he's got to have a level of confidence where he is just coming at you, and that's what he's been like. And you go against the Rockies, you got to have that like he's got to get in there and get out. The one thing I do want to see the next step is. The one thing I want to do is see the next step is, can he start to give you more innings, go longer in the game? Like it feel like 6 innings has been kind of his high water mark, and I want to see if he can do that. Can he get in the games deeper than he has been of late? Can he give you 7 innings against a Colorado Rockies team? The lineup tonight, Clint, behind Hunter Brown. Altuve leading off. Bregman, who has been hot, had 4 hits in his last game. Yainer Diaz, he's hitting 4th. In front of him, Yordan Alvarez is the DH. 5th behind Diaz is Pena. Myers in center in that 6th spot. Dubon is playing first base. Clint McCormick in right. And Joey Superfido is
Joey Superfido
is batting 9th. In left field. So that's the lineup. I know that's the outfield you were liking. I know that's what you wanted to see at first base. You shouldn't have no damn complaints about this lineup.
I got nothing.
Diaz in the 4th spot.
I got nothing. It all makes sense. Diaz is hitting in the 4th spot. Dubon is playing first base and he's in the lineup. And then you look in the outfield, McCormick, Loperfido. I like that. I could get down with Cabbage, Loperfido. But you're playing your hot hand. McCormick obviously had a monster game and a big moment against the Orioles. So ride that McCormick, Loperfido, Myers outfield, and as long as they're winning games and producing, I'm cool with it, man.
Yeah, big one tonight. Go ahead and get this thing. You can pull. We clearly know this. You're 38-40. And I'm not great in math, but you win these 2 games, that gets you to 40-40, and you are at 500. You have not been at 500 since you were 0-0 to start the season. So big couple of games against the team with the 2nd worst record in baseball. You got to play the White Sox not too long ago. Now you get the Rockies, who are just ahead of them.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, on the other end of things, injury-wise, Joe Espada spoke to the media today, and he spoke about the 2 big injuries. The 2 big injuries, obviously, to Verlander and Kyle Tucker. Here is first him talking about his starting pitcher, Justin Verlander, who went on the IL, and his neck issue.
What I'm getting is he's just got a stiff neck, that area of his neck. So, and we're just, getting slow progress from him right now. So he's still no throw.
Has he had any imaging done? MRI, anything like that?
I think there was some imaging done there. Not specific. I don't know what specific it was, but I know there was imaging done, yes.
You think it's just slow progress or just no progress?
Slow progress. If he says that, he's feeling better, that's good. Do I want to see him playing catch? And yeah, of course. But he is feeling better, and we'll see how we the next couple of days how we feel. See if we can get him get out there playing catch or something.
All right, so that's the latest there, and I mean,
just say you don't know, Joe. Just say you don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not something that you feel great about here.
Oh, he's stumbling all over the place, man. I mean, it's just like Oh, yeah. There was some imaging done. Yeah, there was some imaging done. How in the hell do you not know? If you're going to comment on it, how do you not know what imaging was done and what the results were? Like, how do you not? I mean, how do you not? I don't.
Doesn't it feel like from him that he really doesn't know? And
it's
not
no
like,
clue. He clearly has no clue.
Around.
Yes, he clearly has no clue. I mean, that's not a he knows and he's just trying to cover for somebody. He clearly, and I know. Like we talked to Tony Gwynn Jr. the other day about, well, he's covering for. And I know most managers do that. They cover for their players. Like, I don't in any way, shape, or form get the feel that Joe Espata's covering for anybody. I don't think I think he is in a spot.
You think he's giving you the truth?
He's in a spot where he's got to talk to the media, and he struggles mightily with it. And I think the truth of the matter is he is not in the know of what the hell's going on with Verlander. I think there probably has been some imaging done, and I don't think that he has been told the results. I think he is told, nope, Verlander ain't throwing. That's it. I mean, he just sounds so. I mean, out of touch when.
I love the follow-up question of, "Hey, you saying very little progress or no progress?"
Well, slow or no,
slow or no, yeah.
Maybe we can get him out on the field playing catch or something.
Yeah, slow or no. Yeah.
All
right.
Do y'all get the feel that that's like? I mean, Dusty Baker to me. Especially in hindsight, was
knew he knew.
Well, he was one of the best at he was one of the best at taking it on the chin for the players.
Well,
he would, like I said before, he would sound just plumb silly, but say I'm going to sound so silly just to not make myself look silly. Like I'm going to let y'all know that I'm pulling your leg, wink, wink. Y'all can ask as many times as you want.
Yeah, you're not.
I don't get
I haven't talked to him yet.
Yeah, I hadn't talked to him yet. I mean, well, hell, to be honest with you, maybe that is what's going on. But I don't get that feel from Joe Espata. When I hear him talking, I hear him talking loud, but he ain't saying nothing.
No, let's see what he's got to say about Kyle Tucker. Oh, yeah. Kyle Tucker, the latest on his destroyed shin bone, as Tyler put in. I just read that. I just Ron Burgundy that. I got to stop doing that. Here's the latest from Captain Joe Espata. That was also put in. From Tyler Milner, Captain Joe Espata on the shin.
He did hit in the cages on Sunday. Took a couple of swings off the tee, which is a good sign. And he's in. I want to see him out here in the outfield grass, moving, running. And we're not there yet, but we're getting close to that.
Has he had any setbacks at all?
No setback. We just got to get rid of that soreness. That anytime he wants to push and take that harsh step, it's still that bruise in that bone area where prevents him from doing that. But he's been tracking pitches in the cage, swinging in the cages. So now it's just we need to get him out here doing some baseball activities.
That was more believable. Am I right? That was maybe not be what you want to hear, but that was more believable.
Yeah, tracking ball,
standing in the cage, watching the ball cross the plate, we're seeing the speed, getting some swings off the tee,
trying to get him baseball activities on the field.
Yeah, no, it's just when he really pushes off is when it hurts. It's sore like that. That was very, very believable.
Good. Sure, he didn't break anything. Sure, there wasn't a fracture.
Sure, there ain't a hairline fracture in there.
It's a small one. All right.
Sure, you ain't worried about him pushing off and that thing snapping.
That's the latest. That's the latest with Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander.
5 o'clock fire.
What a turn of events we have here. Tyler, can you cue up old Jim Schlossernagel? Right now, as I know him, as the manager of the Texas A&M Aggies baseball team, who just had a tough loss last night as they were one run away from winning a national championship for A&M. This was him after the game when the reporter had the audacity to ask him about his future.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. And that's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Jim!
What a liar!
This is just breaking. one day after leading Texas A&M to a runner-up finish in the College World Series, that guy who was just speaking, good old Jim Schlossnagle, is leaving College Station to become the new baseball coach at Akron? No. At Washington? No. At Texas.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
In Austin, the University of Texas. Source told Horns 247, excuse me. 24/7. Now they should split those.
Got an early favorite for the turd list this week, boys. This guy just did his best damn Tom Herman impression. What a freaking slime ball. Get the hell out of College Station. Go up to Austin, you turd. Good Lord, loser.
Jim,
Don't waste your turd
practice.
material right
practice.
now.
Oh, practice.
That's tough to overcome right there, you freaking slime ball.
He owes that guy an apology.
Yeah, he does.
As hard as he went after him. Now, I still don't think I would have asked the question. He owes that fella an apology.
I left my family for this job. Shut the hell up and take your ass up to Austin.
Family job. He said.
I still want to know what he meant by "I left my family."
He said.
I mean, he coached at TCU.
He's
for 42 years.
He said something worse in there. All right, we got to deal back. We got to shuffle back to that. I got a question about C.J. Stroud coming up, and Tyler might get an early practice on his turd list, but I got to shuffle back to that. I can't believe he said it there. That just did not sound like somebody was going to take a job less than 24 hours later to their arch rivals. Good God. Wow. That's coming up next.
All right, you looking for a new pickup, looking for a new Chevy Silverado? Well, Ron Kraft Chevrolet is where it's at, and they got a hell of a deal going on.
Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, the text line, y'all just really coming at Tyler, and I know that's how we do things in sports. That's messed up. Like that dude is that.
What? What are you talking about?
This has to go down now for him. It's
you talking about Schlossnagel leaving A&M going to Texas?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Like this, that has to be. This has to be one of the. Like, I can't think of – I mean, this is hard to think about getting any lower.
Yeah,
like
he's a POS.
That is sports-wise. That is –
I mean, it had to be.
No, you're right. No, we're inching, especially how he treated old dude. Can I hear what he said last night again? This was just last night, Clint.
Yeah, after the
game. This young fella here came out here to ask him, hey, man, what are you hearing about? Why don't you let us know about your future? Now, meanwhile, he went off on the young man but did not deny at all, clearly. Like, because this is the thing. When you hear this, you'll hear him talk, and when you hear how fast this decision is being let out, Clint, there is no way in hell that
he knew
that this wasn't struck up. It didn't just get struck up after they lost. He's been talking about this for a minute, trying to go over to Texas. This is Jim, who was at this time the head coach and manager of the Texas A&M Aggies, who has now been reported he is going to move to all places Texas.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again.
Right there.
And that hasn't changed in my mind.
Right there. I left Texas A&M to not take another job, and that doesn't change. And that didn't change in my mind. I mean, what is he going to say? He just said that last night. I came to Texas A&M to not take another job.
Yeah, look, you got to be.
Wow, you know what? You're right. This isn't just sports POS. That dude's.
Nah, you got to be a certain. You got to be built wired a certain way to be able to stand up there knowing that you're. I mean, because this didn't happen. Look, it didn't happen.
No, it didn't just happen afterwards.
I mean, maybe the details got worked out, but he knew it was in the works. You got to be wired some kind of way to get offended damn near by a reporter asking about a job that you've already taken.
That you know is about to come out.
And then you got to be –
and he left his family in it.
Yeah, and to answer that question the way you did, you got to be you got to be on a whole nother level, man.
What a Dick Tracy.
I'm trying to think, how do I translate that?
Leave off the Tracy.
Oh.
Yeah, real Richard Ed move, real D-bag move. He'll fit in good in Austin.
Wow.
Well,
it is wild to me.
Look, I understand. This has got to be about money. I mean, they had to double the salary.
But A&M, I mean, as we know, A&M could have if they wanted to,
I'm
right?
sure. I don't know, but this has to be about money. I mean, look, at the end of the day, how do you go to a national championship with an organization? And I don't care if you built it from the ground up or not.
You lost 6-5 in the bottom of the night.
How do you get that close with the dudes that you're in that locker room with, and you bounce like that? That shocks me, man. And I'm talking about him in particular. I'm talking about the coaching profession in general. Like, I can see where a guy can win several championships and look, it's just, hey, man, it's time. I'm gonna get out before this thing falls and crumbles, and because I can't keep up with the expectations. We've had so much success over the last 10 years. I can't keep up with the expectations. Time for something new. But you make a run to a championship, and then all of a sudden you just move up the street.
From the text line, he is a lying sack of crap. No respect for this man. After saying that nonsense last night, he didn't have to say any of that crap. He could have just taken the job going on about his business, but now he had to go off and say all of that. Screw
Exactly.
that guy.
Exactly.
My kid couldn't play for him.
The only good thing, or the only let me
He's
put it,
going to Texas.
Let me put it this way: the only way this could have got worse, in my opinion, is if he would have stood up there and said something about, I got a locker room full of kids in there whose heart's broken.
He better have.
I'm not answering those kind of questions right now. If he'd have brought the kids into it, like specifically, boy, that could have got that would have been even worse.
But Clint, that would have been a lot better. If he said, "Listen, we just lost the national championship," because listen, I remember I sports hated this man. Roy Williams did this. They posed that question to him, and they had just lost the national championship to Syracuse. And I went and almost got arrested on the campus because it was dry, and I was just walking around with a bottle of Jack because I was heartbroken, and I didn't give a damn if the security guy, Cookie, that was his name, said anything to me. I think Cookie just saw me and let me keep going.
Did he arrest you?
No, he didn't say anything. He just kept on going. I think maybe he read the situation. I was in a bad place. But Roy Williams said, I'll never forget, Bonnie Bernstein, I appreciate the question. I know you have to answer that question. You have to ask that question as a reporter, but I don't like that question. I got kids in my locker room who are devastated, and I got these kids in my locker room that I care for. He said I could give an S about North Carolina. I got kids in that locker room that I love. Now, he is going to take the job. He did. He took it in a week. He took the job from North Carolina and left Kansas, went to North Carolina. But that was better than I went and took the job at Texas A&M.
Just flat out lying.
To never take another job.
Yeah.
That's what he said. You know what?
Pants are on fire.
I'm with these. He better ask for some forgiveness. I'm with a texter. I want to find out who that fella is. Who that fella is that asked that question in which Jim just, let him have it. He shouldn't have to pay his own way to the press conference when he's introduced at Texas. I want to make sure that kid gets there.
And ask the same question?
And be right there. And I don't know if he gets the first one, but he needs to be able to be there. If we got to pay his way, Tyler and Clint, I want him to be there.
How great would that be?
I want him to be there and him to have to address him.
How great would that be if he raised his hand and said, "Yeah, hey, last night, you remember me? Last night."
No, this will be weeks from now, but yes.
Yeah, whenever they do their introductory press conference, like, you remember me? You looked me dead in the eye and told me that you left your family for this A&M job, and even though, truth be told, he never denied it.
No, he never did.
He never denied the Texas.
But he did roll through with. That's the part that will stick. I'm not gonna lie to you. I might go to the Texas and Texas A&M baseball game next year. The one in College Station. That may be a sellout. I might go to that one. Damn, I can't believe that cat. That cat said, I took the job at A&M
to never take another job.
And that is still my mindset. Man, this is not even close. This ain't 24 hours later. Wow.
Tried to warn Tyler yesterday.
Damn.
Turnish behavior, boys.
That dude is wild. That's unbelievable. My goodness. All right. I got a little CJ Stroud question. And also, before we get out of here, the Astros. Let's ask a realistic question about your Houston Astros as we head to the All-Star break and their place in the American League. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Don't look now, but the Astros are climbing back into the mix.
Whether it's mojo or what have you, they feel like a scrappier baseball.
Well, they do. And what the roster ends up looking like after Kyle Tucker comes back, they're veering back into buyer mode now.
Yeah.
Right?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio.
With daily use.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're gonna move up. I'm sorry. I got to stop being selfish. I am so fascinated by this.
Yeah.
Like this is wild. I cannot believe this.
You talking about Schlossnagle?
I can't. You know who didn't came out? A Hall of Famer, John McClain.
Mad Dog done come out.
First thing Jim Schlossnagle should do is call Texags reporter Richard Zane and apologize for insulting him about his question about the Longhorns' job after that defeat. Schlossnagle will never have any credibility again except in Austin.
Yeah, that makes this, really in my opinion, even more, like, exponentially more slimy that this guy's with Texags. This is the hometown media folks over at Texags in College Station. I mean, they work directly with all these guys in Aggie Athletics more than anybody. And for him to react that way to a guy with Texags, get the hell out of here, man.
I'm going to have to move off this because I'm having to refrain from saying. Like, when you start to really take it all in. I mean, this dude's a real asshat.
Yeah. I mean,
he is a, like, you tried to really embarrass that kid. I'm guessing is Richard young? I don't know how old Richard is. I don't care if he's old or young. But you knew what you're gonna do. Like, you knew what you're gonna do and made that. I bet Richard probably felt bad a little bit. Probably went home and thought, well, what should I? And now you knew what you was gonna do. Coming at him like that. And the way you're talking about, he's probably worked with him a lot. Richard may be one of the only people who's even given a damn to cover your ass.
Exactly. That's a whole new level of just scumbag, man. Bye. Get up to Austin. You'll fit in.
Let's see.
What?
Well, I mean, I
couldn't help it.
That's not necessary.
It's fun,
hey, man, I ain't said nothing to you, Tyler. You let it out. That dude drug his family into it, mate. That's where you really felt bad. I left my family out there. All right, judging, but nope.
You got to be a special kind of turd to do what old buddy did. Look, the whole going from A&M to Texas, whatever. I mean, I don't know the contract situation. I don't know what A&M did offer, didn't offer, if they matched or if they wanted to match. I don't know.
That's an aggressive move in its own.
Yeah, but I mean, just the person that can look 50 people dead in their eyes and bold-faced lie. You are wired in a way that I just can't relate to.
And not just
I just flat ass cannot relate
lie,
to.
but make everybody there make the cat asking the question feel stupid.
Yeah.
And like he's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of people say, well, what was he supposed to say? Look, it's very simple. I mean, the out, whether he's talking to somebody else or not, the right thing to say in that situation is, guys, we just lost a national championship game.
That's where my focus is.
My focus is solely on getting these young fellas back to College Station, getting them with their family, getting them back to College Station, putting a bow on this season because we had a lot of success. Although we lost tonight, we had a lot of success. My focus is solely 100% on getting back to College Station with these guys. I'll worry about that down the road. We'll cross that bridge down the road in terms of my future and where it's going to be. But right now, it's in my focus is on College Station and these kids. And that's it. I mean, because, look, you didn't answer the question. You were a smart-ass, bold-faced lied, and you didn't answer the question anyway.
That's right, man.
You never denied it.
How can you be an ass when you know what's coming?
That's it, man. I don't. I mean, there's.
And didn't you say, Tyler, they're a young team? So it's a young group in there that's coming back?
Quite a bit of freshmen, yeah. Oh, he's a POS human being. See you later, bud.
I'm with you, John.
Like the text earlier, I'm 100% with. If this goes down differently and he doesn't act the way he did in the post game last night, it's really not nearly as big a deal. I mean, it sucks, but whatever.
It's just a rivalry portion of it. Now,
but you go out and say that, you're a POS, dude. See ya.
It's like it. Now, anyway, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. And Area 45. I see Bijani and Creighton. I see Sean Bijani behind me right now. Chris Santiago. They will have the post-game show for you as well, so stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, I find it interesting because I am in this camp, all right, that C.J. Stroud had, as you said, and I think many people agree, one of the, if not the best rookie seasons we've seen from a quarterback. When you take into account not just how he played, but everything that he was faced with. He didn't have what Ben Roethlisberger had when he was a rookie. He didn't have what Caleb Williams is going to have when he was a rookie. But Clint, it seems that not just from hardcore Texans fans, not just from guys who cover the Texans like us, or just from national guys, it seems like everyone believes that C.J. Stroud is basically fluke-proof. Like, I don't get the sense that most anyone believes that what has happened to a guy like Carson Wentz after a great early season, a guy like Jalen Hurts after a great season early in his career, guys like that. Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler his first year. Guys like that who then took steps back after that. I don't get the sense more than ever. I would even argue more than even Mahomes, to get the sense that people see, any way that it could have been a fluke. And I would just imagine it has to be something about his game that makes people so confident. And not just his leadership ability, because I think Dak has great leadership ability, but I don't know that people are that confident that Dak will probably even be the Dak that he is right now with his skill set. What is it to you that makes him almost, I would say, fluke-proof?
Ron, there's been one guy in the NFL that I've been alive for that 100% committed to minimizing risk, limiting the number of bad plays, negative plays, making the right decision all the time, and committed wholeheartedly to it. And it's the winningest quarterback that we've ever seen. It's Tom Brady. For 20 years, it resulted in winning at a championship level longer and more often than anybody that's ever played the game. And the only guy that I've seen commit wholeheartedly to anything remotely close to the way Brady played the game, and I'm including everybody, all quarterbacks in the NFL, the closest thing to Tom Brady that I've seen is C.J. Stroud last year. C.J. Stroud wasn't concerned about taking shots down the field. He wasn't concerned about highlight reel types of plays, even though they came. C.J. Stroud was about processing at an extremely high level, a Brady level. He was about getting the ball out of his hand, minimizing risk, minimizing negative plays, making the right decision every time you line up, every play. Let's just say a competent offensive coordinator, a competent offensive staff that's calling a game. You always have – the offense always has the advantage. There is always an answer. The question is, can the quarterback find that answer before something breaks down in the protection or before a free blitz or a free runner gets to the quarterback. That's the name of the game. There's always an answer, right? And C.J. Stroud is the best in the game and the best that I've seen, not named Brady, at finding that answer and delivering a very catchable ball to the right person. I mean, it's that simple, man. I mean, because then you get into the physical traits of the ability to throw the ball, the accuracy, and all that kind of stuff. The ability to process at a Brady-like level, he committed to it for 17 games that he started, including the playoffs, 17 games, and had crazy results. He did it to the tune of 5 interceptions and led the damn league in yards per game. Think about that. Playing the game, not like Josh Allen taking a bunch of risk and ripping it down the field, not like Joe Burrow holding the football and ripping it down the field and to the point of getting banged up and getting injured, right? I mean, not like that. Not like Pat Mahomes off platform with all these different arm angles and all that kind of stuff. No, he did it like Tom Brady did and had that level of results and took his team to the second round of the playoffs in his rookie year. That's why I believe that it is. It's a real deal.
Just listening to you, it sounds like that is hard to trick somebody in. It's hard to try to game plan against that in a way where, we're going to make Lamar throw the ball and stop him from trying to run. Or with Patrick Mahomes, we're going to take downfield away from him and make him have to play the game differently. That kind of stuff is more of a physical thing compared to what you're talking about with him is, one, it's hard to confuse him and say, hey, man, we'll stop this by scheme, like you can stop maybe other stuff by scheme. And the thought is that's probably not going to diminish the way that other stuff may diminish. Like, there's not really an injury that stops that. There's not really
it's
right.
foolproof.
Like so,
it's why Tom Brady was able to play as long. Forget the winning of Tom Brady. It's why he was able to play as long as he did. Yeah, it's wild, man. I mean, it's not that. Like the part that makes you believe that it's real is like he committed to it for 17 weeks. I think we see guys week to week that may commit to it, but then in the long run, over 17 weeks, boy, they'll lose a game here or there because they're trying to be aggressive. They'll hold the football and get injured because they're trying to be aggressive, or the offensive coordinator and the staff and the scheme around them, fails them, and it's just square peg, round hole like we saw here with Deshaun Watson. There's just very rarely do all of those stars align to where you got an offensive scheme with a staff that is providing answers, a quarterback his first year that can retain everything he needs to retain to always get to the right answer, and then the ability to process that in real time in the game.